full face.
Hold on, wait a minute. Are you saying there's oil?
Yeah, like kind of.
No, well, there's not oil, but there's everything else.
We got mad.
Oh, we just gotta look. You're not looking hard enough. There's some oil there.
All right, Dylan's going to shout at me because we're late. All right, everyone have a good night. Thank you very much for joining us.
Peace, Stanley.
Peace.
Bye.
Message me if you need anything.
Right, love.
Someone in my chat said the British, really?
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. Britain just sort of invented it and just went, go on, imperial swans, fly. And you all did.
I hand you manifest destiny. See what you must do with it.
Exactly. We're the OGs of like genocide and shit. Come on now.
Well,
don't forget the Muslim Caliphate. They did a lot more genocide than you ever could.
Yeah, but we were around before, so it's fine. It's fine. Well, no. Not Britain. Not Britain. The Christian world or whatever. Although we learnt it from the Romans, so like it's all.
Okay.
Laughing to themselves.
I'm laughing. Not laughing at myself. Just laughing at chat.
Hello. How's everybody doing?
Splendid.
How are you?
I love technology.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, Gappy, I was seeing your camera was holding us up, huh?
Yeah, my camera's just so fucking excited for this exciting Hippy Dippy roundtable.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Gappy. Okay.
Yeah, well, you know what that's like, right, Dylan?
I know what it's like. I mean, I understand Gappy wants to sabotage my show and he wants to do me, and I understand Gappy.
I heard him say it.
If you wanted to sabotage your show, you'd release another twit longer, okay? I don't need to sabotage your show.
Oh, jeez.
Damn. Jesus.
Ouch, man.
Coming in strong. I like it.
Yeah.
You keep it above the belt?
Wow. Yeah, well, it was a prime opportunity, huh? Anyway, we're gonna go around we're gonna go around the room and we're gonna do intros and then I'm gonna explain the rules. Okay? So we're gonna start in the bottom left-hand corner. Pixel, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning. I am the token Australian on this stream. It's early. Learnt yesterday that people think that we should be getting invaded sometime soon. That is real fun. By you guys. Sorry, just had to bring that up. And yeah, I cover the news mostly. I have a degree in psychology. I'm somewhere on the left, wherever you want to place me, depends on where you are. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to having these conversations this morning. Should be fun. So yeah, looking forward to it. Oh, and I now know where all of the 50 states are because I'm on a real geography bender, so I can place them all now. So qualified to be here, clearly.
Wonderful. Happy to have the one token Aussie. Now we're going to throw it over to Shark Zero.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Dylan, I'd like to congratulate you for being the wokest mod ever. I really appreciate you putting the two POC first, an Australian and a black person. I really appreciate it. I'm your local. Listen, Gappy, I'm sorry. Shush. I'm a streamer boy. I talk about politics. We do gaming and everything. We have fun here. We do edited videos as well. If you know. Like most of the other streamers, I do just about the same exact thing. And also, don't look for me. Don't try and find me. I will be deleting everything soon because I will be joining the army to be on the front lines of invading Australia and freeing them from their tyrannical government. They need it. I really want to see what a wallaby looked like. And so I thought this was my golden ticket opportunity.
Now, when it comes to people of color, it seems that Shark left someone out. I believe Connor voted for Joe Biden. Anyway, we're going to go now over to More Perfect Union.
I'm the More Perfect Union. I stream occasionally and do panels. Twitch.tv, the More Perfect Union. I am a constructionist or a constitutionalist conservative. Not necessarily affiliated directly to party, but I try to look and see how things fit, how laws comport with the Constitution. So if you think I've got a problem with something, it's probably because I can read the Constitution.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Kevin Logan.
Yes, hello there. I'm Kevin Logan. You can find me at twitch.tv/KFLogan1875. And I can't read the Constitution because, as a British person, it's against the law.
Fair enough.
Nice.
Now we're going to throw it over to Fabian Liberty.
What about Gappy? Anyways,
Fabian Liberty.
All right. So I am Fabian Liberty. I'm Scott. We're a duo stream, so the channel is Fabian Liberty. I'm Scott. I do debates and panels and stuff. I'm an anarcho-capitalist. And unlike More Perfect Union, I'm actually a card-carrying member of the Mises Caucus and Libertarian Party, which is somewhat ironic that the anarchist is more engaged in a political party. But yeah, we do mostly political streams and debate content. We occasionally do book readings. And we do some gaming streams, but always to make sure that we boycott Blizzard or another gaming company that's done some fucked up shit. We show alternatives to games that you can play from indie developers and stuff like that, to not play games from shit companies. And that'll be it.
Wonderful. Now we're going to go over to Brant.
Yo, everybody, my name is Brant. I have a channel on Twitch called twitch.tv/Brant for Liberty. We are a growing and thriving community. We cover crowdsourced media, everything that's happening from current events, history, politics, whether it's happening in America or abroad. I'm probably one of the more logically grounded competitors today. Looking forward to a really great spirited debate. Haven't seen Gappy in about a year. Me and him debated about a year ago, right before the election. Looking forward to it. Everyone else, nice to meet you. For everyone that I already know, good to see you again. And thank you as always, Dylan, for having me on here, man.
Happy to have you on. Brant, personally, I think you wrecked Gappy in that debate. I just want it to be known.
Oh, yeah. What was the debate about then, huh? Do you remember what the debate topic was on?
He was just so right that I forgot it.
Okay. Pretty interesting.
Anyway,
Yeah.
back
When you're
over
on,
to
you're on.
Counter. Counter?
Yeah, my name is Connor. I identify as center right. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd. So if you're into Warhammer 40,000, violence, war history, anything like that, then we probably got something for you. And then also love yelling at people on the internet, which is why I'm here tonight. So looking forward to it. Thanks for having me, buddy.
Wonderful. Now that we've finished everyone's introductions, I do want to say Shark Zero will be a commentator, you can say, for next Friday's Hippy Dippy Championship, which will show Infrared and Destiny going head-to-head on the issue of if people should vote for Democrats. And we're trying to see if we can coordinate Billy the Fridge, the internet legend, icon, to be the announcer for the event, where you have a whole production team together. It's going to be a very large event. Please do tune in next Friday. It will also have an undercard, which is undetermined at this point, but we're trying to make that exciting as well. I believe I'm being told by my staff that I forgot somebody, but it's only Gappy, so I'll let him introduce himself.
Hey, I'm Gappy. I guess I got dragged in here. I do gaming and politics every now and then, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern every day or so. And yeah, hopefully I don't get server muted too many times today.
Wonderful. Now we're going to go into the first topic after I just say some of the rules. Nothing TOS. Please do not break the terms of service. If you do, I reserve the right to kick you at any point. We would all like to keep our jobs. The second rule is no attacking people's immutable characteristics. That means no going after people's race, sex, gender, and you will gender people properly on my program. If you want to do it off of this program, that's your own business. But on my program, you will be gendering people by their preferred pronouns. And of course, like for example, an example of going after somebody's immutable characteristics would be saying that going after Gappy is just like terrible Minecraft gameplay, for example. If you were to go after that, that's immutable to him as a human being. That would be a bannable offense off of my program. Okay. So other than that, I also have a system where if you need to speak at any point but are not able to speak, this is a last resort, not the first resort. If you're not used to these panel environments, you can raise your hand and I will write your name down. Now, please, for the love of God, don't make it the first thing you do. Please see if you can get into the conversation. And if you can't, then do that. It will make it much, much, much easier for me. And of course, the final and most important rule, when I am talking, no one else is talking, no matter the circumstances. If you cannot hear me properly, please turn it up. I do not accept basically any excuses for that. So, Other than that, everybody will have a basically 1 to 2 minute intro and outro for each topic, and the middle ground of it will be an open forum. So the first topic is Ashli Babbit. Ashli Babbit was somebody who, I'll just say, wandered in to the United States Capitol on January 6th and was then shot by police after they tried to jump a makeshift barricade put up by Washington officials. Donald Trump recently wished Ashli Babbit a very happy birthday and talked about how they were a good and wonderful person. And there has been a lot of debate about Ashli Babbitt's legacy and what we are to think of the case of Ashli Babbit. So, my question to everyone here is what is Ashli Babbit what is her legacy to you, and how should she be remembered? And so, we're going to start in the top left-hand corner with Brant.
Right on. I guess I'll go ahead and get it kicked off, get extra spicy here. I think that she was a patriot that, fought for her country. She was a good friend, a good family member. She made a fatal error in going into the Capitol and going into a closed down section of the House, resulting in her death. Now, we could argue gray area here, whether or not she deserved to be shot or not. And you have to really answer that question with, did the police officer, the Capitol policeman that ended up shooting her, Mr. Byrd, did he have precedent to be able to legally discharge his firearm? Did he think his life was in danger? That we could sit here and argue about that. To me, that is like a second.
Hey,
sorry, I'm meant to be mute. Sorry, I was responding to my own chat. Apologies.
Muted. Brant, you can continue.
Yeah. I mean, like I was saying, somebody's reputation outside of making a bad decision, one that I think if you were in the Capitol and you went beyond, let's say, closed off, secured area, and you kept pushing forward, regardless of whether you had a weapon or not, you gave the law the ability to shoot you. And with Trump congratulating or giving her, a happy birthday and trying to like shout her out. And I mean, he's going to be saying that to his base. He's going to be doing that, right? Because there are a lot of people that are up in arms about Ashli Babbit being wrongfully killed. Now, I would love to have seen an investigation, a full investigation, one that wasn't completely 99% handpicked by the controlling party, but we didn't get that. And I mean, they pretty much said that he was absolved of all guilt and that he justifyingly did it. So, I mean, I think Trump shouting out to his fan base versus the specifics, I think they're completely different. But as far as her legacy, I would say, I mean, before that day, she's probably a great person, but I think she made a grave mistake going in there. And I think anybody else on top of that went in there, they should be surprised that they weren't shot or that they weren't, seriously injured. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on it.
Next is going to be Counterpoints as he makes some Warhammer toys.
Yes. So, if you're not into Warhammer 40,000, you're wrong. And talking about Ashli Babbit. So, it's justifiable. Law enforcement officers, whatever you want to call it, escalation of force is if you believe that there is threat of great bodily harm or death that's imminent, then you can take lethal action. She was a part of a riot that was breaking into a secured area that was known to have political figures. A retroactive look at the riot basically showed on social media posts that people were planning on, basically hurting congressional members. And additionally, there were unexploded handmade bombs on the scene as well. So just because they didn't succeed in what they were doing has nothing to do with what they intended to do. So just because it was an incompetent attempt to seize the Capitol doesn't mean that wasn't an attempt to seize the Capitol. So as far as legacy, I think that her legacy is being a misguided person by the cult of Trump. And I think it's particularly cruel and ironic that Trump is the person who's shouting her out, because Trump's very likely the person who got her killed. So basically, he perpetuated the narrative that the election was stolen, that Democrats are thieving, diabolical, child-killing demon rats, and that it was time to seize our country back, or else we would lose it forever to the 1,000-year child-sacrificing Reich. And that's a narrative that Ashli Babbit believes. So she took, to kind of get to the previous points, she took justifiable action based off of her worldview. It just sucks that her worldview was dog shit and informed by an asshole. So I'll leave it there. But yeah, one point that I just want to thrust home is Trump's the person who got her killed in the first place. So I don't know how that's not a knife twist right there.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Fabian.
Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to like this. I think she's a martyr. I think she's the first of many martyrs. I think you have to look at, first of all, looking at the Capitol Hill White House tour, and this insurrection. There's a lot of things that I think we have to zoom out when looking at this situation, right? We have to look at, what were the intentions of the people there? I think they were there for protests. Most of them there, obviously, for peaceful protests, since the left has decided that if 97% are peaceful, then obviously this was a mostly peaceful protest. That being said, yeah, she climbed through a window into a barricade. She had police officers with her that were hanging out with her, feet away from her, and she was shot upon trying to breach a barricade, right? I think she should have expected to be killed in that situation, but I think she's been made a martyr. And I think this idea that the cult of personality of Trump, right, getting her killed is really the situation here. I would take that and say, no, the neoliberals and the neocons that have been fucking over the American public for generations, that have begun to strangle them, have created the monster Trump that they hate so much because he's a right-wing populist, right? And I think you need to understand that Trump is a symptom of a much worse sickness within American politics and within Western politics. I would like to say that I think the right is beginning to realize that they've been losing a game of tug of war with Marxists. And even more so, they're realizing that this entire game of tug of war with the Marxists is manufactured so that neoliberals and neocons can create a corporate fascistic state. And that is and that's just the reality of the situation. Now, when you ask, well, why is she a martyr? Well, moving forward, what are you seeing, right? You're seeing increasing authoritarianism. You're seeing a fake whistleblower from Facebook with a CIA agent as a lawyer that worked to try and get Trump, Trump's impeached, right? Who worked under Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. You're seeing, Michael Sherwin say that we have to go after the people at the Capitol for a shock and awe campaign to make sure that they don't exercise their free speech to protest the inauguration, right? You're seeing people that have been in jail for months on in solitary confinement and have not been charged with crimes. And you're seeing the Capitol Hill police become a new federal agency. This entire idea of them finding out about the Department of Homeland Security, saying that there was dangers that we should be present of, started because the post office's intelligence agency discovered that there was chatter. Okay. And the fact that most people don't even realize that the post office has their own intelligence agency is part of the problem. Right. And what we need to realize is that the right is starting to wake up to this situation, and you're starting to see some revolution left from Antifa and people like that. And I think Ashli Babbit will be remembered as a martyr who was the first death in a series of what has to be some form of cultural, political, or hopefully not violent revolution at some point, because if this authoritarian actions from the state continue and grow, these mandates and all of these, we want to censor your social media and all these situations, you're going to get into a situation where people feel that it's necessary to take violent action. And I hope that that's not what happens.
Gappy?
I'm done.
Yeah, I think Fabian's right. She was one martyr, and she's definitely not going to be the last one as long as these conspiracy theories continue to be perpetuated. I think people can talk about the symptoms that caused Trump to get elected, but when we're talking about things like voter fraud, when we're talking about conspiracy theories like Q, those are not symptoms as a result of a previous system. It's not caused by some sort of neoliberal or neocon rhino shills. It's a result of the Trump base and that type of right-wing populism fetching onto these conspiracy theories, latching them on, and resulting in people like what Counterpoints described, people falling into these distorted worldviews that unfortunately cause these people to get killed. I don't think she should be a martyr, but unfortunately, because of for lack of a better word, because of people like Fabian advocating for her being a martyr. She's not going to be the only one as these conspiracy theories continue to perpetuate, as people continue to cope and pretend like voter fraud happened.
Okay. Next, we're gonna go to Pixel.
I agree with kind of multiple points up there, but it's a really dangerous situation that we found ourselves in. I don't know if it's not the fault of the state, because the state of education in America is pretty abysmal, and in order to fall into the safety of conspiracy, a lot of these people who find themselves in situations like Ashli Babbit did, I don't know if we should remember her as any sort of like victim, because obviously she made her own choices, but in some ways she is absolutely a symptom of a bigger problem within the way we are educating ourselves and our populations at the moment. There is so much information to consume, and if you are not given the tools to consume that, you are going to look for comfortable explanations. And Trump was particularly devious in the way that he communicated with his base. He was extremely well spoken to them in his rhetoric. It was accessible to these people, and his I don't know, could you call it obnoxiousness? His obnoxiousness in the way that he framed everything he talked about was relatable and inspiring to these people. I kind of agree that it's a terrifying thought that she could be held up by a martyr. I think what Trump did, wishing her happy birthday, is actually so fucking dangerous for that, because it does hold her up as like, look, if you do this for me, I'll do this for you, right? At least you'll be remembered. That's a horrific thought to me. But yeah, I do think it's kind of a wider problem with people being susceptible to conspiracy rhetoric. There's a lot of it at the moment. So yeah, it's probably where I'll leave it.
Next is going to be the Brit Bonger, Kevin Logan.
Mute.
There you go. Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to apologise to Brandt and Dylan as host for accidentally interrupting. I had my mic off. No disrespect intended on that occasion. Although later, who knows? We'll see. We'll see where it goes. Ashli Babbit was, frankly, an attempted terrorist who got what she deserved. I'm sorry, that's just the way it goes. If you attack the seat of governance in this way, you can expect to be killed. That's just the way it goes. If you're attempting a kind of loosely and pathetically organised coup d'etat, or at least a stopping of the democratic process, I don't know exactly what you're expecting other than that. She shouldn't be remembered, frankly, at all. She deserves to go down as a complete non-entity in history, but unfortunately she's being held up by right-wing dipshits, including Donald Trump, who, in wishing her happy birthday, showed once again, once and for all, his complete lack of fitness to hold the office of President of the United States of America.
Next is going to be Shark Zero.
All right. Hello. Yeah. When it comes to Ashli Babbit, she was just like Kevin Logan said, attempted terrorist. Tried to get into the Capitol. Tried to. What was their explicit goal? Like at the end of the day, what's the point of even going in? Right. I mean, after spending years hyping up how the institutions were absolutely against him, how the elites in the deep state were going to overthrow him and overthrow the election, and then spending months on end trying to challenge the election with frivolous lawsuits and challenges and spreading conspiracy theories about what was actually happening, and to no avail, thankfully. He whipped up his entire fan base into a frenzy, and he sent multiple people from around the country to go to the Capitol. And then after they got there, there was one spark, and it set fire to the entire crowd, or at the very least, enough of them to go in and bash the windows and crash through the entire Capitol and try to, at the end of the day, stop the certification of the election, stop a democratic process just because they didn't like who won. And Donald Trump, who said happy birthday, was absolutely was absolutely the one who basically made it so that she's not alive anymore, that she's not with her family, that her family doesn't have her friends aren't here. And I do agree, as like a military brat, I hate to see like other service members, you know, meet their end, especially something as useless as this. But at the end of the day, I'm sorry, you're in like a barricaded federal building, the federal building basically of the United States. And look, they're honestly, she's incredibly lucky that her and the rest of the other rioters didn't get shot earlier. There are people who outside of the Capitol get shot for like things way less than that. The reason her being able to make it that far and still like them pointing guns at her and then still trying to jump in, you know, I feel bad for her, but at the end of the day, she did it to herself. And it's unfortunate. I don't want her to be remembered as some sort of like great martyr, but at the end of the day, when it comes to a lot of conservatives, their new sort of like cultural idea of trying to make a boom bust cycle of outrage that they can kind of hop on the back of and try to push through policy. She's going to be one there. They're going to be her, in quote, as some people have said, new George Floyd. They keep trying to make new martyrs to feel like they can be as oppressed as the people on the left or something, and they can be just like them, and they have all the reasons to do the same things that we see like BLM or other civil rights movements do, because they want to be oppressed. At the end of the day, they're not. Most of the people are who are charged did something wrong, and most of them aren't even in jail.
Okay, now we're gonna wrap it up with more Perfect Union. Also, we can all see ourselves on your cam feed, More Perfect Union. Would it be possible for us to be able to see you? Can't hear him currently.
Muted,
Oh, it's because I muted myself. You want to see me, huh? Okay. I'll do it for you, Dylan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sure. Okay. So, get ready to clip this. Ashli Babbit was unarmed. She was stepping through a hole, one of the window panes that had been knocked out of a door. She was unarmed. She wasn't doing anything other than trying to gain entry. That's trespassing. Nobody knows what her intent was in terms of what action she would have done once she got on the other side. The police shot her. They violated the use of force continuum. And we all know about the use of force continuum from the aforementioned George Floyd case. I want to back it up just a half step here. Trump probably ought not quasi grift off of her name, because there are a lot of people who were pissed off about what happened to her. And it's not necessarily about making her a martyr, but he's doing it for political purposes, and I think that that's a problem. I'll just state that, right? But Ashli Babbit was denied justice. She should have been arrested. She didn't have a weapon. The officer that shot her didn't know that she didn't have a weapon. And you can't shoot somebody in this country unless you know they are armed. Unless you know that they present a clear and present danger to the life of someone else. And she wasn't. As a matter of fact, nobody brought any firearms. Nobody brought any weapons except for the guy with the buffalo hat. Okay? Q Shaman, right? QAnon Shaman, whatever he was, right? He's the only one that had roughly a weapon. He wasn't using it as a weapon, and he wasn't charged with a weapons crime. So, if you think that it was wrong for Ashli Babbit to be sort of memorialized in any sort of way that she's not a martyr, I think she should get at least the same justice that George Floyd did, which is a $27 million check for her family and a statue to the excess and the idiocy of a police department who got away with murder.
Okay, so I know this is a very heated topic, so I'm going to ask everybody to not get too unruly, or I will have to step in, and I will be handing out mutes like candy tonight, so just emotionally prepare yourself to not be angry when I possibly mute you. I will do what's necessary to retain order. I'm an authoritarian. So Who wants to carry us away? I just want to hand the
would-
torch to somebody.
I have a
love to.
question.
Connor was the first, so I'll hand the torch to him.
All right, don't worry, Fabian. I'll throw you a bone in a second. All right, so no, even by the legalistic logic that you presented, a more perfect union, she would have been engaged in burglary, meaning that she was committing a felony, meaning that she was breaking into a premises that she did not belong. Any level of castle doctrine for private ownership would mean that that person could be killed inside the United States. Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm a law enforcement veteran. I know the use of force continuum very well. I also know castle doctrine and curtilage. I know so many terms. Clear and present danger isn't used in any of this stuff. Okay,
it's a personal right.
That was okay. So that was like an open.
There's no
thing.
castle doctrine in Washington D.C.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I can find you an analogy for secured political buildings. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you charge the Pentagon, they're not going to wait for you to physically gain entry. They're probably going to have curtilage around it.
I mean, but are you using your car as a weapon, though? I mean,
Hold on.
that's clear and present danger. That would be armed.
Okay, clear and present danger is found nowhere in any use of force continuum, document. I would love for you to go find one while we're talking about it. Okay. Anyways, you can't shoot somebody if you don't know they're armed. This is bullshit. We know it's bullshit. The entire articulation for the use of deadly force is the imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. It has nothing to do with whether or not somebody has a weapon. As a matter of fact, hold on. As a matter of fact, one of the what's cited over and over again in law enforcement shootings, which leftists are typically not very happy about, is furtive gestures with things that look like firearms. If you pull something that looks like a firearm in a context where there's a high probability of a firearm, a cop doesn't have to wait to find out whether or not it's a gun in order to kill you. They can kill you and they will be dismissed from it. All right, so nobody brought weapons. Hold on.
What gesture did you make?
I'm doing a whole rant, so give me a second. Nobody brought weapons. I'm pretty sure I can go ahead and find you dozens of clips of cops being beaten with flags. I could also go ahead and find you some stories where, unexploded ordnance, basically homemade pipe bombs, was found on the premises. So I would say that those were all weapons. Finally, while going after my buddy, a more perfect union over here, I do want to counsel the left on the loose use of the word terrorism. It's not whether or not it applies. Like using violence for political ends or something like that. But one of the things that Fabian pointed out that I think is a very good thing to point out is how is this crisis being used by the security apparatus of the state in ways that can fuck over normal American citizens. So while I'm going after a more perfect union on one hand, I do want to bring that up in the same breath, and I yield.
Okay, so just to take issue with your point, what furtive gesture did she make that would justify her being shot?
Okay,
she was literally stepping through a hole in a door.
Sure. So
where a pane of glass was.
Yeah.
So what was the gesture?
So I think we use a term in law enforcement called the totality of circumstances, meaning that we use the context of many variables in order to deem whether or not an action is objectively reasonable. I would say that one person stepping through a door is an objectively reasonable thing to do in the context of a riot, because while she might be the only person who's coming through the door, that doesn't mean that there aren't dozens of people who are going to follow her, all of whom you don't know whether or not they're armed. And then on top of that, if that is the last defense after you've already broken through 3 or 4 security perimeters before you start reaching members of Congress, that would be an important security barrier to hold.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to disagree with your assertion, because you're saying that that's a legit way to look at it. Okay, but nobody at that door had a weapon.
Okay, but anyway, if you try to
broken in, had a weapon, and the police officers could see through the broken glass.
Dude, they'd broken into the Capitol building through. Look, I mean, I don't want to agree with kind of too much tonight.
Parts of it did. Parts of it people did.
They'd broken through several barriers of security. They were within spitting distance, virtually, of members of Congress. Right?
There is no evidence to
if you're one of the last. If you're one of the last,
she broke any barrier. She simply entered the building that had been.
Are you saying she thought she was legally in that building?
No, I'm not saying that at all. No, I'm saying she's trespassing,
Okay.
but
Probably did.
she was
It's people's house.
I'm
She's
thinking
gonna-
more of constitutional
It's
arguments.
not literally the people's house. Like you can just walk in and
The
start
fact
talking.
that she was trespassing.
That's not how it
The
works.
fact that she was trespassing, much like passing a counterfeit $20 bill, is not a justification to lose your life at the hands of police.
Okay, firstly,
Ask a
calm down.
question.
Like, she wasn't tortured to death by having her pipes restricted for 9 minutes. She was shot dead. Okay,
Can I
this
ask
is
a
a slightly
question?
different
Dead
situation.
is dead.
And
Dead
she,
is
in a riotous
Wrongful
situation,
death is wrongful
is the
death.
policeman supposed to just think to themselves, well, she's clearly just busting into Congress to have a picnic and have a nice chat to the Congress people? No, they're there doing violence on behalf of like a violent movement.
But what
There's
about
no-
videos
there's-
early? What about
there's-
videos
there's-
earlier of people
there's any
breaking?
Wait. Okay, we're gonna have Kevin finish, and then we're gonna
Yeah.
throw it over to Brant because Brant wants to
Yeah.
respond to that. Kevin,
If there is any
Fabian,
situation,
did you raise your hand? I didn't see it.
I like me and counterpoints right at the very beginning.
Oh yes. Oh, you're right. I'll write your name down right now.
okay, if there's any situation that's ever justified in America for the police using firearms, and I think there are certain situations, this would be an absolutely prime example of exactly the situation where one would have to use firearms because they're literally trying to get in, and you have to assume with violent intention to attack and disrupt the ongoing processes of democracy in America, which affects 330 million citizens. I mean, I don't know what exactly anyone was expecting, but I'm surprised more people didn't get gunned down, frankly. I'm surprised it wasn't a bloodbath.
I mean, but what about reduced security detail? What about rejection of adding additional security detail? What about multiple videos for which I personally covered over 1,000 hours, different video vantage points of people being led in, being mixed in with what I will relent. There was a small crowd within a ridiculous crowd, a sea of people that were malfeasant. Some want to argue that those people may have been inside feds, may have been provocateurs from prevailing counter groups.
It was me
what
and
I'm trying to
George
get at is,
Tara. Yeah.
at that
Me and George
point,
Tara
when you
organised
have
the whole thing.
when you have
It's true.
mixed drawdown of commands, where you have half of it where I'm going to relent to you, there were people that broke windows, that went in and trespassed, like More Perfect Union is saying. But what about mixing in the greater accumulation of people that were let in? The doors were opened up, the police stood to the side, let them in, not to mention moving. Let me finish. Before reaching it to the doors, they moved the gates. There's videos of them moving the gates and letting people in.
Yeah, the
Then
police
after they
don't-
moved the
yeah,
gate,
you don't have
it
to
was
prove it.
systematic.
Wait.
This
Kevin,
was
let him
all
finish.
planned. This was all planned and systematic. It's to paint a narrative that completely obliterates being on the right, something that people that in the middle would want to look at and say, hey, I might want to be a part of that. It was to turn people off of the flavor of Republican. And this is coming from a libertarian.
Wait. Okay. So, Counter, did you want to respond to that? Or because I want to make sure Fabian gets to speak, but if you want to respond to that directly, then it's
Kevin
going
or
to be you, then
Counter?
Fabian. Counter. Sorry, Counter.
Yeah.
Yes, I meant Counter.
Yeah, so
We do look alike.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
so Counter, then Fabian. I just want to make sure that we.
just very quick interjection. This is so weird to me because I feel like neither side can have like coherent logic. So by this logic, are we going to say that like the BLM protests and riots over like the summer of 2020, because 93% of them were peaceful, then the 7% of violent things didn't matter? And then to invert that, like, so is the logic here that like because 93% of the people at the Capitol riot were peaceful and 7% were assholes, the cops just had to let themselves get steamrolled because 93% of them were peaceful under some kind of assumption that the 7% wouldn't be able to exploit that weakness? And then on top of that, this makes no fucking sense at all, because let's say that let's say the dude with zip ties or the dude with pipe bombs or the dude with guns were snuck in right behind all the peaceful protesters, and then while this cop has his back turned to a few hundred rioters, he just gets shot in the back of the head, and then you have members of Congress who have been successfully kidnapped because he didn't hold the fucking line. This makes no sense in
Well, what
any
about?
context.
Okay, but I'm going to counter. I'm going to counter interject. I just want to interject his interjection here. Well, what about all the other people that made it in the house?
I want to make sure Fabian gets to speak before. I'll write your name down, Brent. I promise. Fabian.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just have like a little thing, and I mean, we kind of touched on it already on Counterpoint. What Counterpoint's saying the fourth or fifth time you spoke, but I just want to say, like, these people in this very panel that are saying Trump has culpability for Ashli Babbitt's death, then what are we going to do about Kamala Harris? What are we going to do about Black Lives Matter protests? I just want to point out that Black Lives Matter protests burnt down massive sections of DC very close to the fucking Capitol building. And there's no congressional hearing, right? The Weather Underground Project bombed the fucking Capitol in 1971 and in 1983. No commission, right? Brett Kavanaugh hearing broken into, no commission, right? You have to understand that this is very clearly being treated in a massively hypocritical way because the state has decided for the time being, right, that we can vilify right-wing populist movement because it's a threat to the state. And this idea that people are saying that like, oh, you know, I don't know how much election fraud would be required to make Biden the president. I'm not going to sit here and say that I know the election was stolen or any of that bullshit, right? But we know that there was rampant election fraud. And anybody that fucking denies that is completely and utterly full of shit. You're a goddamn liar. Like you just are. You're a goddamn liar. Right? Like we know that there were thousands of fucking issues, right? We know from Maricopa County alone in a state that was won by what, 11,000 votes, that we had over 80,000 problematic ballots, right? Now to say, well, obviously that this was enough to overturn the election is absurd, but to just say that this is all QAnon conspiracy theory shit while denying the left-wing conspiracy theories, right? While denying the types of shit that riles people up in Black Lives Matter protests, is complete and utter hypocrisy because you like violence when it's done for
Dude,
your
just
sake.
be honest. I don't know how you can be honest.
Wait, okay. So everyone wants to speak and respond to that. MPU's next on the list, but I want to make sure people get to respond to that because that was a lot. So if you want to respond to that, raise your hand and I'll just choose. Okay, Gappy has actually risen his hand before, so I'll give it to him first. Gappy.
Wait, me?
Well, MPU. I said that. Okay, MPU.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean,
okay.
People might have inferred that you told them to go ahead and start.
It's
fine.
I'm muted.
It's fine.
Holy shit.
So, Connor, you keep bringing up this thing like
no, wait. Okay. MPU.
Just let him go. Just let him go. Just let him go.
No. That's not how this works, Gappy. You don't dictate this show. MPU. I said, does anybody disagree with what he said? Do you disagree with what he said?
I'm responding to Connor.
What do you? I'm asking if you disagree.
No. You bounced the conversation from Connor to Fabian.
Okay.
Who took a different
Do
tack.
you disagree with Fabian? Yes, no.
Yeah, for a variety of reasons, yes.
Okay, well then you can respond. Okay.
Okay, well, before I respond to Fabian, let me respond to Connor. You keep saying that that Trump supporters brought bombs onto the Capitol grounds. The FBI has said that those were radicals that did that. They were not people who were attending the Trump fucking rally. Okay, so just please don't be disingenuous and lie to people out there, to the relatively few hundred people that are watching this fucking stream. Don't lie about that shit. There was bad shit that went on. There were people that were Trump supporters who did bad shit. I give you that. The vast majority of those people were there to express themselves in a peaceful way, and they were pissed about what they thought was problems with the election. Okay. To the extent that there was voter fraud, there's voter fraud in every election. So Fabian is right to some degree. However, there isn't enough to overturn the elections, but there were problems with the elections, the way that the laws and stuff were done, including Act 77 in Pennsylvania, which actually violates the state constitution. Okay, even though it was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, Act 77 is a violation of Pennsylvania's state constitutional law.
Okay,
so there are problems. There were problems with at least 20 states, the way that they conducted their elections vis-a-vis their own constitutions.
Okay, I want to ask you a question
because I want to be resolved, but this has got nothing really to do with Ashli Babbit except as a tangential effect.
Okay, can I ask you a question so I can see if you're morally consistent?
Wait. What part of that was directed at Fabian?
It wasn't.
The fraud, the systemic fraud.
Okay, Connor, you respond to that, then Gappy.
So just to see if you're morally consistent, you're saying that literally just Googled it 20 seconds ago. There's a fucking news story saying that one of the Capitol Hill people left like pipe bombs all over the fucking place. So you're saying your argument is that it's a minor fraction of the people who attended the Trump rally who were violent or had nefarious intent. Are you willing to extend that same thought process to the BLM riots during the summer of 2020? Yes or no? Was this 93% peaceful and 7% assholes? Are you willing to extend that level of charitability?
It's not charitability. I mean, the law is the law. Only the people that violate the law should be held accountable.
Okay.
Like Ashli Babbit, yeah.
And they should be held accountable in a proportionate way. So, yeah, I mean, what the fuck are you trying to say?
The problem is
Most people
black
are not.
bloc.
Yeah.
You don't if you've ever actually been to a protest on the ground, the problem is black bloc. The left has figured out that if everyone wears a black hoodie and puts their hoodie up and wears a mask, that the police can't figure out who violated the fucking law and who didn't. Right?
How is this entire conversation in a false equivalence between the riot at the Capitol and Black Lives Matter? Like, it just
You're
seems
right,
like
Black Lives Matter is
it's
worse.
like.
Yeah.
Oh
you're
my
fine.
god! You literally can't even have a conversation about one specific topic without playing party politics and false equivalence for your fucking side. It's so stupid.
Party politics. I'm a fucking ANCAP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cap here.
Damn, you're so cool.
I don't know. All of these.
Just ask.
Wait,
every single.
wait. I want to make sure Gappy gets a go. Gappy was next. Gappy?
Okay, everyone shilling for Ashli Babbit right now would not be giving BLM protesters the same charitability. I
would
doubt
not.
they would be saying the same thing.
Fuck you, I supported them when they attacked the
maybe
police
these
station.
maybe these people will just be walking into the small businesses. Maybe they're just walking into the police station. Guys, maybe they're just gonna go buy some milk at the Target. They're not trying to rob it. They're just gonna go buy some milk and get some groceries and just leave and pay fearfully. Like,
So we should shoot them and ask questions later?
This type of charitability would not be happening. No, I'm just saying you guys are being completely fucking inconsistent, right? Because we're saying,
I
well,
supported them
BLM
when they
protesters
attacked
are
the
fucking
police
burning
station.
down these buildings. They're doing the craziest shit. Apparently, like, the entirety of fucking DC, massive sections of DC have been burnt single-handedly, according to the fucking BLM protesters, apparently. But as soon as we're talking about Ashli Babbit, guys, well, she was unarmed. Guys, we don't know what her intent was. She wasn't doing anything other than just gaining entry. Maybe she just wanted to talk to the Congress people. We have no idea what she was going to do in the middle of this riot where they're breaking into the fucking Capitol. I'm sorry. My issue is just that all of these people who are shilling for Ashli Babbit would never be saying these types of fucking arguments if we were in 2020 talking about shit that happened in Minnesota.
You're taking.
I made these arguments in 2020 for BLM when they attacked the police station.
Shark.
Great.
I'm consistent.
Shark.
Oh, be quiet, cop.
Sure, I think it's a little ridiculous to sit here and say that like barely anybody in there went with weapons. There are many people with weapons. I honestly think with exactly how they use them, every single person who went in there with a flag, a lot of those people used it like a weapon. A lot of those people who went in there with shields used them like a weapon. You can just find videos of them bashing the windows in. You can find videos of them smacking cops upside the head with their flagpoles. Like, I'm sorry, but once you start using it like that, that's a weapon. And to say like the only person who had like an actual firearm in there was the QAnon shaman, it's ridiculous. That famous picture of the dude with his foot up on the desk in like Nancy Pelosi's office, he had a gun on him. He's facing 11 years right now in jail because he had a gun on him and he's been charged for weapons violations. And I think it's also ridiculous to sit here and say that these Capitol rioters are treated like any worse than any other group of people.
Oh dear God!
It's just kind of dumb because most of those people. Excuse me, I'm talking. I'm talking.
It's been solitary
70%.
for 6
I'm sorry.
months.
Listen,
He's not
it's really
charged with
crazy
crime.
because I can't hear you because I'm talking right now. Actually, 70% of the people who've been charged in the Capitol riot aren't even in jail right now. So to sit here and say like they're treated so incredibly bad, I don't know what you're saying. Most of these people are walking out. Are there some people that you could probably say maybe some like externality, maybe they're treated like differently? We're gonna have to look into that specific case. But most of these people are treated fine for exactly what they're doing. Ashli, I'm sorry, like. You can't be a part of a group that breaks open some person's window and then you like moonwalk in and sit here and be like, listen, I didn't do anything wrong when they think that you're one of the intruders. Like you were, like you can like, oh, it was a hole in the door. How'd that hole get there? They broke it open and you jumped in and you saw cops with the guns pointed at you. What are you doing? That person's crazy. You're crazy if you think that you're going to jump through that door and nothing bad's going to happen to you. It's ridiculous.
We all know BLM would be up in arms if the
like,
shoe was on the other
did it to
foot.
herself. Sorry.
Wait. I said wait. Okay. Brant was next on the list. I want to throw it over to Brant.
Yeah, so we all know hypocrisy runs rampant. Both sides in here have admitted that it happens, and then immediately we hear multiple different people in here go right to their shtick on protecting their side or trying to throw some type of vague political shade. But what I would say is, with that type of thinking, Shark, you are opening up the ability for the cops to act even more liberally whenever they want to take someone's life, if they just can pull the whole, oh, well, there was a hole in a door and somebody came in. What about Portland and Antifa? Why were none of those people shot breaking into hundreds, maybe even thousands of businesses?
They were black bagged.
What about Seattle whenever they declared an autonomous zone, creating a basically an anonymous non-compliant territory within the United States? Where were people at then? Like, where were the cops then making those particular type of strides to make sure they protected their community?
Think about the differences in these situations, though. Like, one of these stems from, like, literal systemic oppression that people have faced for, like, generations, and the other one is, like, stemming from a conspiracy. Like, a literal conspiracy. How do you ignore that?
We're talking about motivations based off of political
propagated
ideology.
systemic.
It's okay when you're
narrative
you're basically apologizing for them, so long as they agree with your political philosophy.
Oh God!
So long as they have
I'm
your
not even apologizing. You're just ignoring nuance of either situation to try and compare them for politics. You're ignoring the nuance of, like, the specifics.
You can accuse me of ignoring nuance, but Kevin Logan, why were they black bagged? Why were they black bagged, Kevin Logan? Why was it?
I don't know. Why doesn't the
Was it because the local police refused to arrest anybody, and the district attorney and the attorney general refused to charge anybody for any fucking crimes, and so they had to be federalized, and they had to be federalized so that the fucking state police could actually do anything against BLM, because the state is so fucking
anti-authoritarian.
I'm not fucking authoritarian. I think it was fucked up, and I'd have been absolutely happy.
But you are
defending
those
fucking cots.
You are
talking about this little thing that Pixel Mixel says I lack, which is nuance, right?
Can I just
adding a little nuance to the situation?
I just don't.
Wait. Okay, there's multiple people talking at once. Kevin, you were next on the list, so I want to make sure Kevin gets to talk.
Yeah.
Then Connor raised his hand.
Can I
go to Gappy? But then I'm going to throw it back to Brant, because people were talking to Brant, so I want to make sure he has time to respond. And I'm going to write down MPU as well. Okay, go.
Just to go back briefly to the idea of voter fraud and stuff, can I ask Fabian, Liberty, and the More Perfect Union? Can you just stop being cowards about it? Like, you want to be I'm not saying the election was stolen and then go on to say why you think it was stolen. Just cope with a bit of dignity and just say, I think it was stolen.
I'm not a fucking coward. I supported BLM attacking police stations, and I support Ashli Babbit as a fucking martyr for going up against the state. Don't call me a fucking coward. You're a feckless fucking coward, all right? You're just trying to gain fucking points by saying that because my position has Pixel Mixel nuance, that I'm somehow a fucking coward, all right? I simply state the facts as I see them, because I don't engage in conspiracy theories like the left or the far right fucking crowd.
Apart from
you say you don't engage in conspiracy theory, yet you know everything about the voter fraud with the thousands of ballots that have occurred, the massive sections of DC burning. I'm sorry, I didn't
look at the fucking evidence instead of burying my fucking head in the sand.
And a fucking lawyer knows way more about how
Gappy, he knows more than the U.S. Supreme Court. He knows more than the U.S. Supreme Court, bro.
Why are you here, dude? Why are you here? Don't be here.
He's trying to inform you, Gappy.
Okay.
Apparently,
no, seriously, he's a fucking genius.
Ancaps are such memes. It's
points,
fun,
man.
Now Ancaps are memes, and I'm a coward. Kevin Logan, do you have anything useful to say?
Okay, wait, okay.
I just did. I just fucking did, son.
Okay. Well, then, wonderful. You said your thing. Brant, I already have your name written down. You don't need to raise your hand again. I already told you. We're going to throw it over to Counterpoints. Counterpoints is next. Connor, Gappy, Brant, and MPU. Connor?
Yeah, so... All right, so I know nobody likes, like, discussions about discussions, like meta conversations and all that kind of stuff. But there's this argumentation form called whataboutism, okay? Yeah. And we are specifically talking about Ashli Babbit, whether or not she violated laws that made sense for her to get shot, what her historical legacy is, and whether or not it's appropriate for Trump to be tweeting about her. Now, I'm perfectly fine with, like, bearing down on the nuance of that very specific situation. But what is happening, and I'm pointing this out for the audience, and I'm pointing this out for everybody in this conversation, if you want to appeal to, like, we can appeal to hypocrisy all fucking day long, because we have, like, you know, there's 9 assholes in here. There's 11 opinions about, like, one subject in this room right now. Okay. So we can either talk about the subject and the data that informs that one subject, or when we bring up a point that seems like logically inconsistent or something like that, you can say, well, what about BLM a year previous in situations that are not totally analogous? Why didn't the cops just execute everybody back then? And then we can have a conversation about that too, if you want. But if you want to talk about Ashli Babbit, you know, that'd be cool. So I'll leave it there.
I mean, we could do all those things though, and
No,
I
we
think
can't.
it's
We don't
really.
have enough time.
I mean, but we do it anyway, right? And it's actually disingenuous to ignore the meta conversation because, like, everybody has their own thing that they want to talk about, right? But if you ignore the underlying drives of why people want to, like, stickler onto one little issue, then you're ignoring a huge part of the conversation.
Sure.
Like,
Pixel,
I mean,
do you
I
know-
can't,
Go, sorry,
I
go
can't
ahead.
sit here and talk about the legalities of somebody, like, whether or not they had the right amount of force to, like, to have the right amount of opposing force. But I can talk about the fact that what happened on January 6th was weaponized patriotism, which is what Trump has been doing for a very long time. And then it just seems like that's situational. That's specific to the situation. That seems like a better conversation to be having rather than comparing it to Black Lives Matter for whatever reason.
Well, right. And
Now-
Dylan, can
Wait, I just want to say,
respond?
well, you can respond for like 10 seconds, but I don't want to have this conversation about the conversation right now. And this topic obviously is interesting. I'm going to probably extend it more than usual, but I will say that if topics go for too long, then I have to cut other topics. And tonight's topic that I would cut would be the gun control one. I just want everybody to know that right now. So you would have to make the decision. Do we extend this topic because it's going really well to cut the gun control one? Or do we cut it here when it comes to it? And you need to choose your words wisely. Just throwing it out there right now. Connor, you got like 10 seconds, but I got to get back to the list.
Yeah, I don't care. See, Pixel, my main problem is that, like, it seems like the right wing is trying to use the malfeasance of the left wing over the past 2 years as an excuse to justify the riot. And then it seems like the left wing is sympathetic to law enforcement for the first time in their fucking lives. And what I would like is some level of, like, intellectual and philosophical consistency, because the truth is that we are a nation governed by laws and, like, use of force and all that kind of stuff. So these situations can be explained, but instead we can just call each other dickholes for 3 hours. That's totally fine. I enjoy that too. I was just hoping to maybe move past that a little bit. So it's okay.
I
It doesn't
agree with
matter.
you.
I want to
agree
say
with
I'll
you.
cede my time until the outro because I would prefer to do all the topics.
Okay, Gappy, you're next.
I'm fine.
To take a step back and try and direct it back about Ashli Babbit, let's go over some of the original points that I think was brought up here. Ashley was unarmed. She wasn't doing
you're
anything
third.
other
It's
than
Gappy, Brant, then you. Gappy, continue.
Oh, Ashley was unarmed. She wasn't doing anything other than gaining entry. Nobody knows what her intent was, and yet somehow she got shot. I'm sorry if somebody breaks into my fucking house. I don't think it's reasonable for me to believe, maybe he's just gonna bring me a pie or something like that. Maybe he's just here to say hi or some shit like that. And it gets even more worse or exacerbated when we're talking about the Capitol, one of the biggest parts of the fucking government, where we have people who are very, very sensitive and critical to the functioning of this entire fucking country there, who are completely at risk when these people are coming in there. It just seems absolutely absurd that when we're talking about Ashli Babbit, the best arguments we have is, she was just unarmed, guys. We don't know. She probably didn't have a weapon. Nobody had a weapon. Guys, she was just walking in. We have no idea what she was going to do. How could we possibly expect that type of stuff? Come on. This is just absolutely unreasonable.
Brant.
So I want to make sure that I get some quick rebuttals to everybody here because we've kind of pivoted a lot around here. First off, I'll start with Gappy V talking about. I do agree with you there. She did gain unlawful entry. She was unarmed. She had her flag tied around her like Superman. She was the first to go through the window. There is an argument for maybe that the guy did fear for his life in some way, and by the letter of the law, she may have been defended, or he may have justifiably defended himself. So I will go with that. Counterpoints. You saying that the right uses the malfeasance of the left for the last 2 years, 450, 500 days of protesting, they to go do what they do, yet you skip over the fact that the left uses the malfeasance of the media propagating systemic racism, all of these things. So they use that as their excuse to then go rampantly over 450, 500 days now, smashing windows. You could argue with me all day whether or not I think you should really be reprimanded for blocking the streets. If anything, you should be given a ticket. But as far as violent protesters, they've been allowed to run rain in their cities. And this happened on the right. We had provocateurs. I don't think anybody in here I've seen on the right has for one moment apologized for illegal actions that happened on that day. So, I mean, and Kevin, you asking about proof of voter fraud. If you can prove, and even on the smallest, let's say 50 or 60 votes were done a particular way, or somehow manipulated, counterfeited, would you not, just like any other company, Charles Schwab doesn't even put out the same website every week. If you can find a new way to update your terms of service within your state voting guidelines, would you not take those measures? And would you not want to have hearings that are set up that demonstrate those things to your local representatives? Would you not want those things? The same people, before you answer my rebuttal, or I guess rebut to my rebuttal, remember, the left was all over the headlines, questioning voting, questioning the integrity of all of this stuff way before the right was doing it. So wouldn't you want to get together and make sure you can fix this? Maybe you don't turn the election. Maybe this is a more of a non-conflict way to resolve this without having to go and storm the Capitol. But yeah, I mean, those are all my rebuttals.
Look, they had audits in various of these states, and they found virtually nothing. It's embarrassing. And the fact is, even in an election that Trump won in 2016, he still had to claim 4.5 million illegals were voting with no evidence. So the idea that this is a good faith claim of like the election being stolen is nonsense. I'm not going to take it seriously because it's not being made seriously.
The left protested on Inauguration Day for Trump. They caused fires.
You can protest.
They caused happening.
Protest
Hillary
is
Clinton
fine.
conceded the next fucking day. Nobody was saying Trump won due to election fraud in 2016. That's just
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Trump
The
is
left
still
talked
doing
about it
it.
all the time.
We've had
Russia.
We've had
never heard
Trump
about.
is still
They said
voting.
Russia was influencing the election
Shut up.
through different media
Shut up.
proponents, not by conducting voter
Shut
fraud.
up.
Shut up.
Congressman actually filed writs against Donald Trump when it came time to certify his electoral vote in 2017. Yeah, they sure did.
Did they break into the building?
No, in all their local
no,
cities
no.
they did.
The
They
same
did,
shit
they did
that
a local. No, they did the perfectly
The
legal
same
thing of filing
shit-
some paperwork.
The same shit the left said. Will you shut up? Let me
Will
make
you
a
shut up?
point. You run on like a goddamn broken grammar sentence, okay?
Oh, sorry. No,
Stop.
sorry. Go on. Tell me your Newsmax fucking point. Go on, mate.
Newsmax point, fuckface. It's the fucking truth.
It's
Okay.
the truth. Yes.
Sounds like something that news
Congress,
would say.
the left in Congress wanted to call senators and congressmen traitors because they objected to the electoral college results in 2021.
Did they smash the way into the chamber?
The Democrats were the ones who were actually contesting the election results in 2017.
Did they smash the way into the building at any point?
No, but they birthed this whole like.
Point is
Okay. Well, so it's not really relevant, then, is it?
Wait. Let's let them
and
be
the other
finish.
the other part is that nobody is saying that people didn't break the law. That Ashli Babbit didn't break the law. She was trespassing on federal grounds. It didn't justify her being shot to death. I don't care what Connor tries to say. And for Pixel, okay, for Pixel's down at the bottom here, the shit that was going on in Portland wasn't BLM. It was fucking Antifa. It was riotous, and those guys were fucking picked up to the extent that any of them were picked up by the feds. All of those charges were dropped. You got people that were in January 6th who spent 6 fucking months in solitary confinement without charges. And yes, if you don't think that is a disparate fucking treatment based on political affiliation or what the perception is, you're delusional.
Interesting. This week I did cover some news out of Florida, I think it is, where your supposed Antifa as well as being kept in solitary confinement for 7 months in Florida. So like if you want to go with like equivalents, you can see examples on both sides right there. Just I covered the news this week in Florida. Look it up.
Okay, so you're
As
not
an
you're
ANCAP,
not
fuck
the
the governor
problem.
of Florida, and
You're not
fuck the
having a
Democrats.
problem with
Yeah.
it. You're just saying, okay, so there's other examples, right? The question was whether or not there was equal treatment for people that participated in the January 6th incident, okay, and how that compares to what other people on the other side of the political spectrum were doing all fucking last year.
Year and a half.
We're gonna have Pixel.
Did we not literally
wait.
Connor not just literally address this whataboutism shit like
Yeah,
maybe like
it's
10
like,
minutes ago?
I mean, it's-
I know,
out.
but, you guys
Okay.
kept going with it, so I had to get my fucking take
just
in.
responded.
Okay, so we're going to wait for a
Outros?
second here. No, because I was just want to make sure that everybody knows when I speak, nobody else speaks, and I was speaking and people spoke, and so I will just assume that Gappy accidentally had a very, very random, like, physical ailment of some sort that made him say a complete sentence while I was talking, and the same happened to multiple other people, and that will be the one excuse I put forward. I want to make sure Pixel can finish what they were saying, then we move over to Connor, and then maybe we'll start looking at closing statements depending on what is said. Gappy, I will write your name down since you were trying to say something as well.
I was just responding to what was said towards me. Like, I obviously am an Australian in this situation. I can only look at the situation from the outside. I'm not trying to meta conversation. I am trying to see the bigger picture. I am not saying that anything that was really bad during BLM, because, you know, those things did happen, right? Like, there were a couple of very bad instances, but also there were people like traveling from state to state with guns in order to be patriotic or whatever. So I can talk about the sociological and psychological things that are happening within your democracy, which I agree with. There is a fuck ton of flaws with. This is why you've got all of this, like, wild personality team v team politics. But, like, I just wanted to respond with the, like, there are Antifa and also, like, people who were at the Capitol being held in solitary confinement. There are people all over the place. So, and none of it's right, but yeah. Okay.
Counterpoints?
Yeah. So
Counterpoints, then Gappy. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. If anybody breaks the rules, chat will tell me. Be right back.
Okay. So I have several points to address. I would like to address all of them before yielding the floor. So, number one, justifiable threat to himself when we're talking about the Capitol Police officer. That is not the only time that a law enforcement officer can act with deadly force. He can also use deadly force if it's threat to another human being of imminent death or great bodily harm. I'll refer you to Micaiah Bryant, the shooting where a teenage girl was trying to stab another teenage girl. The cop was nowhere near to getting stabbed, and yet he shot the girl with the knife multiple times, and it was ruled a justifiable homicide because he was acting in self-defense of the third party. So no, it's not just him. If he thinks that the congresspeople are liable to get hurt or killed by the crowd, then absolutely he can use deadly force. So one of the things that kind of happened in this conversation was the right wing broke into the Capitol and the left had 500 days of rioting that they were justifying. Well, you know, guess what? I think that both of y'all are fucking, you know, the left.
Also, can we just say...
Almost done, Kevin. I appreciate you.
Okay.
You're like, I would say you're both pieces of shit, and I can prove it mathematically. Just because one side is fucking terrible one way and the other side is fucking terrible the other way doesn't mean, just because the other side's a bunch of sacks of shit doesn't mean you can't be a fucking asshole at the same time. So that's weird.
No,
and then
it's not 500 days of rioting either. Like, the entirety of America would have burnt down if it was 500 days of fucking rioting. It's absurd.
Last point, Kevin, I promise. So when we use terms like the left, we're talking about like 8 different factions. We're talking about like liberals, progressives, social democrats, socialists, authoritarian communists, and anarcho-communists. When we say the right, we're talking about 8 different factions. We're talking about libertarians, fiscal conservatives, social conservatives, anarcho-capitalists, and fascists. All of these people have different, like,
fascists
political...
or left wing.
Okay. Oh, damn.
Oh, memes. The memes. The ANCAP memes.
It's not even memes. It's probably a real point. So what the reason why I'm pointing to like the meta conversation or whatever is because we're not even talking to each other in the room about what each other thinks. Somebody is like presenting a perspective, and then the other person is saying like, well, fuck you, the left. Well, fuck you, the right. That's fine. That's fun. We can fucking do that shit. But at the same time, like we really haven't said shit except for Ashli Babbit should not have been shot. Ashli Babbit should have been shot. The left sucks. No, the right sucks. That's pretty much what we've done so far.
Yep.
Yeah, but most importantly, she was shot.
Okay.
Yeah, most importantly, the left sucks. I like that, Connor.
Next is going to be Gappy.
So, trying to pull it back to the idea of Ashli Babbit, it's just kind of annoying that we haven't really heard any substantive arguments as to why Ashli Babbit shouldn't have been shot in that situation. Beyond maybe, I guess the only other thing we haven't addressed is, oh, well, there was voter fraud. There was actually thousands of ballots gone. But beyond that, we're literally pulling out shit that if we were to do it in any other situation, regardless of whether it's political or not, just seems absolutely stupid. Going to the Michaela Bryant case, right? Lots of people were saying crazy shit about that, but I don't think we would be saying shit like, oh, Michaela Bryant, we don't know her intent. We don't know if she was actually going to stab her or if she just pulled a knife or whatever. That's just absolutely stupid, right? To pull those arguments out now suddenly for Ashli Babbit. I'd love to hear one actual good argument as to why she shouldn't have been shot, because it seems like so far all we've heard is, yeah, she was trespassing, but we have no idea what she was going to do when she was entering the Capitol building during a riot.
But she had nothing in her hand. She had nothing in her hand. She had her flag. We talk about these flag poles. She had her flag tied around her neck like a cape.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that people. I'm sorry that people can't be violent if they're on.
Why didn't the flag?
Why didn't more people get shot than Gappy?
AK-47.
Why didn't the Q shaman get shot, Gappy? Why didn't the people standing around the Q shaman get shot? Because they were a part of the op. They were a part of the op.
They didn't make it past the last line of defense before they made it to the Congress people. That's why they didn't get shot.
If the flag was wrapped around her neck, right, and the flag is so fucking magical, why didn't it protect her from the bullet? Is what I want to know.
Don't be an idiot.
Okay. All right. Are we memeing now? Are we clown pilling for the rest of this subject?
I have a question.
I mean,
for
let's
Gappy.
just clown at this point.
For Gappy.
Okay.
I have a question for Gappy. Are you saying that Michaela Bryant didn't have a knife?
No, she did have a knife, but I'm saying if somebody were to argue, oh, we have no idea what she was going to do with the knife, they should have been worried about it before she pulled out the knife.
Well, what anybody would argue that she wasn't trying to kill that girl would be lying. Wouldn't you agree with that?
One second. Okay, wait.
Okay, nobody's because it's
y'all.
Okay, muted. Okay, so when I'm talking, you don't talk. Does everybody understand the English language in here? Do I need to start speaking Cantonese, Mandarin? Okay, wonderful. I'll have to get John Cena in here to translate. We're going to have Gappy. If we ask people questions, I want to make sure we allow them to finish your sentence. So, Gappy, finish. He asked you a question about that case. Finish what you're saying. Then MP will respond. Then we're going to wrap up.
I'm not sure what gotcha this is trying to or what whole dialogue tree this is trying to push me down here. But I mean, yeah, anyone who said Michaela was unarmed or that we have no idea what she was going to do with a knife, they shouldn't have been worried before she had the knife, was absolutely stupid, right? Because just because somebody doesn't have a gun or just because they don't have a knife or something at some arm at the moment doesn't mean that, oh, suddenly we can't touch them at all.
Yeah, but technically you have to be moving towards somebody.
Yeah, you can't you can't lead with capital
going through a door. There'd have to be some other activity that would represent a threat, right?
Oh,
you mean like going through the door towards them?
Like literally rioting into the place of Congress people when they all decided there was
the point.
Like the whole reason the door was broken.
Wait. Okay,
so everybody else people on
interrupt. I just stopped.
She has to have an opportunity to have demonstrated some threat beyond stepping through the door. The fact that you guys are using the construct of that there was this riot that was going on the Capitol, you have to apply the law to individuals.
No,
it's context.
No,
it's
yes,
context.
No.
If I don't remove it completely,
it's complex, and you guys can justify
complex,
it
it's
because it does what you want.
It's context. You can't remove it from the context of the situation.
But with the logic, perfect union
threat. She was not a threat to anybody in that room.
I'm sorry. There's a huge difference between somebody just randomly opening the door to a fucking bathroom versus opening the door into the fucking U.S. Capitol.
Wait. Okay.
Zero threat.
There's multiple people talking at once. Gappy, you were saying something. Then I want Brant to be able to respond to that since Brant's interested. And Fabian Liberty is about to anarcho-Capistan himself off of a building if we don't go to the next topic. So we're going to have Gappy, then Brant.
I'm sorry, there's a huge difference when there's like somebody just randomly opening any sort of door, the door to my bathroom behind me, versus someone opening the door and going through the window into the U.S. Capitol after we already know that there's a riot going on over voter fraud, that people have already stormed the building from the outside after they've already gotten through the first couple lines of defense with police there, and they're trying to get all the way in to the fucking end. I'm sorry, there's a huge fucking difference there, and I'm sorry that it takes. I'm sorry that it takes a lot of effort to understand the context there, but that context 100% matters, and it not only ought to be considered in all of these cases, but police officers should openly be willing to consider those types of contexts. I don't know how we're suddenly dismissing it because, oh, she just opened the door. It's so much more than just opening a door or going through a window. The guy who robbed my house, he just opened the door and he wanted to borrow he was looking through my fucking fridge. I don't know if he's going to take anything yet. Why would they do anything there? He just broke the window. He just opened in. Come on.
We would also never apply this in any other context. If somebody was burglarizing your fucking house, you would not be on this panel saying, oh, hey, I have to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's unarmed. Fuck no. There's castle doctrine in curtilage inside the United States of America. The fucking state building, the Capitol building, has more protections, not less protections, than your fucking house. So how is it if somebody were to break in through your glass window and you were to put buckshot in their fucking chest, even if they were unarmed, you would absolutely fucking
That is individual, though. That's not a group.
It's not even... What? If there was a group of people who were breaking into your fucking house, you could mag dump into the entire fucking group.
Of course,
yes. What are you talking about?
That it was hypocritically enforced within the Capitol to create a martyr. One person was shot, and then Q Shaman and his gang took a group photo in the place in which Ashli Babbit was trying to get to. It was set up as an op.
Yeah, you don't like what you're setting up logically.
Should they have just mowed them down with machine guns then?
No, that's the precedent. That's the precedent that Counterpoints is setting up, though, is that if you are a part of a group of people and you present no clear danger, and you are there,
we are not agreeing on that variable. We are not agreeing on that variable at all. As a matter of fact, very specifically what I'm saying is that law enforcement officers in the Capitol were using context within their set of objective, like what they thought was reasonable at the time, in order to determine what level of force they were going to use.
They mousetrapped her, I know.
Mousetrapped her. If I charge into your house right now, as a hypothetical Twitch terms of service, if I charge into your house right now, and then I break through your front door, and then I make it through your living room, and then I make it through your bedroom door, do you think that's a little bit fucking different? And as I make it through your house, the context changes even more dire than the original.
You don't think you would be culpable if you left your keys running in your car and someone went and then took your car? You don't think you would be culpable in that?
I'm not tracking your analogy at all. What are you saying?
Okay, so let's say that the state had a hand in the lack of security, which then set up a situation in which a person got themselves in a situation where, by the law, they could take her life. You don't think that, to some degree, we would not want to go all the way the chain of command?
No, Kevin. I have a question.
We're just doing conspiracy shit.
So even let me grant you the fucking conspiracy theory that administrators somehow held back security forces specifically to incite this event so they could fuck over Donald Trump. Let me just go ahead and see that. Does that mean an individual cop should watch hundreds of protesters burst through the last line of defense when rioters are trying to gain access to the representatives of the country, people who they are sworn to protect?
But they let them in. The people made it. One person died and everyone else went in there and then they went home.
Do you think the cop in the office was privy to all of the security breaches on the exterior?
You don't think he has a radio, or you don't think he has a radio or ability to? You think this guy's just winging it like Die Hard in the building?
I don't think any of you. By the way, I apply this to everybody in this I apply this to everybody on this fucking panel.
Bring it down a couple points.
Shut the fuck up, because you're part of this.
Got him. You really got him.
Yeah, you're part of this, by the way. I don't think any of you have been a fucking swinging dick away from a dangerous situation. I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't even know what adrenaline is. So no, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
So people throwing Molotovs and other things into their local courthouses, not being fired on, breaking into those buildings, and some of them did get arrested. I'm not saying that they just got to do that and they got to go back home and go back to mom's basement, get the dino nuggies, and start back over tomorrow. But I'm just saying, equal exercise of the law here, inconsistency exactly happened in the anecdote that we're talking, going back to specifically Ashley Babbit and the chain of command and the, I guess we could just say, abysmal failure of the Capitol Police and the lack of reinforcements, all of those things together. If it was any other situation where it's a chain of command issue, it would go back on the state. It would go back. It would go back.
So let me give you a prime example, because what you're saying is pissing me off, basically. So let's say,
I'm good at that.
Yeah,
I'm really good at that.
Well, it's because it's what you're saying is stupid. So I don't know why you're
That's
confident about this.
Know where to send the
Calm
thunder.
down, Oathbreaker.
Okay. Yeah. Did you ever take an oath to even bake in the first place? Shut the fuck up. So, anyways,
I'm a fucking vet, asshole.
Okay, me too, dickbag. Shut the fuck up. So
And you're still an Oathbreaker. Calm down.
Hey, can y'all hug it out?
No, fuck him. All right. Anyway, so moving on. So let's say that my administration, right? Because this is an example of something that happened. Let's say that I'm rolling into a dangerous situation where there's fucking robbers who have pistols and shit, and I call for backup, and because I have a lazy administration, they don't send backup. And then as a result, I am now confronted with like 2 armed robbers, and I have my pistol. Do I, as the individual law enforcement officer who is fucked over in the individual situation, do I stop doing my job because my administration fucked me over? Yes or no?
How was he
No.
fucked up?
No,
No.
look, I'm telling
So
you, I'm
the
telling you,
cop
they,
in the
hey, they
Ashley
got her
Babbit
in
situation
black and white
acted
lettering, they got her,
justifiable.
dude. Yeah,
Stop.
I finished my
Okay.
pizza. Can we let the
Okay. So, Connor, you asked a question. Now, usually, okay, Connor, what is your favorite color?
Blue?
Nope. If I stop you before you can answer the question fully, that would be rude of me. So when you ask somebody a question, allow them please to answer the question fully. So, Brant, please answer the question fully. Gappy, I've written your name down.
repeat what it was, because that just kind of like completely derailed my track of thought. Sorry. Let's get back to ground one here.
So if an administration fucks over a law enforcement officer by providing insufficient support, does that mean that the law enforcement officer should no longer do their job as they see within the realms of their duties?
No, but there could be a situation in which you're forced to have to act in a justifiable way, let's say like taking somebody's life, and you probably wouldn't have had to do that with a show of force. If you're telling me that you would have known about this burglary for weeks before then, you could have had armed guards around it, you could have had the National Guard, you could have had helicopters, the whole thing, the drones, the facial recognition, your buddies in China helping out, you could have outsourced a little bit of surveillance labor there. But what I'm trying to get is building the anecdote that we're talking about right now, because I'm not just talking about a woman breaking through a door and getting shot. There's more context to that. She would have never even made it to that area. None of the crowd would have made it to that area had there been adequate defense of this thing we cherish, we call the People's House.
Okay.
So yes.
Is
I'm
this
not
is this
saying that-
topic is this topic about like shitting on cops? Because as an ANCAP, I'd love to do that, but I don't know what this has to do with Ashley
we
Babbit.
can do that
Oh,
next
cool, dude.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna have counterpoints respond, then Gappy, then Shark, and as long as nothing else develops, we should be moving on.
Okay.
Connor?
So basically, this might be potential for us to agree. So, in this kind of situation with the lack of support, who would you want to hold accountable? The law enforcement officers who were acting within their duties as they saw fit, or the administration that failed to provide the resources necessary to deal with the threat?
Who's donating to my campaign? Just kidding.
Non-meme
I'm just
answer,
kidding,
please.
girl. Yeah. My bad. I mean, obviously, most of the time, I'm a big supporter of non-aggression principles. So I would, like I said, by the letter of the law, I think the guy acted within what his duties were. But would it have gotten to the point in which it did? That's the argument I'm having right now. Is would we even be having this argument, period, had Nancy Pelosi not denied additional reinforcements and infrastructure that she could have come more than they already knew it'd be like if this burglary was, like I said, announced 2 weeks ahead of time and you were just like, nah, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna leave my windows unboarded up and I'm gonna, I'll lock the bottom lock. And then people break in and it's like, well, I could have avoided this. And then somebody loses their life and you could have had a show of force there, just a freaking army of bodies stopping people from coming in and doing that. There's a bigger argument here rather than just like how we feel about Ashli Babbit. This is what we're uncovering right now, is that there were things that our state could have done to prevent this completely, and that is not on Trump. It's as though the other side knew this guy was gaslighting a crowd of people to come to the Capitol. They knew that they could set up a situation. They already had your Q shot. They already knew what was going on in the Q shaman, the Proud Boys, all that stuff. The demonstrations from Proud Boys the nights before, the leader of the Proud Boys being banned the night before. There were so many things that were set up meticulously that are just red flags. Really, really big red flags that make me think, like, because y'all keep asking, like, what's up with this conspiracy thing? It's like, it's just the optics of just not trusting everything that you're told and doing research. It's okay to be proven wrong. Even in my instance, it's okay at times to be proven wrong, but it's always great to have critical thinking and be able to go in and dive and think past, oh, this person wasn't my side's mascot, or the other side did this, so I'm going to what about it? I'm just saying, by the letter of the law, the police, they were within their means. But,
I knew when you set up with the whole thing about I'm a person of logic, I knew you were going to come out with some crazy conspiracy bullshit. I fucking knew it, bro.
Oh, you like my misdirection, man? Come on.
Yeah.
Gappy?
Jesus.
Okay, just to be clear, Nancy Pelosi is not in charge of the Capitol Police, and it's good that she isn't, because she's like not trained in that type of thing. Pretty sure it's part of the Capitol Police Board, which is more than just Nancy Pelosi. And even though we're talking about, oh, they should have had additional reinforcements, they should have had more support for these people, which is
but
true.
She could have personally requested. She's the Speaker of the House.
Considering how severe the situation was. Sorry, I couldn't hear you over me talking. Stole that one from Shark. Even though we should have had additional reinforcements, even though they could have handled the entire situation better and had more staff and more resources available to them, it doesn't change the fact that Ashli Babbit clearly overextended, that the police officer was clearly in the right, and more importantly, that this riot, and unfortunately Ashli Babbitt's death, and apparently according to Fabian, the tons of other martyrs that are probably going to come up in the future, all of those deaths, both now, in the past, and in the future, wouldn't have happened if it weren't for that Trump rally saying we're going to go to the Capitol, the vitriol and the demonization of Congress and everyone who was fine with the election results, and this constant conspiracy theory of voter fraud, which is still going on today, and unfortunately is likely going to be going on into the fucking midterms because of all this crazy shit. I'm sorry, but even though you're right in the sense that we probably should have had additional reinforcements there, and we could have done more to support the officers in that situation, that doesn't change the fact that what Ashli Babbit did was absolutely detestable. And that all of the fucking rhetoric that has occurred that caused Ashli Babbit to do that is far more detestable and far more despicable than anything that happened on January 6th. Because that was the causing factor.
Was that a closing statement?
I'll throw it over to Shark, and then we should be done unless anybody responds. Shark?
Sure. There are a couple of things that I wanted to respond to. Connor, you brought up like earlier that this is like one of the only times the left sides with the police. Gabby's right. Like with the Michaela Bryant thing, where she was like swinging the knife at that lady. There were some people who were like, "Oh, this is just like another George Floyd situation," but most people were like, "Yeah, this is probably a justified use of deadly force." A lot of people understood that. I would just like to say, listen, not everybody's just like crazy, blind, I hate cops, period. You know, I mean, some people really don't like cops, but it'd be that way. We kept bringing up that like these people were held in solitary confinement and without like being charged or anything. I don't know where you find that. I don't know where it is. Everybody that I hear that's been held in solitary confinement was deemed to be either a flight risk or like a violent, and all of those people were charged, and typically with assault, and some even assaulting police officers. I don't know where you get this from. There was a guy who was kept for 6 months. He's been charged with assault. So I don't know where I don't know where this is happening. This feels like a lie to me. Honestly, none of those people were just like let into the Capitol. Those people were extreme. A lot of those cops didn't have the resources to hold a lot of those lines when hundreds of Trump supporters come like throwing shit at them, hitting them with flags, and then pushing over those lines. And so what did they do? They backed up. What else could you do? At the end of the day, it's ridiculous to say Nancy Pelosi had any way, shape, or form could like do anything with these Capitol Police. She's not in charge of the Capitol Police. She doesn't appoint anybody on the Capitol Police Board. She's barely in contact with anybody in the Capitol Police. That works with several different agencies, one of which is the executive branch. So if anybody is to blame here, I'm like Nancy Pelosi could be like, hey, Trump, you should like have more cops. You think he would listen? He'd probably be like, fuck you, because he did it to Mike Pence, who wanted to have more cops there. But he said, no, he's the president. Have him put more cops there. He can do it. He can run like DC basically like a governor, but he decided not to. If you're saying that like, oh, there's a lack of people there that led to a lot of this happening, then sorry, your guy did it. Trump did it. I'm sorry. Like, that's just like what happens. This seems just like a massive cope attempt to make like Ashli Babbit seem like this massive martyr, when at the end of the day, she was charging into a chamber full of Congress people after going through barrier after barrier and hopping through broken window after a kick down door. Like, you can like watch videos of Congress people watching the doors be kicked down by people like that. Like, sorry, if she got shot, it seems like her fault.
Okay, now we're going to do closing statements. Okay, we're going to do closing statements. Now, I'm going to do something to try to make Fabian Liberty happy. And that's going to be, I'm going to time everybody's responses to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Please do not exceed those for closing statements. You've all had plenty of time to talk. So we're going to have it start with... We're going to start it with Fabian.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. The first thing I want to say is, since on the actual topic, Ashli Babbit is a martyr. She's a martyr for a movement, whether you like it or not. I understand that some people don't like it and they do like it. But also, when talking about what a martyr is, we have to recognize that she should have expected that her life was in danger, that she was risking her life, and that she should expect to have died in that situation. You stormed the fucking Capitol, okay? And the right wing that is coming out here being like, how dare the police kill her, and all these other situations. You're fighting the fucking authoritarian state. The blood, I mean, the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants, right? Like, if you're gonna fucking storm the Capitol, then you're gonna expect that you might get fucking shot. And that's just par for the fucking course. I also want to talk about a couple other things super quick. This idea of using castle doctrine as an excuse of talking about the legality of police and people, they're two separate situations. They're non sequiturs. They don't logically flow to use one in lieu of the other because they're two totally separate situations. But the Capitol building is obviously different. I also want to talk about this idea of them saying evidence of voter fraud and how ridiculous it is. The Democrats literally sued to stop audits. Almost none of the audits that occur, like the state was protecting itself from audits. So obviously right wingers that felt it necessary that they needed to escalate because the state took away their avenues of being able to legitimately find out about what they perceived. Whether or not that was true doesn't matter. When they're suing, right, to stop the process of auditing these elections and going through, then that is a problem. So can I just say one quick, super quick? Stop equating laws with morality. They're not the same thing.
Okay. Next is going to be Pixel.
I just want to finish on that, on Trump's response to Ashli Babbit, wishing her a happy birthday. Right now, it is irresponsible as fuck. The way Trump has led America, or did lead America over however long he did, was the antithesis of democracy. It was weaponizing patriotism. It only deepened a divide in a country that was already purely divided. And what he has done, wishing Ashli Babbit a happy birthday like he did, was to even create even more discord between everyone in your country. You've got huge democratic problems. Like, there are so many problems with your electoral politics. There are so many problems with lobbying. Just the entire thing is very broken. And I think that Trump is clearly a symptom, and I don't think he should have a voice anymore, but it's very hard to go against people who feel outrageously patriotic towards someone who is literally a dumb fuck. So, yep. That's the end for me.
Okay. Shark?
Sure. Like, at the end of the day, I still 100% agree. Ashley Babbit would be alive today if it wasn't for Donald Trump 100% constantly throughout his entire administration trying to pretend like everyone else was against him when at the end of the day he was his own greatest enemy. He was the one who got all these people whipped up into a frenzy. He was the one that had like so many people fall off the deep end into massive conspiracy about what's been going on, and it's just ridiculous. And to say like these states weren't able to do like recounts or audits. Like a lot of these states where people were asking for recounts and audits were completely controlled by Republicans. Not only that, they were able to complete their audits. Arizona just finished their 4th audit, and they have a Republican House, Senate, and governorship. And guess what happened on the 4th audit? Well, they were looking for like bamboo fibers to see if the voting machines came from goddamn China. Nothing happened. They weren't able to find anything. Ever. And they did it in Maricopa County. Nothing happened. They weren't able to find anything. Actually, my bad. They found more votes for Biden. Isn't that funny? So it seems like at the end of the day, Donald Trump, the rest of the Republicans are trying to push this massive narrative that a lot of the in trying to change the narrative that a lot of these people who went to go charge the Capitol, kill House members for doing the absolute sin, which is not listening to Daddy Trump and voting for him into office, even though the people of America decided that he shouldn't be president again. They wanted to kill him, and they want to change the narrative to make it seem like they're not the ones at fault.
Okay. Next, we're going to throw it over to More Perfect Union.
Well, this was exciting. So we get people that argue castle doctrine, argue that bombs were brought on Capitol grounds and that everybody had a fear for their life at all moments and opportunity. But what people fail to understand, just what Brant said, which was the federal government, the Trump administration offered 10,000 troops to the Capitol. To Muriel Bowser, to the mayor. She rejected it because she didn't want to see the optics of it. The FBI informed senior members of Congress days before, and they knew weeks before, but they informed the Capitol police and the security staff at the Capitol days before that there was this potential that this large rally could cause some potential problems. They didn't do anything. They didn't add staff. All of the staff for the Capitol Police were not on duty at that time. And when the thing went down, they weren't called in as reinforcements. They did not call up all active staff. So the question about whether or not Ashley Babbit was inside the Capitol grounds is almost moot to the point that if they had reacted properly, if they had taken advantage of the things that were available to them, then she might not be in there. Nobody might have been in the Capitol. So she is a martyr. Trump shouldn't have done what he did. And that's it.
Next is going to be Kevin Logan.
Yes. Firstly, I'd like to reiterate my opening point. She was an attempted terrorist or whatever. She deserved what she got. Simple. It's not the same as breaking like a random Starbucks window. She was breaking into the Capitol and potentially threatening the lives of the elected representatives of the people of the United States. Ultimately you get what you deserve on that one. It's silly to pretend otherwise. Secondly, I think it's very interesting to note how certain of the more partisan right-wing individuals here have sunk to the level of conspiracy theory dipshittery, whether it be, wow, there are tens of thousands of votes that were wrong and therefore the election is invalid, or weird cope like that, or whether it's Brandt's particularly spicy piece of nonsense about how it was definitely like an inside job and that the police were agitators or some dumb shit. These people are the rot at the heart of the American body politic, and they need to be politically excised from the discussion. Otherwise, eventually they'll bring down the republic.
Next is going to be Gappy 5.
Good one. I get this might get a bit bat-chesty, but I mean, when my parents immigrated to this country, one of the big things that we learned as Americans, even though we moved directly after 9/11, is that regardless of your background, we have trust in certain things and we believe in American ideologies and principles. One of those things being the democratic values of this country. And I'm sorry, this riot is antithetical to the very idea of what it means to be an American. Even though we can talk about things like Chaz, we can talk about BLM protests, There was only one riot that had people ready to kidnap members of the Capitol. Only one had people ready to kill members of the Capitol. Only one was fueled by false narratives of voter fraud eroding our democracy. Only one was grounded upon pure conspiracy. There was only one that was under the guise that the only way we could win back the White House is through direct action on the ground. Only one had threatened everything to do with our entire government through physical force. I'm sorry, but it's a shame to see so many people on this panel defending this and also calling themselves an American at the same time. I'm sorry for all the Trumpers who believe that there was voter fraud. You are not dealing with the Shah dynasty in Iran. You are not dealing with the fucking BJP and Modi. You are dealing with the fact that unfortunately your electoral candidate did not win. And at a certain point, you have to fucking move on. Like all the fucking leftists and all the fucking Democrats and everyone who voted to Hillary Clinton had to move on, and they moved on just days afterwards. And you can continue to fight 22. You can continue to try and win in the midterms. You can fight in so many other ways without threatening every single congressperson and the very definition of our American government. It's absolutely despicable, and none of you guys should even call yourselves a fucking American.
Connor, to wrap it up.
Man, so just Googling some of the things.
Wait, Brant, have you gone yet?
No, I have not, but I'll go
Okay,
after him.
sorry.
That's fine.
Brant, then Connor. Sorry.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, you can go first.
Okay. Well, I mean, what is there to be said that hasn't already been said? Basically, between all of our accumulated minds here, my subjective opinion, like I said, is before January 6th, Ashli Babbit was a patriot and a wife, a daughter. I'm gonna do the feel good story the left loves to do here. She was a patriot, a hard fighter. You know, she loved her country. She loved capitalism. She liked the American dream. Through multiple different acts of coercion, some that I believe came malfeasant from the DC Capitol Police. I think she signed her own death warrant by stepping into a trap. And I don't think that she should, retrospectively, I don't think she should have been shot, but I think that in black and white, they had the, the lettering, whatever Connor can say the specifics are on that lettering is, they had that feeling of threat, whether it was to the congressional members or to themselves, and the how she got there, or did somebody let her in? All of those questions had not been answered, and that dude killed her, and it's considered justified. As far as Trump wishing her a happy birthday, I think it's fucking disgusting to stand on the dead body of anybody socially for a political gain, campaign, face, whatever you want to call it. I think that's absolutely disgusting.
Okay,
I hate the government. There you go.
Okay, Connor.
All right. So a very simple Google search that I've been able to complete in the past 5 minutes. Riot is a forcible felony. Cops are allowed to use lethal force when there's imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves or others, not just themselves. I don't know where the fuck y'all are getting this shit from. Objective reasonableness standards applies. Objective reasonableness is a legal standard that has been applied, and I think it applies in the middle of a fucking riot. Greater Union or whatever, like you're saying bombs were brought to the Capitol, all skeptical. I can literally type that shit into the fucking news results, and it's fucking video of a guy planting pipe bombs. Why are you acting like this is conspiracy theory? Trump offered troops. This is the equivalent of saying somebody offers you a house alarm and a private security guard, you decline that security, and somebody breaks into your house, and it's your fault for not getting the fucking the house alarm and the private security guard. Why are you excusing somebody breaking into your fucking house in the first place? What is this fucking mental gymnastics that you would not excuse in any other contextual situation? It's fucking nuts. So, one of the things that I keep hearing over and over and over again is everybody ignoring Trump's contributions to the situation. Oh, it was a fucking trap. Well, I don't think it was a fucking trap, but even if it was a fucking trap, that doesn't mean that if I have good reason to break into your fucking house, that breaking into your house suddenly becomes fucking justifiable. Okay, Ashli Babbit might have acted within her own principles, but her own principles were based on faulty information, and now she's dead as a result.
Okay. Now, to everyone at home, that was a very polite discussion from start to finish. And to produce more polite discussions like the one we just had, I would appreciate if any of you subbed or donated. Getting people who disagree this much on topics is actually quite difficult. And so if you donated, subscribed, any of that, I would appreciate it very, very much so. Wonderful. Now, unlike Ashli Babbit, I still have bills to pay, and I'd appreciate it if you help me. So let's go to the next one. The next topic is going to be on Joe Biden, specifically two factor. Why we got gun control is the last one. Okay.
No, I'm just every time I hear Joe Biden, it's a gag reflex. My bad.
It's a gag reflex. Got you. So
let's go, Brandon. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Let's go, Brandon.
So
Dude, you're so funny.
The topic is, see, this is what happens. I let one thing slide and then everybody tries to get in. That is law and order and why we need it, chat. Anyway, so the next topic is Joe Biden and 2 points. One, how America's approval rating around the world has skyrocketed since he got into office. And 2, how Joe Biden's domestic approval rating has gone down since he stepped into office. And this also culminated in a poll that was released very recently showing that Joe Biden and Donald Trump are head-to-head in a 2024 matchup. So what do you think of all this data? Why do you think this data is the way it is? And what do you make of Joe Biden's administration so far? I know it's a broad question, but it gives you a lot of wiggle room. So I'm going to throw it to Brant to carry us off. And thank you to everybody who is supporting the channel.
I'm going to keep it really short. That way everybody else can get a chance to like throw in something so we can have some good debate on this. I'm just going to keep it short and saying that domestically, I believe the numbers, I think they're much worse than what the numbers are, but I think it's right in the wheelhouse of it. Globally, we all know that there's like a different global narrative versus the domestic narrative. And we all know that Biden is more of, he participates more in the global game than Trump did. And the fact that he doesn't play ball, or he does play ball, with the EU, Paris Climate Accord, all of that shit. I think it's all shit. It's just a means to get our tax dollars. But all that being said, I believe domestically the numbers, but I do not believe, globally that people really like Joe Biden. I think that his cronies do, his elites, all of his buddies over there, when he goes to the summits and all of that shit, he definitely it's probably a fun time. He can forget somebody's name, which is possibly one of the most disrespectful things to do. That guy from down under, are just completely mispronouncing somebody's name, and they just kind of laugh it off because they know they have him in their pocket. And yeah, that's all I got to say.
I do want to say my favorite Trump moment is when he called the president of Kurdistan Mr. Kurd. It was beautiful. I want to throw it over to Counterpoints.
That's hilarious. Mr. Kurd.
I'll be brief. American politics is like, choosing to eat a shit sandwich or eat a shit sandwich covered in glass. I think you can kind of basically pick your poison when it comes to American politics. Unfortunately for us, Biden is the shit sandwich. The one thing that I am worried about is basically we need some level of economic easing for the COVID crisis. What I'm worried about is the logistical impacts of, basically the spending that we're going up against. So I don't know if it's a situation that anybody can manage well, but that is my concern in the Biden presidency is basically logistics, supply chains breaking down as a result of the way that we have to handle our fiscal policy as a result of of the pandemic disease. So I'll leave it there.
Okay. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Fabian Liberty.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if anybody actually read the Gallup poll. I did. So what we have here, what's being reported is that compared to Trump, the last survey, we've had a 30-point increase, right? And so people are saying, look how much people love Biden more than Trump, abroad, and then we have low numbers, domestically, right? The problem is if you actually read the Gallup poll, you'll find that Canada went up 38 points. Germany went up 36 points. UK went up 30 points. Italy went up 22 points. France went up 18 points. 11 points in Japan. And of the countries surveyed, only 10 of them actually went down. And the countries that went up even higher than America include Portugal, Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, Canada, Germany, Iceland, Austria, Finland, Denmark, right? So really, this is a non-story. What happened is when Trump was surveyed, it was the height of the pandemic and people were terrified and they thought their leaders were doing a terrible job. And now that they're being surveyed after the vaccines have been rolled out, after some of the lockdown restrictions have eased and things like that, people's opinions are kind of fickle. Now, I will get into kind of the idea that, like, obviously a neoliberal that's LARPing as a progressive Joe Biden, right, is going to be favored by the media more than a asshole that tweets shitty things at 4:00 in the morning on his phone and is a right-wing populist, right? So obviously the rest of the world, especially the European areas, are getting, they're getting much more positive feedback, and those living domestically can see the supply chain issues. Also, this poll was done before the Afghanistan pullout, before the supply chain issues. So there's a lot of reasons why these numbers might not necessarily represent how people actually feel about Joe Biden right now. But if you actually read the polls, like the Gallup poll, you find that, like, it's manufactured bullshit by the media lying to its left-wing viewers about what's actually going on, which is just a change in the pandemic, and people are a little bit more confident in their governments in general across the world because things have chilled out a little bit.
Okay. Next is going to be Gappy.
I know we're not supposed to respond, but to call Joe Biden not a progressive or LARPing as a progressive is pretty crazy. He's one of the most progressive presidents we've had in a long time, with shit like canceling the Keystone Pipeline, trying to get free community college in, the capital gains tax plan, the infrastructure bill. We could go on and on. But in regards to the
But
actual,
he doesn't want his kids living in a racial jungle.
Fabian?
So it's not that predictable.
Good one. You're so funny, dude. Oh my god. According to the, sorry, I'm just laughing. It's just so good. It
was good.
Funny. The approval rating, if in terms of Joe Biden, I think a big part of it is because, unfortunately, Joe Biden is not a flashy president as we had for the past 4 years, where shit was going on every fucking day. I think we tend to forget how bad Trump was. And I mean, I don't want to, we can't go through the whole panel of every single thing Trump has done and try to litigate everything, but we can just throw in things like, the Muslim ban, the government shutdown, banning transgender people in the military, pardoning people like Joe Arpaio, making money using his hotels to house federal staff, calling protesters in Charlottesville very fine people. We can go on and on. Right. And unfortunately, Joe Biden has just not done as much flashy shit that gets as much attention. And I think this is, on one hand, proof of how, like, the bar for being a engaged political voter in America is very low, for better or for worse. It's good that everyone can vote, but it also means a lot of people are voting just based off of what they heard or what they remember over the past few months or weeks. But it also goes to show that Joe Biden probably isn't doing as bad of a job as people are thinking. It's just that we tend to forget how bad Trump was relatively to how Joe Biden was.
Kevin Logan?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that America would be seen more favourably, and I accept that. I mean, the poll itself probably wasn't brilliant, but I think generally speaking, the polling would have increased for America's favourability around the world, just because, I mean, they could have elected fucking Beelzebub, and people would have been like, well, it's not Trump, so, like, the rest of the world sort of breathed a sigh of relief. That's not that surprising. In terms of the internal polling and stuff, the fact that they're level pegging is not massively surprising either, given that Trump gives his base what they want, which is largely like racist bullshit and annoying people they don't like. That's their entire political philosophy. And he gives them that, so they would stick with him. These numbers aren't really going to go down in that respect. Whereas Joe Biden, and not just Joe Biden, but the Democrats seem intent on fucking everything up for themselves and for the country by throwing away the political goodwill they had with the election results in Georgia. They got, albeit a very slim majority in both houses, and have done very little with it, it seems, because of dickheads, frankly, like Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema and these sorts of people, to the point where they're trying to reach across the aisle, those people, with the Republicans who will never vote for their shit. And so they're not going to get the changes they want that would actually infuse their voters to go out and vote for them in 2022 and 2024. So they're not giving their base or the American people what they really want, which is an alternative. And so they're setting up the groundwork, the swamp, that allowed Trump to rise the first time to potentially rise a second time. Or someone even worse than him, maybe. Someone actually hardworking. Who knows?
Next, we're going to throw it to Pixel, then Shark, then MPU. Once again, I drink too many liquids. Bathroom.
Firstly, I just want to say that, like, if we're considering Biden progressive, like, the bar is on the floor. I don't know what everybody here thinks progressive is, but if we're going with Joe Biden as progressive, a bit of a meme. And for global perspective, maybe from inside America, you don't see just the collective sigh of just relief that we don't have to deal with Trump being on the news every fucking day, and how good that felt just to go back to like regular old corruption, which, you know, it still is. Like, I don't know how you get much progressive politics through your current democratic setup, just the way with the Congress is set up. But yeah, I am not surprised. I think around the world, people just want to feel safe. They want predictability. They want stability. The way that plays out in different countries means that seeing someone like Joe Biden in a leadership role, even though, like, you did forget our prime minister's name, and that was fucking hilarious, that's easier to laugh at than Trump literally being a off-the-rails firecracker 5 times a week. So,
Penis.
yeah,
That
within
should be good
America,
for sound volume.
I think that there's still a lot of people that are very angry about the election results, the pandemic, vaccines. Like, there's so much going on and so many reasons for them to dislike Biden, I guess, that is still fueled by Fox News and other right-wing alternative media. So it doesn't surprise me that Joe Biden's rating has gone down. Like, that, plus the progressives not being happy enough with what he's put through because it's not progressive enough because you can't get progressive legislation through Congress. But yeah, anyway, that's my take. And now I'm throwing it to...
Hey, thanks. I really appreciate it. So, man. Well, I don't think Biden was necessarily that liked to begin with. A lot of the people, if you ask them why they pick Biden at the end of the day, especially like over Bernie and other choices, it wasn't necessarily because they thought he had like the best policy, because pulled on that Bernie did. It wasn't necessarily that they think he's like, you know, the coolest or the brightest. It was because he was electable. Remember, like, the biggest thing to people when they were voting last time in 2020 wasn't necessarily policy or anything else. It was electability. Can you beat Trump? That was the question everybody had. And a lot of the American people played pundit on that. And they were like, Joe Biden, he can do it. And he did do it. But once he's in office, now you got to be like, well, what is he going to do now? And through a lot of hiccups, through a lot of holdups, having like an extremely a small majority, and the Democrats not doing too much to secure a larger majority back in 2020, riding off the coattails of Joe Biden, thinking that just getting out Donald Trump would be good enough to get a lot of them through, and it didn't work, and they lost a lot of seats when they were, remember, supposed to like completely take over the Senate. They were supposed to completely take over the House, and they lost that, and they lost seats in the House, and they barely got the Senate, barely. So at the end of the day, it doesn't surprise me that his approval rating is dropping. I don't think it was that high to begin with. But at the same time, people, once their presidents get into office, they're like, oh, look at all these problems. Oh, we still have a lot of stuff. Like, people look at their bank account, they look at what's going on, and they judge the president on what's going on there. And the Democrats haven't been able to put too much through because of Manchin, because of Senate, because of the, you can blame a lot of things, but they haven't been able to do much. So they seem really quiet. Most of the people overseas, they don't get to their presidents, their prime ministers don't interact with Donald Trump being a shitlord to them, their countries, going off the rails all of the time. And they're like, hey, listen, a lot of them really like stability from America, who can be very unstable sometimes. So if that's what they get, they like it.
And MBU to wrap up intros.
Yeah, the reason why people voted for Biden was because he wasn't Trump. So Shark Zero is 100% correct on that. They didn't vote for him because they thought he was a good guy. They didn't vote for him because they thought he would actually do all the leftist crazy shit. But he did hire a bunch of retreads from the Obama administration, and that's why his policy definitions have been pretty damn progressive, which have gone against, for the people that actually have to pay taxes in this country, it's really pissed off a lot of them. So that's one of the reasons why, or probably the primary reason why, his numbers are falling. The other thing is that the cost of enamel paints and Warhammer figures has gone through the roof. In addition to steak and toilet paper and cooking oil and electricity. The hypocrisy of the left has been, pretty stunning. We shut down Keystone, which the leftists in this country love, but then we okay the Russians to put a stranglehold on gas pipelines for Europe. But that's okay. But we're all about the climate. Except we don't do anything to China for opening up more coal-fired plants in their country and also on the African continent. We don't care about any of these things. And the people, as far as the people on the outside of the country who look at Biden and say, well, he's not Trump, he's therefore it's better. Well, let's just also understand that the Biden administration isn't holding Europe to account for their contributions to NATO the same way that Donald Trump was, $400 billion. And for the rest of the people on the inside of the country, we're in for a rude awakening if the Democrats actually find a way to break the filibuster. But if they don't, it's going to be a really bad 2023 for Gappy and all you guys. You're just going to hate it. Hate it. I'll be there doing this. So his numbers are shit because he's a shit president.
Okay, the conversation is now open to the general decorum.
I hope I don't have to end up like 2v5ing the entire panel, but I think MPU seems to be the only person who's acknowledging that Joe Biden is in fact a progressive. Yeah, he might not be as progressive as you want. He's certainly no Bernie Sanders, but when we're talking about shit like free community college, donating hundreds of millions of vaccines to other countries and shit, and getting vaccines for free to us, outpacing confirmation of circuit court judges compared to other presidents within the first couple of weeks, things like their debt relief program. I mean, again, we could go on the list, but the whole point is, man? Oh, what's up? I don't know. I just heard somebody speak.
What is going on, man?
Brant, we
You're
can
not
hear
muted.
you.
There we go. Okay, I was server
Okay.
muted.
You're good. To say that Joe Biden's not a progressive is absolutely just far from the truth, right? Now we can talk about whether or not Joe Biden is as progressive as we like her, for example, right? But to say he's not progressive, or to say he's not, pretty I don't want to say far left, but pretty progressive relative to other Democratic presidents in the past is pretty absurd to say.
Yeah, but what is that relevant to the question?
No, I'm just clarifying because it seems like there's people on both sides here suddenly saying that Biden is just not a progressive.
Yeah, but what strong action?
Pass for no
What
value.
strong action has he taken on malarkey? I don't see any anti-malarkey action from
Yeah,
Biden whatsoever.
He dropped
Can
that
I
as soon
just
as he
prove
became
he's not a
president.
progressive real quick?
Sure, go for it.
With just the most right wing neoliberal takes, like how about the fact that Janet Yellen and the global tax rate of 15%, making sure that third world countries have to pay 60% of the new taxes to try and downshift their try and downgrade their ability to engage in the economy. I mean, that's pretty fucking neoliberal capitalism. How about the fact that the ACC Picatinny? How about the fact that the ACC Picatinny is spending $350 million to arm Hayat Tahrir al-Sham and al-Julani in the Middle East to make sure that these wars continue going on? How about the fact when he pulled out of Afghanistan, he talked about how we needed to be involved in Somalia, how we needed to be involved in Syria, how we need to be involved in all these global conflicts. He's not a fucking progressive just because he throws the progressives a few fucking bones to get some votes. He's a fucking neoliberal if there ever was one. He's a war hawk, and he believes in making sure that the corporate elite fuck over third world countries. Just because he occasionally says some social shit that you like that never actually gets passed doesn't make him a progressive. Just means that you're being manipulated by the fucking media into thinking he's a progressive.
I'd take that far more seriously if you hadn't
I forgot
left
that you literally have to be progressive on every let's not break that down, but let's assume every single thing that you said is completely 100% true and shit. I kind of forgot that apparently to be a progressive, you literally have to do every single thing in the perfect, most maximized
No,
scenario.
you just don't have to be pro-bombing brown kids, and you just have to not support a giant capitalist fucking corporate system that fucks over third world countries.
Hold up. Yo, seriously.
He's not a progressive.
Okay, hold on. So can you please, because you fucking invoked the oath breaking thing 7 goddamn times and it was never addressed. So what did you do? Where did you serve? Did you deploy? What MOS were you where you think the United States military just indiscriminately bombs brown kids for shits and giggles?
Okay, well, I was a 68 whiskey. I did my 4 years for college.
What is that for those of us who weren't in whatever branch you were
Healthcare
in?
specialist or combat medic.
Okay, is that Navy? Is that Army?
It's Army. Like, why is this an important topic?
Did you
I'm just calling you
deploy?
I just told you that I didn't counter.
Okay.
Is that your point? Is to get
Because
some
if
dunking
you
points because you were a cop?
No,
Cool.
no, it's
You're a
because
fucking oath breaker.
Okay,
What about
you
it?
say
Like,
that
you're still
again.
triggered by
I
it?
don't know what part of my oath I fucking broke. But anyways, no, the fucking
You regularly violated people's Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, and Eighth Amendment constitutional rights by being a police officer.
At least you
So I'm just
protected
saying
the
you don't
government.
have honor by having that job.
No, I didn't. I absolutely didn't. So what the fuck?
You
are
did, but we can
talking-
have a discussion another time about it, unless you want to continue derailing.
How
Because you
many
think you'll
fuck-
get cheap points for clout.
Okay, no, I'm not trying to get cheap points for clout. I'm trying to. You literally just said that Joe Biden just bombs brown kids for shits and giggles. I'm trying to ask you. Since
No, I
you're a
didn't.
med-
That's a straw man. I said you don't have to be for bombing brown kids.
Oh, let's be careful.
Oh wow, what a subtle difference!
How
I'm
about,
happy
how about
you
the
brought
fact,
in the
how
nuance
about the fact
for
that he's
this.
still supporting the Yemeni
bomb
blockade?
a lot
Okay,
of
all right.
people
So
that-
hold on.
Children
Let
are
me
pissing and shitting
let me-
themselves to death from cholera outbreaks.
let me ask it. Let me ask another.
Yo,
let me ask
Dylan,
another
are you?
question
Is
for
your
your perspective.
video's not working for me? I
Okay,
don't know what's up.
so you were saying that
Video's
the
working for me.
15%
Everybody is,
global.
actually.
Okay, you were saying the 15% global tax rate is disproportionately going to fuck over other countries. My understanding of the 15% global tax rate is that many neoliberal corporate shills are using countries around the world as tax havens, for instance, Ireland, in order to put all of their global corporate headquarters in countries that don't have an income tax rate so they can avoid contributing to the countries that they're a part of.
That's not. I can explain to you
No,
real
that's
quick.
bullshit.
It's based
I
off
would
of
love to
sales.
listen.
No, it's based off of
To prevent-
sales, right? It's not based. It's based off of production and sales, right? So
Uh-huh.
it's not like, let's say, if you look at a Fortune 500 company like what's a good example? James River Insurance Company, right? Their holding office you can't buy stock in James River Insurance Company, one of the largest private insurance companies, right? But you can buy stock in James River Holding Insurance Company, which is based in Jamaica, right? They do that to avoid taxes. The 15% global tax rate is based off of production. It's kind of like a value added tax, right? But the difference is that they base it off of sales. And what this does is that means 60% of all of those new taxes actually go to G7 countries because we're large consumers. So it's a tax rate that's being imposed in the third world, right? But the tax money is going to the countries where the products are being consumed.
Okay, and is this not an attempt at
And
like some
it's
level
supported
of
by Janet Yellen and
Okay,
shit.
I'm asking a question. So is this not supported by economically developed nations with the express purpose of balancing out like the global economics? So we're not hold on.
No,
So
they
we're
were
not-
building into it.
I'm almost done with the question. So we're not outsourcing jobs to countries that basically have like dog shit regulation, dog shit safety standards, basically the equivalent of slavery in their own countries.
No, they the majority of third world countries did not want it. A lot of them got bullied into it because they were threatened that they wouldn't be able to get IMF loans, right? And so they felt that it would be more worse that they wouldn't be able to get American dollars and loans in order to boost manufacturing in their country. And despite it, Nigeria, Kenya, and a couple other third world countries just said, "I don't give a fuck about the fact that we're not going to get IMF loans. We're not doing this because it's going to destroy our economy."
Okay.
Thus
There's
is
a-
the Illuminati.
On a completely different note, but you're going about Trump not getting
After
Europe
Kevin's going to be MPO.
to pay for its NATO contributions. Yeah, good. Fuck NATO. It needs to stop.
Oh, fuck you.
I'm kind of with you on that, Kevin Logan.
Well,
now
I feel
fuck
less
you
good
all.
about my situation.
Well, let's just keep the subject at hand, right? The other part of the global 15% minimum tax is to prevent inversion, right? Because when the tax rates in the United States, capital gains went up, you saw a lot of companies doing inversions, like literally Burger King became a fucking Irish company. Okay, Apple became an Irish company. So the idea is that if you get everybody, all the industrialized powers to do that, then no big giant industrial megacorp is going to invert to another country. It's a mechanism. It's a mechanism to punish corporate tax, or to keep as much of the mega corporations' taxes in their current home countries as it is anything else. Yeah,
Why is that not good?
It's not progressive. I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I'm saying it's not
Burger
progressive.
King's an Irish company.
Yeah, they inverted to Ireland like 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Okay, but
But anyway, look, side point. Hang on a second. But to Fabian's point also, right, the small third world countries are going to be the ones that are going to get jacked the fuck over. a lot. They're going to feel the pain a lot worse. But it is a protection mechanism to keep capital gains taxes in the industrialized countries themselves.
Okay, so this is where I'm having difficulty with like the terms, because like progressive for me, oftentimes to me, I have social justice warriors, leftists, communists, all that kind of stuff. Like in my head, when you say progressive, that I know that's a straw man, but at the same time, oftentimes these people tend to be economically protectionist. So they tend to want to keep money in their host countries so they can be used for the public good. And they view international corporations skirting tax law in order to basically keep all of their holdings someplace else through a shell game in order to make sure that they aren't able to fund social programs as part of the problem. So the reason why
that's
I'm
how
bringing...
this is being sold, but that's not how this tax system works.
Okay, well, hey, I mean, how it's being sold and how it's actually practically applied is interesting, but this is where I find myself sympathetic to Gappy, because basically I understand, like, you know, Pixel really wanted Bernie Sanders and thinks he's like the most base person ever, and wanted like AOC to be like vice president so she could see what her like feet look like in high heels and shit. Like,
Yeah. Let's not put words in my mouth.
But pending that, Biden is one of the largest redistributive economic forces in the Western world, probably in the past 80 years. So,
yeah, socialism, right?
Yeah, when we did real socialism.
At least his stated intent to do these things makes him so, right?
He's the new Karl Marx. Everyone fucking knows it.
Socialism is when you give money to poor people.
Karl Marx was
like our centre-right government gave money to poor people during the pandemic. Like our literal centre-right government gave money to people during the pandemic.
Who also voted for Bernie, or who wanted Bernie to win, and voted for Bernie, to say that Biden's not. And I know we're getting kind of distracted from the original point, so we should probably move back to the idea of like why Joe Biden's approval rating.
I just think that the American essentialist view of what is and isn't.
Wait. I want Gappy to bring us back to the original point, because we are veering off. Gappy.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck brought up this idea that Joe Biden is 100% a progressive. I don't know who would distract it this way. Yeah. In terms of the approval rating, again, I feel like
you did.
Fuck, you ruined my joke. Fuck, I wish I was good at comedy at you. I think, again, people really forget how bad Trump was, and unfortunately, we don't have like a constant every single day media scenario where we're hearing about all these crazy things that Joe Biden is doing, like we did with Trump. I guess it was kind of a strategy, I guess, with Trump. All these crazy things he did, by the next couple of days, we would forget about it, and there would be a new like soup du jour as to what crazy thing is Trump doing today, right? And since we don't have that right now, I feel like people are very much underestimating what Joe Biden has done over the past few months or so far in his term. People are underestimating how bad Trump was and all some of the crazy shit that he did in this term. If like George Bush did like a Muslim ban, or if Obama, for example, banned transgender people in the military, or had his own different version of like a Muslim ban, then people would have jumped on that for the entire fucking term. But unfortunately, we've never had someone do so much rapid fire.
Dude, I'll take $1.70 gas and mean tweets any day of the week.
It's refreshing to not have Trump like going fucking crazy every day. Just have a guy just doing the job. Like,
it's a pretty low bar, don't you think?
Trump is a low bar. Trump is dog shit. Yeah.
If your belief and support of Joe Biden is that he's not Donald Trump, and you're okay with massive inflation and people losing jobs, right? And energy prices going through the roof, and we can't get fucking container ships unloaded, right? We can't get container ships unloaded because we can't get people to fucking work because they've been given government benefits forever.
Yeah, that's why.
I think you're talking about hyperinflation, like 3% inflation per year is actually kind of good for people, but like
whatever. Yeah, but it's gone up by like 50-70% in some industries.
As to why people aren't going to work, and I think like 35% of it can be tied back to unemployment benefits. There's so many other reasons why the majority of people aren't going back to work.
Do you think that if
laziness?
We had that
35. Okay. I'm stopping. Okay, I'm happy that nobody heard anything for like the past minute, and like we all wasted time. That's great. Everybody enjoys that. But what I would like to hear is somebody actually finish a point. So Gappy, you were expounding upon something. I want you to finish, and then people can respond after, like Connor and MPU, who are both written down.
So I'm pretty sure the unemployment rate right now is like within a pretty normal range. And there's been analysis. I think JP Morgan did like an analysis themselves. Some of their analysts looked into why people are being unemployed. And I think they estimated like, I think 25 or 35% of people who are refusing to go back into the labor force is because of unemployment benefits. And there's a wide variety of reasons otherwise as to why people aren't going in. I think some places have even like cut back benefits and shit, and their unemployment rate is still staying relatively the same. Like applications will spike for like a second or two, for like a day or two, and then it's totally back to like normal application rates. I don't understand why we're now just suddenly saying, oh well, all of this unemployment rate, all these issues are suddenly now Joe Biden's fault. Even though, yeah, he is the president and shit, right? There's so many other factors at play. Whereas, for example, a Muslim ban is a result of one executive order that can be tied back to one individual.
Barack Obama.
Okay, so the
just saying Barack Obama wins an argument, definitely.
No,
Good argument. Solid argument, bro.
Continued the ban that Obama had in place.
okay.
Can I think I'll go after Counter. I'm sorry.
Thanks, buddy.
Counter.
So basically my problem is that a lot of the United States of America is not a speedboat, it's an oil tanker. And a lot of the problems that we have take time in order to manifest themselves. So I do understand that printing shitloads of money and pumping it into the economy and all that kind of stuff can have negative effects. But also some of these supply chain, the broken supply chains are as the result of COVID. Some of this is preventable and some of this isn't. And some of this is a cost-benefit analysis for how many people you want to kill. When we were talking about like the meat industry, for instance, there was like a temporary panic about a year ago in the meat industry because so many people had gotten sick and so many people had been fired and quit. And also because Trump had locked down the border, a lot of agricultural workers are temporary workers from Central and South America. Like when you couple that with inflationary pressure from money, that's the problem, is decreased productivity due to external factors coupled with money supply. It's not just money supply that fucks over the economy. And that's where I think it's incredibly unnuanced to be like, oh, well, the president exists, therefore bad thing happened, therefore president's responsibility. This is something dumb that happens like every fucking 4 years where somebody like swears in on the fucking Bible and every fucking shitty thing that happened in the country is now their fucking fault. So can we, yeah.
Which is why they should make them swear in on the Quran and just turn into a Muslim state. Definitely.
I'm basically ready at this point because I have no
Inshallah,
faith in this
brother.
fucking country.
Okay.
Yeah,
Next is gonna be. Next is gonna be. I think MPU Fabian. I'll write your name down.
Okay.
Yeah, so COVID might be an answer if you didn't get your supply ship or your container ships to our coast. We have 500,000 containers waiting to be offloaded. And Biden's response after months of looking into it, while these container ships were piling up, was that, well, we'll make the ports operate 24/7. Okay. Oh, which by the way are required, like Long Beach and most of these ports are required to have union labor, and they can't get these guys to work fucking 24 hours a day. They can't get them trained in long enough to do it. They can't bring in union truckers to bring the shit out. And you can't bring in non-union because the unions will fucking have a shit fit. So, okay, so the fact that these things, stop, let me finish. The fact that these things are going on isn't Donald Trump's fucking fault. Okay? The price of gas that is now $3.20 a gallon has nothing to fucking do with Donald Trump. It has everything to do with our stated approach to how we manage energy in this country. So quit saying that it's not Biden's fault. It's 100% Biden's fucking fault.
Yep. Day one killed 10,000 pipeline jobs, shut down a more efficient way of logistically getting oil from for part A to part B. Now we have a strain more on 18-wheelers to get the same amount of energy, also consuming energy to get it done. Not to mention 10,000 unemployed workers or people that have had to now transition into other careers. We've gone from fully independent. While Trump was our president, it was the first time we had been oil independent. You guys can correct me on the exact year. I know it had been more than about 3 or 4 decades since we had been anywhere near that.
Is it the same group of shady cabal people who did this that also did the January 6th attacks? I need to know.
If there's evidence of it, it'll come out. But no,
are they of a certain religious grouping? I need to ask.
It depends. Are there
He wants to know if
possible
they
centralized banks? Yeah, exactly, right. He wants
Yeah.
me to be like go on some Illuminati stuff. I like it. I like being gaslit.
I mean, you're already doing the Illuminati stuff. I just want you to say openly it's the Jews, because that's kind of the vibe you get now.
Well, I am Jewish, so
George Carlin, you don't
I
need a
wouldn't say
conspiracy
that.
when like interests align, right?
Okay, well, Fabian, you are next.
Okay, babe. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, no. So I just wanted
I'm
to
not a
say
fan of this subject,
the
so I'm
supply
sorry I'm
chain
not,
issue
participating in
is
this
something
much,
that is
but I'll be right
probably
back. I'm gonna
too
grab some water.
complicated
If you
for
like the
anybody
rest
on
of
this
the
panel to
subject.
actually feel like they're that what they're saying is really like that they know what they're talking about, right? Like there's EPA regulations, there's private ports, there's vaccine mandates, there's supply chain issues, there's the fact that if the tankers don't want to go back and forth if they don't actually have enough goods to sell, right? So there can be domestic manufacturing can be a part of it. There could be unemployment. There could be the unions. There is a ton of things that factor into this. Now, when talking about Biden's poll numbers, it is unavoidable to know that when there are these issues, people are going to blame the president. That is just what is typical in our country, is that we tend to blame the president, even if it's the judicial, even if it's a union issue, even if it's a non-unionized issue because they're not strong enough unions, even if it's Congress, whatever it is, people tend to blame the president because that's the figurehead.
The CEO,
Right now, what I want to say is another thing when talking about his poll numbers is I think probably one of the bigger things that we haven't talked about is immigration. I think his immigration policy has pissed off literally everyone, right? Because the right wing liked Trump telling, people not to show up, right? He liked him saying, fuck you, we're going to deport you, right? And they passively allowed kids in cages and shit like that, right? The Biden administration has taken a toll of softly encouraging them during the election, not being strong enough about not encouraging them, but then enforcing right-wing, border protection policies, but then also bringing in 120,000 Afghanistan refugees. So he has no consistent message whatsoever. And this is why you have 80,000 Haitians, right, moving through the Panama Canal, hoping to come into America, and then half of them end up deported or end up in cages, right? So this pisses off the left, seeing immigrants treated this way, seeing people track all through South America hoping for a better life. And it pisses off the right because there's thousands of fucking people at our border, right?
So
I think this might be a big reason for why people dislike Biden so much, because it's just a shit policy all the way around, whether you're left, right, whether you're pro-migrant, anti-migrant, or immigration, whatever your policy is, it's not this one. And I think it's pissed off a lot of people.
I agree. Just let them all in. Everyone who goes, just let them all in.
Right. The left would say let them all in, or the right would say get rid of them, but don't encourage them to come here. It's a middle ground stance.
Encourage all of them. Encourage all of them, and just let everyone in.
You get it. You're not seeing the forest through the trees. What I'm saying is it pisses off everybody.
Oh, you're not seeing the joke I'm doing, but never mind. Okay.
Well, that's that famous dry British humor. I must have missed it. We don't always get it.
Well, the problem is the leftists always argue for open borders in the United States when they don't argue for the same bullshit in their own countries.
No, I do. Open our borders too. Fuck it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the problem with that, right, is that you lose your national identity. You lose your ability, particularly if you have your social systems, right, your social support systems. You bring people in that are poor.
Which you're against.
You're now overtaxing.
Before we go down this line, I just want to be clear. You will finish this, and then we're going to go back on topic, because this is not an open borders conversation. This is a conversation on the Biden administration, and he has yet to enact.
But immigration was a point, so it was an extension of the immigration.
Yeah, that's why we're going to bring it back afterwards.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll skip the point. It's just the United States has an absolute right to control its borders. And anybody who argues that they don't, and that we should just be open borders, and that Biden is somehow being adversely rated by his party, by people in his party, because he's not open enough, is just, it's malfeasance of thought.
Hang on, one quick response, just very, very quickly. Sure, I mean, I am doing a meme, but if you do open borders, if your government chooses to do open borders, that is it controlling its own borders. So just saying being open borders is against it's nonsense. That's an immigration policy.
Yeah, but we have to do our immigration according to our laws, right? So presidents can't just go, fuck it, open borders. But that's what his approach has been, de facto open borders.
Okay, but that's not really the point I was making, but okay. Cool.
No, I get you, but I get that you're memeing, so I'll take it for what it was. But the immigration stance is in fact one of the reasons why his domestic numbers are fucking horrible.
So let them all in, yeah?
Okay, well, can we? Okay, Gappy, you raised your hand.
Muted.
Yeah, but I was going to respond to the open borders thing, so I don't know. I'd love to hear people actually address how Trump is just like doing relatively better than Biden beyond just look at the gas prices, for example, or
Trump's
just
just
like
dog shit.
Well,
really
gas prices is a very pivotal argument. That is everything in our economy is centered around the price of energy. That's transport. That's getting things from supply side economics.
you know what?
You learn that from day one.
Okay,
You're 100% right. Actually, I would say that. Yeah, energy is the most important thing about our economy, right? Which is why we should be investing in things like green energy and be trying to invest in those types of things.
Ask Texas how that works in wintertime.
Biden is trying to emphasize green energy, so we're not just dependent on gas. He's helping our economy, so we're not just dependent on one single price point, and that we have other avenues as an economy.
But he's enacting protectionism. He's enacting protectionism. He's not organically letting that energy compete within the free market. He's shutting down innovation.
Okay, you want to talk about green energy and Biden?
You would want to
wait. Okay. You're yelling over each other, okay? So I'm going to write people down. MPU, your name's been written down. Connor, your name's been written down. I'm going to have Gappy go. I'm going to write Shark down.
I've put my hand up twice, by the way. I don't know if I'm invisible.
Sorry, it's my mic has you literally right behind it, so I'll write your name down.
Okay.
It's the misogyny.
Okay, and then
Your other hand.
But Gappy, go.
Okay, I find it odd that you're suddenly invoking protectionism when I'm sure you would probably be fine with, like, for example, the tariffs on China that Trump enacted. I'm sure you would be fine with a lot of different economic policy that Trump did.
No, I hate taxes, dude. I hate taxes, tariffs. I hate all of that shit. The only thing that should be agreed upon is your local county value-added tax. In my opinion, that's the degree of a minarchist that I am. But yeah, there's a lot of things in Trump's policy that I didn't like, dude. I'm not the super pro-Trumper that argument you're looking for.
Well, in that case, I guess we just have a fundamental disagreement as to how we're going to pay for everything without fucking taxes beyond local value-added taxes. But I think it's pretty fucking
Ask
crazy.
Texas how they do it.
Protectionism bad. Texas does not have literally zero taxes. Protectionism.
Yeah, with zero income tax and a value-added tax on when you buy goods.
Protectionism, just like immigration, I don't think there's like inherently good or bad thing. In some situations, I'm sure we could spend time randomly inventing them and getting off track. I'm sure we can invent a situation where protectionism can actually be good for the original economy, right? I'm sure we can invent situations where it's bad, and there's been situations of both scenarios, right? But to just say, oh, fuck, why did you enact protectionism? Look, he's using protectionism. It's just so fucking stupid. It's like the same thing as saying, oh, well, it's open borders. Oh, well, he's doing X, Y, and Z. Like, it's just... It just seems like you're having an issue.
It's not like he's not. It's not that he's doing something, Gappy. He is negligent in doing something, which is protecting our borders and providing an efficient logistical program.
How would diversifying our energy not help us with a better logistical program for our economy?
I was talking about immigration.
Okay, but I guess getting back to the energy issue.
Let me help you understand why your name is that.
So it's going to be MPU, Shark, Pixel, and Fabian.
Let me help you understand why your name is appropriate, Gappy. You find that in order to get to where you want to be with the old energy thing, you have to radically disrupt the energy market now, which is going to crush economic growth. It's going to crush people in the interim period that it takes to get to this clean energy world that you're thinking about. And the other thing is that clean energy production, solar panels, all these things, they all use rare earth minerals that are difficult to get. They're mostly controlled by China. Okay, who is adversely affecting the market. One of the reasons why China is making a play in Afghanistan is to get access to all of those rare earth minerals. Okay, and it's going to get tough. It's going to get more difficult, and it's going to get a lot more expensive. So this thing that you're trying to promote, okay, under specious circumstances, okay, is that we can't sit back and get to your dream without radically disrupting the way that the economy functions in this country. No matter what you think, and you have a gap in your knowledge, you have a gap in your reasoning to get from here.
Yo, God damn it! Can I interject on this shit?
Wait. Gappy, that was directed at Gappy. Of course, Gappy can respond to that.
Gappy,
I've never heard
your white knight.
I'll give like 5 seconds, and then you can white knight me if you don't mind. Gap is a good one. I've never heard that before. But yeah, I guess you're right. Rare earth metals are a serious issue, which is why it's so fucking base that Joe Biden signed an executive order in February ordering a 100-day review of semiconductors and other key products in order to deal with our issues with current semiconductors and to deal with the issues of the shortage and our dependency on rare earth metals from other countries. Just goes to show how fucking base Joe Biden is. All right, go for it.
Wait a second. He banned exploration for rare earth minerals on public land. Just so you know.
Oh, God damn it. Okay, so there's a video that I would encourage every fucking right-winger who is skeptical about global climate change in order to fucking check out. It's called Up Is Not Jump, Global Warming is a Nightmare. Every single fucking objection that I had about global warming literally was addressed inside that video. It's a fucking great goddamn video. It's fucking fact-based. It's fucking awesome. And then on top of that, like, okay, so let's address the gas thing first. So fucking gas... Yeah, gas was 95 cents or $1.10 when nobody was doing anything. When there were fucking lockdowns and people started working from home and we had like 30% fucking unemployment. No shit, the price of fucking gas went down because people were driving less. And no shit, once we had a vaccine, which rolled out probably about the same time that Joe Biden became president, people started using gasoline again because they went back to fucking work and not all of them were able to work from home. This is so fucking obvious. I can't even believe that it's being pretended to not be a fucking factor in this. Following that, the dream of fucking like energy or whatever. Guess what? If global climate change is as big of a fucking deal as people make it out to be, we need fucking nukes, natural gas fucking turbines that fucking burn at 70% fucking more efficient than what we have right now. And on top of that, we need fucking renewables. I don't know why you're fucking nodding your head. You probably disagree with fucking 0% of this shit. All right. And then on top of that, pretending that the fucking oil and gas industry doesn't already receive fucking subsidies from the fucking country that we're currently a part of. They already get fucking deductions on their fucking taxes for operating as businesses. And on top of that, they operate under subsidy because it's so expensive in order to do exploratory shit. So saying, like, basically you're saying like, oh, oil and gas is on its own fucking 2 feet. No, it's not. It's being subsidized by the fucking federal government. So if you actually wanted to put these two fucking energy industries onto the same foot, guess what you would need to do? You would also need to do R&D and investment in fucking renewables. So no, this is not the fucking same. A lot of the factors that you're talking about are either non-issues or they're challenges that should be met full fucking throatedly instead of being like, oh, it's a little hard, I'm gonna back the fuck off.
Okay, we're gonna throw that over to Shark.
Sure, like all of these challenges need to be tackled head on. If climate change is a really big issue, and I know a lot of conservatives like to bitch and moan about it. I mean, even here, like in the intros, we're like, oh boy, the Paris Climate Accords taking all of our tax dollars, even though it's a non-binding agreement, and none of our tax dollars have to go to Europe in any way, shape, or form. But at the end of the day, we do need to make sure that we move to renewables. That's a really incredible thing. Connor's right. Gas prices went down because nobody was doing anything. And now, since we're moving back into the workforce, and some people who aren't moving back into the workforce, we're ordering more. We're consuming a lot more. Our consumption has jumped incredibly. And because of that, gas prices are going up. People are moving around a lot more. And the problems just kind of compound on top of each other. I'm not going to say it's like all of Biden's fault. Sure, he could like do some things, but at the end of the day, we're in like an unprecedented situation right now where we reach with like climate and health and even the thing with the cargo ships. That's an international supply chain problem, not just a Biden problem. It's not an LA problem or a California problem or like a New York problem. It's an international problem. So yeah.
Yeah. Can I
to respond to the gas price thing?
Well, look, I was just going to say, is Pixel ever going to be allowed to fucking speak?
Yeah, Pixel is next.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Let me, if I just 30 seconds.
I really want to hear from Pixel.
30 seconds, I will count on then Pixel.
Gas prices in 2019 were in the U.S. were $2.60 a gallon. It was 11 cents cheaper than they were in 2018. The prices rose a little bit to $2.60 a gallon in May. This is before the pandemic really kicked in for everybody in the U.S. They did decline through the rest of the year, and then they came back up there. Now they're 40% higher than they were in 2019 and 2018. Okay, so you can't blame that on Trump.
Yeah, have we had a few emergencies happen since then?
Oh no, we had a massive.
I never. Pixel.
It's so interesting. Yeah. what conservatives and a lot of conservatives on this panel seem to miss the fucking point of is when things change, you need to change the way you approach them. Global warming is real. It's a huge fucking problem. And like, you can talk about gas prices all you want, but if you as a country don't change the way you're approaching this on like a global scale, we're all going to be fucked anyway. Which, to bring this back around on topic, probably has something to do with why Biden is polling better globally, because at least the rest of us and people who might be underwater when the climate changes irreversibly are just like, oh, I mean, even if it's LARPing, at least this government believes in climate change and they're not just fucking expanding coal and gas. Good, sweet fucking coal. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, things change, then policy needs to change. Democracy is a work in progress. Democracy is not ever a finished project, and conservatives seem to think that the Constitution is the pinnacle of democracy, the pinnacle of like, yep, we fixed everything. No, things keep changing, stuff needs to change along with it. That's why you need to progress in society to make things better for more people. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm done now.
I'll write down Connor, but next is Fabian.
Yeah, so I find this whole conversation that we like had this little tangent where the left is pretending like there's one conservative on this panel. There's more perfect union, and then Bran is a paleo libertarian and I'm an ANCAP. Like, I find that funny. First, second, you guys are arguing against a phantom. Nobody came here. Not a single one of us came here to have a discussion about the reality of global warming. Third, Ron Klain is the White House chief of staff. Like, do you not understand that this is the guy that was involved in the Solyndra scandal and is a lobbyist for big oil? Like, the idea that you think that fucking Biden is a progressive on fucking climate change and isn't just giving you bullshit lip service while he fucks over the poor and the middle class.
Excuse me,
like,
can you summarize the Solyndra scandal for us?
I mean, we use taxpayer monies to try and prop up with $535 million. Sorry, 535 million, billion. I can't remember now. Actually,
Million.
It's
Wait,
million,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it's
Is
million.
your take here that Trump was better for climate change? Like, is that
No,
the scandal
I'm not
that
a
we
fucking
subsidized
conservative.
R&D. That's
I'm
the
not
scandal?
a fucking conservative. It was a waste of fucking money. Everyone knew that the company was falling and failing, and Ron Klain made sure that they got that fucking money to prop them up because they gave fucking money to Obama's election campaign because all these fuckers are doing backroom secret deals all the goddamn time. And if you pretend like these people are going to champion your fucking climate change.
Is this not an accusation that you could leverage against anybody?
Shut the fuck up. You've talked more than anybody else on this fucking panel.
And you
You're
keep
not
saying
just bullying
stupid
your way
shit.
into this shit.
Can I just address your point about conservative being on panels, right?
Well,
Go
first,
ahead. Go ahead. Like,
okay.
counter derails enough with his
People like
authoritarianism.
people
just
like
a
Dylan
fucking
who run
cop would.
people who run panels like Dylan and stuff are going to have trouble finding right wingers to have on these shows because they'll be dropping N words and talking about the JQ and stuff. You can't keep it in your fucking pants. You can't keep it in your pants.
Well, I do agree. Fabian,
That just proves my point that you're arguing against phantoms. That you think a majority of conservatives are going to talk about the JQ and drop the N word.
No, streamers,
fucking idiot,
conservative streamers. You
echo
fucking
chamber you're in.
Shut the fuck up, conservative streamers, not your average conservative. Mental people on the internet.
Yeah, because Rob Noor is going to be dropping the N word and hear all the goddamn time.
I think he makes a serious point. Fabian has just
you're arguing against phantoms that don't exist because you have no fucking arguments against the people that are
on all of these fucking panels.
As much as I would like to talk about I hypocrite saying the N word, we can't at the moment, which he did do. But I do want to make sure that we actually talk about Joe Biden. So as much as Rob Noor's N-word policy interests me, that's not exactly Joe Biden. So I'm just going to go back to the list before we go into the last topic, or we're not going to have time for gun control. So we have to go to Brant, Connor, then MPU, and then we wrap it up.
All right.
Okay, Gappy, I'll write your name down. I'll let you slip in there.
So 2 parts here. First off, China emits more greenhouse gases than the next 5 developed countries combined. Even if we were to enact this level of protectionism, toppling our own markets, destroying constituencies' livelihoods, I would like to see the market naturally depict what we want to go with as far as an energy source. I do not, the reason, and this is all tied back to Biden. This is where I'm going with it, is that is a big reason why that put a bad taste in a lot of free market capitalist mouths. Regardless of whether you vote an R or a D, people do not like that level of protectionism, especially jobs where, done research on it, we're producing twice as much, basically putting out half as much carbon emissions just with innovation and EPA guidelines, different things like that. But through time, the private industry has innovated and made production of energy easier. And to see someone with a stroke of a pen get rid of it inorganically, like I said, that contributes to low polling numbers. That bleeds into everything. We do not have the solar farms ready. We do not have the even the infrastructure or the labor in place to set up an operation like that. It's something that we're not going to get done really long time as far as phasing out fossil fuels. Do I think that if it wants to be introduced into the economy, it should be? If you want to get solar, do it. If you want to live off the grid, do it. There's people that already do that. And you know what? You can go to sleep every night knowing that you're not one of the assholes polluting and fucking up the atmosphere or whatever. But even invoking protectionism in our country would not make that big of a dent in greenhouse gases when other countries they refuse to come to the table. You think they're going to give up a competitive edge like that? They just won't.
Who's buying those Chinese products, by the way?
We are. We're the greatest consumer on the planet.
Yeah, so maybe you need to sort of deal with that to a degree before. Look, someone has to make those things if you're buying those things.
Yeah, and you could look at our consumption as providing a necessity for jobs on the other end. Without us buying those people wouldn't have a
I don't know
readily available
fidget spinners are necessarily like a work.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, but glass products, steel, we could go into a whole bunch of just a diatribe of that. But just in general, protectionism sucks. And if it's not a direct threat to an individual's life, liberty, or property, I don't think that it should be barred from the free market.
Okay, we got to go counter MPU and gapping. We need to do this quick because we're running out of time. Connor.
Okay. So one of the things
very quick. PU.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. So greenhouse emissions United States were 1.9 or 1.7% less than 2018. They're 13% below 2005. This is from the EPA. You can look it up on their websites that you guys love to Google. Okay. This is when we had Donald Trump's all energy policy. Okay. The idea about being able to manufacture is pretty interesting. We have to, I'm sure you would agree that if we had time to ramp up our manufacturing and we could get those jobs back here, that maybe we could make these things and we could get more of it done. We already see that virtually every car company has not just one, not just two, multiple EV type vehicles, so that the market is kind of responding because they see that there are things there. One of the things that actually is an artificial driver of that is the $7,500, I think Joe Biden wants to make it a 10K tax credit so that only rich people can really afford to subsidize their electric vehicles. Okay. So, it's good if the market is doing it. It's better if the free market is doing it as well. And I agree with Brandt's decision. Nobody's doing anything about China or India. They are the worst polluters, and they have exemptions to deal with this stuff from the Climate Accord for Paris until 2030. Okay, if AOC said we've got 8 years to go, and we're giving these guys 15 years head start, is what 2015 up was. Then I think we got some problems.
Because they're so far behind America. If America doesn't take that,
the number 2 global economy in the world. They are not a developing fucking nation.
It is so far.
They are
infrastructure.
obvious. Okay.
No, Pixel,
you go.
Please, you're gonna say what I'm gonna fucking say, so go ahead.
It's just like you literally can't stomp on those countries and not allow them to progress to a level that America has gotten to. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like
we can get to where America.
As in, like you're apparently supposed to be leading the West against climate change. Like.
I am not making an elitist argument there. There are not enough natural resources in the world to get the rest of the world up to the United States standard. It's a fucking verifiable fact.
There's a video on-
So your take is to just ignore climate change and not even try to communicate with China, or not even try to work with India?
No, I don't want to hold on real quick. I don't just super quick. I don't want to like stay on this climate change thing, but can we all just agree that we need thorium salt nuclear reactors? Like,
Of course.
like
Connor,
can we just agree to that? Like, fucking fix this goddamn shit.
or Pixel, did you want to finish? Or
No, I'm good.
okay, Connor.
Okay, well, we agree that we need thorium, salt, and nuclear reactors. That's fucking dope. But some of the things that were said should be obvious. They should be obvious flat on their fucking face. The reason why China produces as much, the reason why India produces as much as they do, is because they're still developing. If I looked on a per capita GDP basis, they're not even fucking close. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure like I would love to see our GDP versus Chinese GDP, and then also keep it in mind that they have 4 times the fucking population. The fact that they would be interested in continuing to develop for another 20 years seems like a fact obvious on its face. Markets pick the energy source? No, free market capitalism doesn't deal with externalities very well. Anybody who's worked in a private industry, anybody who's worked for a corporation knows that they offset their costs onto the consumer, or they offset their costs onto the fucking market. If there's a cost that they can fucking put onto somebody else, they're gonna fucking do it. They don't give a shit about pollution because it doesn't necessarily affect them, because they're not the people who have to pay the fucking bill. Anybody who's worked for more than fucking 5 years knows this shit. On top of that, ignoring the American history of like R&D and subsidization, if you look at many of our great technologies, whether it's like military technology, space technology, nuclear technology, or anything like that, it's all been subsidized by the government. It's all been paid for through the private market for R&D to occur. Why we would suddenly stop R&D or stop subsidization is fucking stupid. Why we would... Rich people buying electric vehicles is good, actually. Subsidies is good, actually. Because what happens is rich people are early adopters. They put money back into the R&D system. That in turn creates more money for fucking research. That makes the technology cheaper. That way it becomes viable in the fucking long term. I've never heard so many people be doomer about the fucking, like, how to create new technologies, except for apparently fucking conservatives, specifically when it comes to oil and gas, but not anything else that we've done for the past fucking century. It makes no goddamn sense.
But I want
And then finally, I'm talking because I'm making points, you fucking dumb fuck.
Dude.
And then
You're making
finally,
shit points.
direct threat to life, liberty, or property. Again, I would invite you, the climate skeptic. I was a climate skeptic up until a fucking year ago. Up is not jump. Climate change is a disaster. Literally all of the climate change is a nightmare. Literally every single fucking little thing where I was like, maybe it's not the carbon, maybe it's not the methane. You know, we've done this in the past, all that kind of shit. They literally address it point by point to the point that it becomes irrefutable. And then on top of that, if global climate change is a fucking problem, we're gonna lose life, liberty, and property. Maybe not us, because we're rich and we live in the fucking West and we can just pick up and fucking move to someplace above fucking sea level, but plenty of people are gonna be fucked over. So if it's a threat to life, liberty, or property, it's our problem and we need to fucking handle it. And I'm sick of this fucking attitude. Oh, and by the way, conservatism is not, no, final point, conservatism is not traditionalism. Conservatism is not hooking yourself to something that happened fucking 30 years ago.
Would you like to argue the point?
Fucking progress.
Would you like to argue the point or the topic at all?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you're being. Let me just say.
Stop.
You're being absurd.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Connor, you have 20 seconds. If you don't finish in the next 2 minutes, we're going to skip the final topic, and I'm going to bed early.
No, that's fine. That'll be my outro. That's
Gappy.
Can I just...
Gappy.
Okay.
Oh, Gappy. Okay.
Okay, Kevin, if you want to, we're skipping the final topic.
Well, no, I was just going to do a meme. I was going to do a meme one and just ask, like, you know, the government's investing in R&D. I just want to hear from the ANCAP that that's corporatism, not capitalism. I just want to... Can you do that for me?
In my outro, because I actually prepared for the next topic.
Gappy.
Oh, he wants to talk about guns. That's very on ANCAP.
I'm sorry. As an American, I believe, and I think every conservative here, everyone on this panel can agree, America, we should be number one. We're one of the best, most developed countries out there. We should be the one having the competitive edge in everything. So when we're saying, oh, guys, but what about India? Guys, well, India's doing so much worse than us. What about China? That sounds like such a pussy shit. I'm sorry. For people who are talking about how we should try to make sure America is first, to try and say, oh, but at least we're not as bad as India, is absolutely fucking absurd. And that's why having a president like Joe Biden who's trying to make us number one in shit in clean energy, number one in infrastructure and speeding us up on that shit, trying to to make sure that we're one of the best in terms of education with shit like free community college, trying to make sure we're not only distributing vaccines to ourselves, and unfortunately there are some dumb fucks here who aren't taking vaccines, so instead we're deciding to ship out our vaccines to other places because we're that fucking good to try and actually build back better, trying to put America number one. That's exactly what every fucking patriot and every fucking conservative should be
liberal,
not
liberal
saying,
American
oh, well, we gotta, at least we're not as bad as
think-
India. What about China?
I think the left's
Gappy.
beef with this. I honestly think the left's beef
liberal
with
American
this.
exceptionalism is still
Look,
fucking
if
cringe.
this continues, we're skipping the last topic and we'll stop it right now
Let's
because
just go
I'm
to
not
outros.
going to go to midnight. Okay, we're done then. Okay, wonderful. We're gonna go to outros. They're gonna be 1 minute long. We're gonna start with Brant. There you go.
Just what I was gonna say there is I think the real beef that we had with the like side topic we were just talking about was not so much a beef with conservatives. I think your beef is with free market capitalists that don't want to see protectionism invoked to stop natural organic competition within the market. The market embodies everything, and that is the precipice of a disaster. Obviously, if there's a product that can help get through that disaster, it will rise to the top. Especially with innovation, it'll get cheaper and it'll get better, and the best person that can create the best product to get through that venture wins. That's where your beef is. Your beef is not with the conservatives, because there's a lot of conservatives that like to invoke protectionism in certain areas. It might be social, it might be economics. I think your real beef is with the free market capitalists. Wrapping up with my ideas on Biden, everything we talked about, we got so stirred up on it and passionate, especially people that are closer to the right like I am. This is a bad taste in our mouth. This presidency's really, really shitty, and the polls reflect it. Even Democrats, people that are milquetoast moderates in the middle, are starting to jump ship.
Connor.
I don't need one. I'm good. Thanks.
Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, I would reiterate a lot of those things. I think because the question is centered around the idea of like, why is it that domestic polling shows that Biden is lower than foreign polling, right? And I think first thing I did was showed how the media was manipulating with a bullshit study that showed that everyone's polling has gone up massively, and that the question in of itself was kind of a silly question, because if you just read the study, like, you would know that it was a bullshit article. But getting into it, I mean, obviously the corporate media favors Biden and they hated Trump. Obviously, Trump is a wild fucking man, narcissist that fucking tweets random crazy shit. And a lot of people don't like that, especially Europeans and Australia and New Zealand, right? Like to include them in kind of the Western tradition. It's a little bit different in the Asian countries because they respect authority and power, strongmen. But yeah, I mean, you look at immigration and you look at the supply chain issues and the vax mandate and the Afghanistan pullout, and that's why people don't like him.
Kevin Logan.
Yeah, I just keep it brief. Donald Trump was absolute horse shit as a president and as a human being. Biden isn't really a progressive, but by comparison, he's better. And just a quick point, I don't want to make this it's all personal because I think Gappy, it seems pretty based actually, but liberal American exceptionalism is still fucking cringe. So, like, don't do that. I'm out.
Okay. Next is Gappy.
Oh, to be clear, I maybe this is bad faith of me. When I'm saying America should be number one, I personally am fine if we're not literally number one or we're not the fucking best throwing everything over. But I think a lot of people do want our country to do well, and certainly people who are talking about America first should be number one. The other thing I want to say, because I think I covered everything beforehand, I think Fabian made a really good point that a lot of other people have been talking a lot, and Fabian hasn't gotten to talk much. He hasn't really said any sort of fucking point that has any substance whatsoever as an ANCAP, so I'm not surprised he's literally not talked about fucking anything. Thank you.
Okay. Next is going to be Pixel.
I think the disparity between Joe Biden's polling within America and outside of America has much to do with American exceptionalism. That is that when we're trying to even things out globally, any sort of like consideration you have to give to anyone else other than America, you know, in regards to things like climate change, is not going to poll internally very well against a population where half of them are like American first and weaponized patriotism. It's fucked. And that is why, like, even if you disagree with the poll and you think it's not real, that's why so many people have felt this sigh of relief when Joe Biden became president, because at least there was a little bit of hope for us moving towards the future in regards to climate change. Is it enough? I don't know. Is Biden progressive enough? I don't know. But it is certainly 10 million fucking times better than Trump was.
Right on the money. Now we're going to throw, as in the time. I'm not supposed to agree with anybody's beliefs. Even though, of course,
Bias, blatant bias.
Shark, you are next.
Sure. Fuck the free market. It's garbage. It got us into this position in the first place. They never take into account the problems that don't affect their own wallets. Listen, I'm sorry. The only fair is never laissez-faire. There's a reason why no big countries like it. Anyways, so yeah, climate change is a really big thing. Us here in the States, a lot of us, what is it, like a third or 40% of us don't even believe that shit is real. And it was propagated a lot by our last dipshit president, who tried to make it even worse, but thankfully he was stopped a little bit. Now he's out of office, and now we have to clean things up. Republicans and a lot of other people on the right have put us back like 10, 20, 50 years on getting things like clean energy, getting things like solar putting through massive subsidies on gas and oil at the massive expense of now the climate and the entire planet. Listen, we're trying to catch up. All right. We think about different things here in the States than in the rest of the world. And so that's why the disparity between Biden and other countries exists. But I think he's all right. Could be worse.
MPU?
A couple things. Biden is failing on every fucking thing he's trying to do. Everything he said he wanted to do that he can't do via executive order, he's a fucking complete failure. He can't even get the Senate to agree on his bullshit Green New Deal package, because even they know that it's fucking shit. Okay? And the difference here, that when you poll Americans and the Americans have something to say about their president, they vote. When you poll foreign citizens of other countries about our president, who fucking cares? They don't vote, and they are not representing the voice of their governments. It is true that a lot of foreign governments are glad that Joe Biden is president, because they steamroll his shit left and right every way, 7 ways from Sunday. Matter of fact, twice on Sunday. Okay? And I'll just kind of leave it there. Who gives a fuck what people in other countries think? I care what the American people think.
Okay. Now we are going to go on to the next topic. The next topic has to do with the issue of gun control. Once again, I just want to tell everybody I'd appreciate any support anyone would throw our way on the...
Come on.
On the show. I'd appreciate any donations or any subs to the channel. Okay, I'm just going to do that. Anyway, I'd appreciate any subs or donations to the channel. Any support would be greatly appreciated. Now, the last topic has to do with the issue of gun control. Specifically, recently there was a decision. Let me get the little blurb out, because I am not an expert in legalese. The majority in opinion in a 4-3 decision said the plaintiffs do not have to wait until they are charged with violating the ordinance before challenging them on constitutional grounds. The decision comes after years of work by Republicans in the state legislature to prevent local governments from enacting gun laws that are more restrictive than what the state law imposes, and to widen who may sue to overtake such ordinance. Basically, what this is saying is that if you want to challenge a law on constitutional grounds or some other grounds on the local level, you no longer have to be personally involved in something where the cops arrest you for something and you take it to court. You can just take it to court, as far as I'm aware. So, my question to the room is, do you support the decision, which will make it easier for people to fight local gun control laws? Since Fabian is so excited about it, I'll let him start.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, looking into this is really just an extension of the chilling effect doctrine, right? This is totally constitutional when you follow the chilling effect doctrine, right? So if you're kind of unaware of what the chilling effect doctrine is, this deals with slap laws as well as the idea of censoring freedom of speech, right? So the idea being that, if a law comes out that says that you don't have to say a certain, that you can't say a certain thing, right? Or, I mean, more specifically, you had the 9-0 Wyman v. Undergoff decision in 1952, where Oklahoma University changed the oath of office to include that you're not allowed to be a communist, right? And so they said, well, this is a chilling effect. It was used in reference to this, but also was used because of a couple other things, bill of attainder, as well as, kind of like a person guilty without trial. And it was an ex post facto law. There was a lot of reasons with this, but this is where chilling effect starts, right? The Supreme Court in 1952. Now, this is in the vein of theory from, J.S. John Milton, as well as J.S. Mill, right? This idea that when the government says that you can't do something in the vein of speech, right, it becomes an issue that you have to have standing, because you have to essentially challenge the government in such a way to have this standing. And they're saying that you are affected by the chilling effect of the state using its power and authority to keep you from speaking something. Now, when it comes to gun control, this is a very similar situation, and this is where they're drawing that inspiration from. And it's actually even more prudent, because the idea being, in order for you to have locus standi in a decision, so that you can have standing to take it to court, you'd actually have to put your life in danger by illegally having a firearm and interacting with the police with an illegal firearm in order to have standing in the court. And so what this is basically saying is, if the court violates your constitutional rights, the very fact that they're violating your constitutional rights causes a chilling effect that makes people not want to do those things, and they simply don't go against that law. And so individuals don't have standing in that law, and it makes it difficult to challenge unconstitutional laws, right? So this is just a natural progression of the chilling effect doctrine and slap legislation and things like that. And it's just being shown to be used in the gun control space. And so, yeah, I think that this is probably a really good thing, because it's a bit of a white pill that allows people to not want to go towards violence or something, because they feel like they can sue in cases where their rights are being violated without having to feel like they have to engage in some behavior with police and firearms, or feeling like they have to engage in some form of somewhat dangerous protest. If you don't like the January 6th White House tour, then this is probably a good thing for you, because it allows them to sue.
Next is going to be Brant.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, I want to make sure I extrapolate well-regulated militia, meaning a law-abiding citizen in this case. And being someone who's against any type of regulations, that not necessarily talking about criminality or organized crime, but just basic fundamental rights of being able to keep and bear, arms it's paramount to have some type of a counter or a rebuttal type step that you can take legally. And I think that this is great. I mean, obviously, I'm a huge pro Second Amendment person. I just read it. I believe heavily in it. I support this. I think it's great. I think that there should be a lot more things like this that happen in other aspects, and we can extrapolate that when we go into discussion.
Okay, next is going to be Connor.
Yeah, this is a 1,000% based. It's fucking awesome, actually. California and DC and Chicago have only been able to put in municipal gun laws because it took so long for legal challenge. And then there would be biased courts that would basically uphold laws that were clearly in violation of the Constitution. But because they were regional courts, they would uphold these things and reaffirm them and then build case law and all that kind of stuff. And it took appeal after appeal after appeal after appeal. It literally took decades for these cases to make it up to the Supreme Court for any of them to finally be thrown out. DC's handgun ban was overturned, I believe, in a higher court. I believe some of California's licensing restrictions when it came to concealed weapons permits have been overturned, and it took decades and millions of dollars for these things to be overturned. So by opening it up to kind of, as Fabian was talking about, with people who are not necessarily involved in having committed a crime being capable of bringing suit. This is awesome. This means that when something is unconstitutional, you don't have to wait a decade. You don't have to commit a crime yourself. You can just go ahead and sue and get the ball rolling, and interested parties can invest in your suit. So I think this is an incredible, incredible step. I don't know why it should be illegal in the first place, and we can get into that in the general.
Next, we're gonna throw it over to Gappy.
I don't have too much of a strong stance on this compared to other issues because of course standing is more of like I don't want to call it arbitrary, but it's more of a specifically legal issue. While I do understand, I think Connor makes a good point about the idea that we don't want to force people to say, hey, if this is a unconstitutional law, you have to fucking break the rule, and otherwise you're out of luck and you'll never be able to sue. I worry about where we draw the line in terms of standing. How indirect of a violation of rights to you would warrant you being allowed to sue people. Like, for example, if we draw it to the Texas abortion law, and to be clear, people can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is with like the state Supreme Court in like Pennsylvania. This isn't like a SCOTUS thing that's applying federally or anything like that. But like in the Texas abortion law, if someone knows of a friend who had an abortion, should that person also have standing because they believe the rights of that person is being violated? That's indirectly impacting them because they know that some individual died or that some baby died, and they believe that's like unconstitutional shit. Should they be allowed to sue that individual or sue the state, for example, in another way? I feel like it gets into a really weird slippery slope. And I guess I hope the conversation here is discussing where we draw that line in terms of standing rather than, oh, gun control good, gun control bad. And to be clear, I'm pro gun control. It's just that I do believe standing is something that we do need to be a bit careful about in terms of how much leeway we give.
Kevin Logan?
This law seems a bit strange, frankly, and I agree with Gappy in terms of it. The kind of slightly odd comparison to the Texas abortion bill thing. The idea of non-interested people getting involved seems like a strange thing to do. But on a broader point, when it comes to gun control, the Second Amendment can eat my entire asshole. I don't fucking care for it. Guns are, generally speaking, a bad thing. The Second Amendment is an amendment, i.e. a change to the original, so the idea that that itself is immovable and interchangeable is ridiculous. I don't think it's at all likely that it will be changed because America is so poisoned by the gun lobby that it's sort of even minor gun control laws, when they're put forward, even when they've got massive public support, don't go anywhere because the politicians are bought by the gun lobby. I cede my time.
Hey guys, you don't need to make faces. Even if Kevin Logan is wrong, it doesn't mean you need to make faces. Now we're going to throw it over
Kevin
to
Logan
MPU.
is not wrong, so checkmate.
Okay, whatever you say. MPU?
Okay, so essentially, I wasn't thinking about this the way that Fabian was sort of presenting his point, but it does kind of make sense. I was gonna make the take that the imposition of a law that abridges the Second Amendment might cause people to feel less secure in their person or papers, and thus make it a Fourth Amendment problem. But I could see how it works either way. Now, generally speaking, we say that people have to be harmed by a law, right? You have to be, a law has to be passed. You do it, you become sort of injected into the system, etc. And then you sort of have to work your way through it. And where there are issues of constitutionality of a particular law, I think that has to be kind of the break point to what Gabby was indicating. You know, what is that boundary? If you're violating a law that is obviously a state law, that isn't touching upon a constitutional question, I think that you should probably try to have standing. But things like the First Amendment and the Second Amendment particularly, because they are so core to what it means to be an American in this country and how we use those two amendments to sort of gauge how we respond and protect ourselves against overreach by the government, I think it's important for us to take a look at that. And it is kind of novel as the approach that's going through there. And I believe the state Supreme Court of Pennsylvania is also elected. So it could be one of these things that it might get heard, it might advance to the Supreme Court, it might get rejected. So we'll have to wait and see on that.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Shark.
I think I'm kind of like with Gabby. I'm like, I don't have the strongest opinion on this. After thinking about it for a while, I do think it's pretty unfortunate for a lot of these counties who are trying to put through some laws to keep their people safe. When it comes to gun control, you have to face a lot more lawsuits when it comes to that. But it is also good that you should be able to challenge gun laws, especially if they touch on your Second Amendment rights. Yeah, I mean, I don't that I'm gonna leave it there. We can talk about it more in the open.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to Pixel.
So, in regards to the way that the law works, I'm more than happy to have the discussion. But I do agree that gun culture is so ridiculously entrenched in the conceptualization of being an American that it's gotten to a point where any sort of regulation on gun control seems to be perceived as an attack on freedom or liberty. Like some of the laws that they want to attempt to challenge in Pennsylvania relate to children not being allowed to have a gun outside the home. Like that to me seems like the most sensible gun legislation or regulation that there could be. There needs to, the biggest lie America has been sold is that any sort of gun relation is an imposition on their liberty or freedom. So I don't know where the line is in regards to the law, but there are some regulations here that should exist in regards to the Second Amendment. I'll leave it there.
Okay. So, is everybody gone? Did I miss somebody? No?
I think that's everybody.
So, it is open to the group. Anybody can grab this.
I just want to start with some context. There's a difference between criminal and tort law, right? And there's a difference between criminal and tort standing, and there's a difference between the common law that goes with these two things. So again, when you're talking about the Texas abortion bill, as well as when you're talking about Jesus Christ, when you're talking about the Texas abortion bill, as well as when you're talking about like this slippery slope of standing, what you have to understand is that like standing in tort law comes from like the 1470s in English common law, right?
Hello,
Like
everybody.
this is Lex Mercatoria.
Fabian, are you doing all right? Good, because I got a word out there for destiny.
Really?
Right?
Really?
Oh yeah.
Really?
You definitely got a word for destiny right now, right?
Okay.
So destiny,
All
right? Go have your little match with Haas. Haas knows he's not ready for me anyway.
Jesus
right?
Christ.
We've already seen this on two different fucking panels already.
You on some
Fabian.
league shit?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's
Oh
definitely
my
like you don't understand the
God.
Hippy Dippy arena. I don't even know why you're bothering to speak right now. That right there is the
well,
reality situation.
Can you
Jesus
can you be
What-
any
why
more
are
of a
you
clout
fucking-
chaser
look,
right
look,
now?
What are you doing right now? What are you
Jesus,
doing right now?
man.
You're interrupting shit. Shut the fuck up.
Cringe levels.
Like,
You
are-
know what?
Dude,
I'm going to take my
not-
authority as a woman here and just
No,
speak
there's
over
no
you. I've
authority in
muted
this,
you.
right?
This
So,
is like fucking lame.
Destiny?
Dude, can you be
I'm
any
just
more of
gonna
a
keep
clout
talking.
chaser right
Jesus
now?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute
fucking
you too.
Christ, Fabian. What the fuck are
I've
you doing
muted
right
you.
now?
I'm just going to talk
What
over
the-
you.
what
That's
the
right.
fuck?
I can't hear
arguing.
anything
Fabian,
you're
you have never
saying.
said anything
I
useful.
can't hear anything you're saying.
Oh, my
That's
Jesus.
right. I'm talking over you.
What's going on?
Nicely
Five
Sigma
seconds.
male clout
And we lose
chaser
our
here.
mind.
Can't hear a thing you're
What are you doing?
saying.
That's right.
This is so fucking like
It
shit.
is. We
Just
could already
go
been through this
away.
if you just would
Still
shut your
can't hear
fucking
you.
mouth.
Your mouth is moving.
Jesus
Can't hear
Christ.
a word
You
you're
worked all night
saying.
making that vest, bro.
Christ. Get some
You worked all night
Why are
making
you
that
Clout
vest.
chasing
bothering?
trauma.
Why are you bothering?
It's
Is this
so
safe
fucking
gun
stupid.
storage?
You
Come
worked
on,
all
man.
night on that
Is
vest.
this
Y'all
safe
don't
gun
hate.
storage?
Jesus
here? What's
Christ.
going on there? Is that
Apparently, we're listening to your
is that
drugged
safe
out
gun
rants.
storage?
Like, what the fuck are you
Yeah.
doing?
No, I'm just going to talk over you. What the fuck?
Right. Like,
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, I
I'm
just
here.
muted him. I just muted him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've muted
Is
him
that
as
safe
well.
gun
Like, we can
storage?
just talk over him.
Yeah,
BTV,
but
is that safe
I
gun
believe.
Jesus Christ.
I
Seriously.
believe Fabian was talking.
Oh, it
Is
must
that-
be
you
so
were?
uncomfortable.
All
Continue.
right, hold on. Let's all mute him.
Yeah, everybody mutes him. Remember, y'all. Sorry on
All right,
Dylan's
so we
main.
muted him.
Sorry on
Dylan
Dylan's
will
name,
fix
but
it. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so I mean,
Right,
yeah, I
let's
mean,
not
like,
put up with this
unfortunately,
shit.
Dylan's not. I
Yeah,
I can
continue,
talk, and
Fabian.
We can all hear me, but
Yes.
the chat
Yeah.
is going to
No.
hear CTV.
Yeah, of course. That is true.
Right,
That is
so
true.
Dylan
Can we
Burns is just
protest?
going to hear.
Oh,
No.
here it
wow,
comes.
here we go.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right. Awesome.
that fucker. That
Fucking
legitimate
coward.
fucker.
Clout chasing.
Pixels, what were you
bastard.
saying?
Okay, wait.
I was just talking over
Wait,
a man for fun.
Wait. That is exactly why it's not him challenging Destiny. Mega one.
Yeah, I was just saying, look, there's like people that are worried about a slippery slope of this being used. You have to understand that the Texas abortion bill, it doesn't apply here because they circumnavigated certain legal standings, and I'm sure that will get challenged and probably defeated by the Supreme Court, because they're using tort, right? They're using civil suits as a means of handling this issue instead of making it a criminal suit. Now, when you're talking about criminal law, it's a totally different thing, right? So when you're saying like, hey, I'm worried about locus standi being used in such a way, this basically means that you don't have to violate laws and put yourself in a situation with the police or have the state coming after you in order to sue the state for unconstitutional things. This allows like gun rights organizations or any organizations that have money and have the ability to actually challenge these systems to go up against the United States government when authoritarian laws are made. And this will likely apply to other authoritarian laws that aren't just gun control laws, right?
Mhm.
This will likely be expanded. And the idea is that you don't have like some low economic individual that gets ground up by the system being fucked over and put in jail or getting fined because the people with money and power that have the ability to actually challenge the state don't have standing to challenge the state. It doesn't affect tort law.
And
It doesn't
But it
lead to
also-
frivolous
Yeah.
shit.
I could see dry counties being the next thing.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Yeah.
the abortion law that was brought up was actually an interesting example because that could potentially mean that people who had interest could bring cases against the Texas state abortion law, even if they didn't have standing in the case, because they could say, we think that this goes against Roe v. Wade, we think this goes against the Constitution. As a result, we want to bring suit against the state for violating the Constitution. And in that way, they can appeal it. Now, that's a little bit dangerous because Roe v. Wade is kind of in a precarious situation because of the way that it was ruled. But at the same time, if you wanted to have that legal fight, you can open up that can of worms. So I think it's actually good.
Casey,
almost
though.
universally.
Well, no, you have to have
Casey
hold on, pause.
reinforced
Just
Roe,
real quick,
right?
Just again, because like it seems like just to explain it, you have to have quote reasonable relation, right? So you still have to have reasonable relation to the situation. So even though you're not necessarily adverse harmed, you have to have reasonable relation. And so under the chilling effect doctrine, because the state is imposing things against everybody, right? You are necessarily affected. Therefore, you have reasonable relation to the law.
I think
Whereas
there's-
with the Texas abortion, you don't have reasonable relation because it's somebody else.
I think there's still plenty of rich Texans who would be willing to back a party in the state of Texas, specifically in that kind of suit. So
Yeah. I just want to make sure that there is a distinction
this-
legally.
Yeah, I have a question. Is this not just giving more power to capital, though, to tie up a whole bunch of courts in like constitutional?
No, it's
like,
actually alleviating courts by not jamming them with unconstitutional cases. You could
Right.
end the
Again, this is why the
cycle.
distinction between a slap is tort,
Yeah.
right? So like what you're talking about is like strategic lawsuit against public participation, right? Where individuals with large amounts of money will sue the fuck out of other people to get them to like shut up or to like get them to disengage or to like try and bully their way. But all this does, right, is allow all of these DNC, RNC lobbying organizations to bring things that are unconstitutional against the state. So the only victim here in the court case is the state, and whether or not what the state is doing is unconstitutional against the American citizenry.
Can I give an example? So like parrying this to something else would be equivalent to if tomorrow we woke up and cannabis was federally legal, but you lived in one of the harshest counties still, and then they, even after the effective date of, the prohibition has been ended, it's, recreational, full blown, you can just have it. And you would be able to go and argue and shut down the remaining dry counties, just like there are still dry counties that don't allow alcohol. So there's nothing federally stopping you. There's nothing in the state really stopping you. It's just a county that's behind on the times. This is meant to sort out a bunch of potential unnecessary, probably easy to beat cases in the court systems.
Well, I would push back on your analogy just a little bit because whether or not drugs are legal at the federal level is irrelevant to what the states have an option to do, right? The states, because of the 10th Amendment, they can.
Yeah, well, I was referring to a corrupt county within a state because this law is upholding the power of the state.
But the way that the law progresses down, right? If it's not against the state constitution, then the localities are presumed to have the ability to make laws that don't exceed the state, right? They can't create something that violates the state constitution, But if the state constitution is silent on it, then per the dictum from the Constitution, the powers are reserved to the lowest form of government, down to the people themselves. So I think the issue of dry counties is probably not the best analogy that you can make, although I see where you were going with it.
I was just trying to get somewhere in the wheelhouse of, because obviously guns are a completely different thing than
Yeah, I mean, I get your take, right, and it seems like it might make sense, but the localities still have the ability to make reasonable law if that's what the constituency in that county wants.
Yeah. True.
Cool.
I mean, I just think that this entire process, if you disagree with this process from like a left-wing perspective, right? I think you have to understand that, one, it's not affecting tort law. Two, it is only the state is the only like real victim here, right? In terms of who gets sued. So it's not holding up courts in that process, right? I mean, obviously a bunch of people could make those court cases, but they're not going to go above the local level unless like an appellate court chooses that case, right? So it's not going to clog up appellate courts, Supreme Court, DC, district courts, DC appellate court, or the Supreme Court, right? And then more importantly, the only thing that the left would gain by this law going away is temporary gun laws that would eventually be considered unconstitutional at some point anyways, right? So like you're only like at that point you're arguing for a Band-Aid to last for a little bit longer because you think it'll somehow help. Getting into that debate is a whole separate debate, but even still, it's only a temporary fix, and you're arguing for like regular people to get fucked over in the legal system while we wait for this process to finish.
Yeah, I would argue to dovetail your argument there, right? I would argue that any government that would or any entity within the government that's politically party aligned that would choose to effect that kind of a route to make something illegal, even though they knowingly believe that it is likely to be found unconstitutional, just to have that prescriptive Band-Aid, even for a short period of time, I would argue that that's malfeasance of government.
It is, and the problem is like
anybody who does that should be run out of office on a rail.
Well, and the thing is, if you look at historical examples, we have historical examples. Chicago and DC handgun bans. Basically a whole bunch of blue states doing may issue concealed weapons permits, where they're very arbitrarily just saying like, nope, you're a private citizen, and basically you can't get a concealed weapons permit, but my boy who's a lawyer and we met at like court or whatever, he can get one, this, that, the other. It avoids a lot of nepotism. It avoids a lot of corruption that's kind of been inherent in the system for the past like 30 or 40 years. And it avoids making laws for what is it? It's like laws for thee, but not for me. And that's kind of why I think it's actually incredibly powerful, is because like if this law had been in place 30 or 40 years ago, then there would be a lot of legal gun owners who wouldn't have had a lot of heartache for decades, and who would not have become lightning rods who had to spend millions of dollars, probably from other people, and potentially gone bankrupt themselves, trying to protect their rights through the judicial system. So that's why, for me, this is just like a raw fucking W, 100%.
I think it kind of reminds me of, I think there was that case, what is it? Students for Fair Admission, SFFA, the Harvard lawsuit case, right? Where it was some lobbyist group and they didn't have any standing themselves to like sue them, right? Mm-hmm. So they just like recruited some random kid who like was fucked over and then sued on their behalf or whatever. Mm-hmm. I feel like this kind of already happens, I guess, at least with like those bigger entities. We're talking like DNC, RNC and shit. They probably can just find somebody or recruit somebody that they can say was actually affected by this law or whatever. So I guess in terms of the issue of legal standing, I think this is probably fine. I'm not really sure if anyone can really disagree here, since this is more of an issue about legal standing for a case and less so about the actual issue of gun control, right?
Yeah, but to your point though, like, who wants to become the symbol of a decades-long court case about constitutionality, where basically like you have to go with the ups and downs of the case, where people are backing you financially so you can continue your case, or they stop backing you so the case falters, your name is in the headlines, like your reputation is in the headlines, you're the symbol. Whereas if it's a little bit disassociated from that, then you don't have to be the symbol. So for instance, like that kid, while he
he might have had like a principled outrage about the individual situation that he was in, who wants to spend the next 2 decades of your life being the symbol of outrage in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against something that's constitutional? It fucking sucks. And while this might be like an individualistic problem that doesn't affect like a lot of people, you could see how it would affect an individual where you're just talking about like the stresses of the ups and downs of being involved in a case like this. So that's where, again, like, you know, Dylan, I don't know if we have much to argue about, but this is just like a raw fucking W for me. And I think it's amazing that, I wish it had gone into effect like 40 years ago, honestly.
Well, if that's the case, we can just wrap it up here because we have 5 minutes till the end of the show, and it looks like most people didn't have problem with this decision. It seems a few did, but it seems that the conversation's naturally ending. So I'll have everybody do their last statements on this and shout outs right now. Again, I apologize for CTV's interruption. I have no fucking clue why that happened. We're going to throw that to Brant.
Yo, so I appreciate everyone tuning in tonight. My name is Brant from Brant for Liberty on Twitch. Like I said, I cover the news every day, pretty much a no-lifer outside of my day job. Cover 8 to 12 hours if you want to see what's happening in your neck of the woods or abroad. We've been covering Australia, France, Germany, a lot of anti-mandate protests, basically exercising their freedoms and proclaiming, you know, their medical freedoms that they've been endowed with. But it was nice meeting all the new people that I haven't met yet on the panel tonight. Gappy, it was good to see you again, man. Great points from everybody. I don't hate anybody. No ill will here. I know it kind of got off the rails a couple of times, but just thanks for having me, Dylan. Thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Shark, could you check your DMs? And Pixel Smixel, could you accept my friend request? Next, we're going to throw it over to Connor.
Yeah, so, you know, shitpost or shitpost. Sorry if it got personal. Sorry if it got a little heated. But I am of the opinion that conservatism does not have to be traditionalism. Just because we did something some way for a few years or whatever doesn't mean that that's how we have to do it into the future. And on top of that, we have to ask what's worth conserving. When, for me particular, religious ethics are important. Firearms and balance between the state and the citizenry is important. I think mixed economy capitalism is important. I think there's a whole bunch of things that are important, whereas I do think that there are things that we can let go. Being liberal or libertarian on LGBTQ folk, on, you know, minority rights, on basically trying to make sure that every American and every person of the world has a shot at leading a good life. I think that's where we should be at. How we get there is what we can fight over. So if you liked any of my takes or even hated any of my takes, I do accept hate subscriptions. You can basically type in Counterpoints into common spelling into YouTube. You can find me there. Just broke like 12K. And then also live on Twitch right now. So if you want to help me get up to affiliate, that way we can start doing the Twitch thing as well as the YouTube thing. It's sincerely appreciated. Thank you for having me, Dylan. Love being here and appreciate the passion and the fights that we had. So
Wonderful. Next, we're going to throw it over to Fabian.
Yeah, so I'm Fabian Liberty, duo stream with my stream partner, Mark. We are anarcho-capitalists. We do, you know, open debates and panels and stuff like that as well. But also we do some gaming, very rarely, but every now and then we'll do some gaming to boycott companies like Blizzard or something and talk about shitty companies doing shitty things and trying to support small indie developers and stuff like that. We do reading streams and, you know, all kinds of fun stuff. So, I mean, if you like hot takes or you want to come and laugh at statists, you know, come and hang out. Also Sunday, Hippy Dippy Recruitment, my boy Lucas Bastillo, come support him. All right. And come support Hippy Dippy Recruitment. You know, so yeah, and we'll be talking about both debates late at night when I know Dylan isn't streaming Sunday night, talking some more. If you didn't like some of my takes, come in and yell at us. Or if you don't like Lucas, but you should like Lucas because he's a good old Cuban boy that survived communism and is now an ANCAP. So thank you so much for the shout out. I hope I'll be back later.
So Fabian, you are an ANCAP?
Yeah, I am. I heard there was a drinking game, so I just decided to get a bunch of lefties drunk.
I had a question though. What type of regulations do you think should be placed on the car seat of your girlfriend?
Is that a joke about cat or is that a joke about libertarians?
We'll throw that over to Gappy.
A big one. Gappy, it's your turn.
Oh shit! I didn't hear. Okay.
Big gulps.
Sorry, I'm hard of hearing. I actually am disabled in that regard. I'm Gappy. I do politics every now and then, a fair amount, and I do a lot of gaming too. We'll probably be playing some games afterwards. Stream every night, 10 p.m. Eastern to like 5 or 6 a.m. Eastern. So be there on Twitch. Also, do you guys hate big corporations? Do you guys want to do direct aid while owning all of those big corporations that are censoring everybody? I need 1,000 subscribers on YouTube so I can subscribe, or not subscribe, so I can get monetized, okay? And every dollar I get monetized for is $1 out of YouTube and Google's pocket, okay? So go click that and subscribe so you can own all those fucking big corporations, big tech, everyone censoring all the crazy conservatives and shit. This is how you'll own them, okay? Not by watching PragerU, it's by subscribing to me, okay? Got him. Thank you.
Okay. Next is going to be Kevin Logan.
Yes, I'm Kevin Logan, KF Logan 1875 on Twitch because my branding game is weak as fuck. Yeah, you can follow me there. You can give me all of the fucking money. Subscribe to me on YouTube and that shit. I'm a socialist who's not very good at this.
Okay. Next is going to be Pixel Smixel.
Yeah, I really enjoy coming on these panels, even if it's hard for me to get a word in sometimes. I really do, so thanks for having me on. Dylan, I cover the news in a range of interesting accents, which I do a pretty good job of most nights of the week here on Twitch. My YouTube channel is like verging on 1,000 subscribers. I haven't released a video yet. It comes out next week, so if you want to subscribe to my YouTube and help me out as well as Gappy, that'd be super cool. But considering it is our first day out of lockdown, I am leaving my house for the first time in a while to go drink with my friends, and I am very excited. So yeah, it's not authoritarian here for anybody that was following that. It's not. It's good. We're good. I'm vaccinated. We're 80% vaccinated almost in my state, so it's good here. And yeah, thanks for having me on. I had a really nice time, and yeah, I can see people responding to what I said. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it a lot.
Okay, wonderful. MPU.
A way to do the leapfrog. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Dylan, for the invite to the panel. Some of you guys I've debated with before. Some of you guys have talked with before. And some of you guys I have never spoken with on a panel or otherwise. So I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to be able to talk back and forth with you, even though if you're a leftist, your takes are kind of shit. But I still respected the conversation, respected the opportunity to be able to do it. So with that, I am the More Perfect Union. I stream on Twitch. I have 146 followers. So I'm trying to get to 200. So if you know any of your friends that want to come over and not torture me, subscribe, follow, whatever. I stream infrequently, but I'm getting ready to actually produce a variety form content show 3 times a week, probably in the next couple of weeks. So check me out and give us a follow and stuff like that. And by the way, I will throw a plug over to Pixels. She is a fantastic voice.
No. Also, MPU, am I on the naughty list this year?
I don't know what that means.
It's a sad joke.
Yeah,
Don't
my
worry
chat
about
been
it.
calling you Q Santa.
Don't worry about it. We'll throw it over to Shark.
Sure. Thank you, Dylan, for inviting me to your panel. I really appreciate you, bud. Yeah, my name is Shark300. That's the word shark, the number 3, the letter O, and the word 0. We do politics and gaming. We have fun. We're slapping, we're clapping, we're memeing, we're creaming all the way to the sun, and we're pogging out 24/7, usually at 8 p.m. EST. Or you can jump over to our YouTube channel, same name everywhere, where you can find edited videos and pre-recorded videos and all of the sort of stuff that you don't see from your average content creator, because we're built different. All right. So yeah, thank you all for having me on. We love Pixel, but I'm sorry, the land invasion of Australia is still a go-ahead. We have to liberate them. We have to free them. Okay, we need to, and I'm so excited to finally see my first wallaby.
Oh, at last, democracy will come our way. It's just so exciting. I cannot wait.
You look excited. I'm happy.
Yeah. Yeah, we get you with the emus. Don't you worry.
Oh,
And our
please.
freedom's back. Yay.
We'll fight you with our emus. We lost to them, so they're pretty powerful.
Those emos got hands.
But watch out
Thank you all.
for the combat wombats.
Thank you all for coming on. I appreciate it. I'm going to send you guys over to Shark Zero since he's streaming at the moment. Love you all. You all have a blessed one. And Shark Zero will be a commentator on next week's Hippy Dippy Championship. Please tune in for that. We are putting a lot of effort into it. See you guys next week. Bye,
Have a
everybody.
good one, guys.
Have a good one.
All right, hold on, guys. And to answer questions, and then I'll be there for a bit. All right, cool. So we are going to go over hang out with Tiberius in a second, but I want to give y'all an opportunity to do some questions just in case y'all don't want to hang out with us for the whole evening. I'll probably go hang out there for a half hour or so. But if you want to do some questions right now, do add Counterpoints in the chat, either on Twitch or on YouTube. I will answer all questions. If you do have the ability to do a membership on YouTube, if you do have the ability to do a super chat on YouTube, if you do have the ability to do a donation on the Twitch channel, if you do have the ability to go to the Patreon at patreon.com/counterpoints, then go ahead and do that. But it is not necessary. I will answer your questions regardless. And if you have any questions, any concerns, any points that you want me to expand upon, now is the time to ask those questions before we go hang out with Tiberius. We will continue to stream while we bullshit with Tiberius for probably a half hour before I go to bed. But I do want to answer any questions for the people who stayed with us during the debate and the stream before we go ahead and do that. That way, they don't, I have a bedtime, you know what I'm saying? So I'm assuming y'all got some bedtimes too. Charger. Thank you, baby. Appreciate it. All right. Fuck charging, because we don't need to do that right now. And if you did do a super chat earlier, but I can't see it when I get to the screen, go ahead and do @Counterpoints in the chat, and I will answer your question or comment regardless. So we already have a Twitch comment. BBK @Counterpoints. I'm a lawyer that very much disagree with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision. If you want to have a chat about that, though, fair warning, I'm technologically illiterate. So if you ask me to chat you through Discord or whatever, it'll take me a million years. BB_K. Go ahead and send me a DM on Twitter if you are on Twitter. _Counterpoints_. And then we can walk you through getting a Discord. That way we could have a chat. So. Dean Hawkins @Counterpoints. Why are you such a reasonable righty? Probably because I lived a decade of life where I met a whole bunch of people before I did anything related to Twitch or YouTube. So basically, while I still have a very firm foundation in libertarian principles, I still believe in capitalism, I still believe in constitutionalism, I still believe in guns, I still believe in structure and hierarchy and family and religion and a whole bunch of things that leftists don't like. I still appreciate the nuance. I want people to be able to live their best lives, and I'm liberal or libertarian when it comes to a lot of issues, because I think we do probably have one life to live, maybe infinite lives, no idea, what works, what doesn't work, if there's an afterlife, if we come back here or whatever. So if we only have one life to live, or we have to live this life repeatedly, I think it would be smart to live it in the ways that you best see fit based off of the information that you have available. That doesn't mean that we can't push people to live better lives, but I like to be liberal or libertarian because I don't think everybody should live the way that I want to live. I'll recommend you live the way I want you to live, but I'm not going to twist your arm. Cullivar @Counterpoints. Why do you keep denying that the penguin conspiracy is responsible for global warming? I mean, it's entirely possible. If you want to DM me what the penguins are doing in order to fuck over the climate, I'll be more than happy to research. We had $100 of super chats. So I know that Cullivar did a donation. I think our friend ZJW might have done it. Weekend Jail is always donating. So I really do appreciate the people who have already donated. It does mean a lot. I am transitioning between jobs. Right now, I'm moving from a back of the house position with my current job to the front of the house position. So it should be lucrative, but it's not going to be lucrative for another couple of months. So I'm not begging for anything, but if you had a couple of dollar dues, I'm not going to complain. So I just want to sincerely thank the $100 that people already donated tonight. Ericoda @Counterpoints. Are you ever going to put anything on the Patreon? And what is that new computer? When is that new computer, buddy? Can't wait. Yeah, so we are going to have. I'll talk to Taze about what we're going to do for the Patreon people, because obviously we want to thank them for helping us out. So far we haven't done anything besides a poll about what kind of content they want to watch, and they basically said that they wanted to do panels. So we already do panels anyway, so it's kind of hard to do anything Patreon exclusive, but we'll do something Patreon exclusive. I have $900 worth of computer parts sitting right here. thanks to other people's generous donations. And also the Turk, want to shout him out. Theterk. The Turk provided a very expensive part for a very reasonable price. And he's given us some flexibility on how we pay him. So basically, the computer should be done by the first week of November. Taze is going to come out, help us build it. Then we should be able to video game. We should be able to not have any interruptions on stream. We should be able to produce more content. I'm very excited for it. It's going to kick a lot of fucking ass. All right. Extreme Dad. Is Dylan cringe as fuck? Extreme Dad? No, I love Dylan. Unfortunately, for Dylan, he does have to deal with a lot of personality, so I do understand his frustration with what's going on. Frankly, I kind of thought that the CTV situation might have been rigged to be like that. But then Dylan, kind of shit talking afterwards makes me think that it might not have been rigged. And also, since we weren't briefed on it, we might have fucked that up if the CTV was trying to promote himself in order to come in with a fucking steel chair during the Destiny Haas debate. So it's going to be interesting. Ericoda at Counterpoints. What's your interpretation of the regulated part of the Second Amendment? I personally think it means trained. It does mean trained. Gunsite.org. GUNCITE.org. GUNCITE.org. They have a breakdown of all of the terms within historical context at the time. Well-regulated does mean well-trained. And they basically put half a dozen to a dozen historical documents for why that's the case. Common Cure. Thank you for the $5. Very much sincerely appreciated. I have an unpopular opinion. I think people should have to pass a test to be eligible to vote. There are too many low information voters. Thoughts? I mean, I think the same thing. I just don't know if I should be put in charge of society. So it's yes, but also democracy. I don't know. We could talk about it some other time, but basically I borderline think that American citizens should have to take the citizenship test at the end of high school in order to vote. That's kind of my thing. Ericoda message retracted. Ooh, what was that? Send it again. Calabar at Counterpoints. I donate so your wife annoys you because I'm freaking evil. Gwa ha 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 ha. Good. That's awesome. Weekend Jail at Counterpoints. Well, looks like I missed the whole stream. Lol. Oh, hey, did Matt from China Uncensored ever get back to you? Matt from China Uncensored has not gotten back to me. Enjoyed the show. I did get a little steamy. We did have some libertarians and conservatarians that we yelled at a little bit. Unfortunately, the left wasn't as cringe tonight as I wanted them to be, so we didn't yell at them as much. Kevin Logan obviously triggered the fuck out of some people, so it was fun. Just Sir says, why was that panel so cringe? I don't know. That's every panel to me. That was not any more cringe than any other panel I've been a part of. Fawn One at Counterpoints is just a wannabe. Wannabe what? What do I want to be? Weird. Just Sir at Counterpoints, to clarify, I only state. Why is this the lowest one? Just Sir at Counterpoints, to clarify, I only state that because most people in that are so ignorant on economy, society, and government. Yeah, pretty much. At Counterpoints, is the Turk Hassan? He seems to be rolling in the dough. No, Hassan did not see me talking shit about him on fucking panels for a month and then decided to side. The Turk, TheTerk. He's a live streamer. He's a libertarian, I want to say. Conservatarian, and then he also he does computer reviews. So we've been on a couple of panels with him in the past, and then additionally he has his own channel. So type in the Turk, THE_TERK, and he's on the channel, and he helped us out with an important part. Potato Rodka at Counterpoints. Being informed is important, but there are many different types of knowledge, and I think that common folk know more than people give them credit for. Yeah, that's true. There's an artistic interpretation of that that I think is true. There are a lot of illiterate folks who actually have other skills, but I still think that you should be able to pass the citizenship test. And if we're going to force other people to do it, then we should force our own citizens to do it, because there's obviously a lot of idiots. Chuck E. Cheese at Counterpoints. There is a Destiny Haas debate. When is that? It's the Hippy Dippy Championship. That's going to be next week. Ericoda at Counterpoints. What's your opinion on the Alec Baldwin situation? Poor bastard, dude. I know it's easy to meme about gun safety for anti-gun people, but at the same time, he literally killed somebody. So that's really frustrating. I'm going to go back to Twitch chat because we have another thing. At Counterpoints, do you have any method of getting in touch with you that doesn't require me setting up a Twitter account? Sorry to be difficult. Yeah, do counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. So Counterpoints, as you see it spelled on the screen, COUNTERPOINTS, and then Connor, CONOR, @gmail.com. You can send me an email. I do check it infrequently. You can go ahead and check it out. So Twitch chat, we had 5-7 people join in the past couple of minutes. If you want to do at Counterpoints in the chat, I'm just answering questions before we roll over to hang out with Tiberius D for a couple of minutes for his birthday. So, weekend jail. I once found a U.S. citizenship textbook on a park bench. Was pretty easy. However, unfortunately, I know a lot of U.S. citizens who would struggle with it. Yeah. So, that doesn't change my position. Montclair bullying 00 at Counterpoints. Love the doggo tonight. I did that just for y'all because that second subject was rough. Independent thought at Counterpoints. How much is Restream monthly? We're using Restream, the free version of it, but I want to say it was like $10 a month or something like that. I don't know if Taze bought the full-fledged version. I forget. Cullivar at Counterpoints. Doesn't stand to reason that many normies only care about specific topics relevant to them as voters and don't really care about what we talk about online. Yeah, of course, but that doesn't change anything for me. Master of Arms' fault. Baldwin likely couldn't have known. Yeah, treat every weapon as if it were loaded, never point at anything you don't intend to shoot, etc., etc., but, that still sucks. Ericoda says, tell him happy birthday. All right, awesome. Let's just give Twitch a second. Nope, they fucked up. Sorry, Twitch. To the 16 to 17 people who are hanging out with us now, come back, help us out, help us get affiliate. Sincerely appreciate it. Donation link is down below. We're working on the website. If you want to watch on YouTube, come watch on YouTube. But I do help you. I do sincerely appreciate you helping us get affiliate. That way we can go ahead and get Twitch rolling as well. So I wish y'all an excellent evening. I'm still going to be streaming. We're still going to go hang out with Tiberius D. But we're going to be moving on in just a second. So, Nullisect at Counterpoints. Are you thinking of talking to the far right more because you are sick of deluded lefties? Yes, absolutely. Just, sir, at Counterpoints, to be fair, with the citizenship test, most of it is because bullshit fluff and nothing to do with how we structure our society. I think we could make a better test. That's probably true, and I would be interested in that. So, I do appreciate y'all. I'm going to stop answering questions now. I'm going to go hang out with Tiberius. So we're going to do that now. Y'all can still hang out with us. We're going to be live for another, probably 20-30 minutes or so. But if you were there just for the debate, then, I appreciate you. So let's go over to Tiberius. And I'm going to jump into his Discord, and then we're going to bullshit with him. And we're going to wish him a happy birthday. So let's do it. Tiberius. And he's there. Let's do it.
What's your name? You're the name I don't know. And there was another guy too. He was driving this car.
Oh shit! Connor's here.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
I gotta go. Connor. So when the infrastructure of society collapses, what are we gonna do?
And the cops are here. Wait, no. Before that, we have to, Connor. We got to talk about this space suit, this flying suit thing you're gonna do.
Yeah,
I really need to know
what?
about this.
Yes, bro, I want to go.
Well,
apparently he wants to make a fucking space marine suit or some shit. I need to know about this.
Hell
Yeah, I
yes,
hope
let's
he makes
do
it
it.
himself and launches himself into space. That'd be cool.
Jesus Christ!
There was an ancient Chinese guy who did that. He blew up though.
God damn it! I'm trying to fuck with my camera. Give me a second. Damn, where y'all?
Wow, Zen coming out swinging. Go on.
Dude, I the first few times I ever heard Connor talk, I wanted to strangle him, but I got now where I'm cool. Now I'm cool with it. It's like, and now I get him, and it's cool, and I have a lot more respect for the dude. So it's pretty cool, but it's just
okay.
funny.
I want to strangle myself.
That's good stuff though, because that's hard things to overcome. Like just the difference that you have in people and like getting through that initial abrasion and like getting to understand different viewpoints. That's like what a lot of people get stuck up on.
It's Connor
a new camera angle too.
There we go.
I just don't
Do you
have
live
my
in
good
art
camera.
gallery?
Okay,
can art gallery?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to explain the story again.
Yeah.
What the fuck is
Why
going
you
on
got
back
the
there?
not white balanced fucking shitty camera on?
Because I had a photo shoot and I don't want to put my camera back up.
Ooh, sexy.
Also, how come you can't white balance this motherfucker's camera?
Dude, I'm gonna be there in 2 weeks. Okay, it'll be solved. Okay.
Hold on, is that white whistling?
Is that white whistling?
Connor, that didn't fucking help. Okay, like
I'm super pale. What the fuck do you want from me? This is racist.
Well, it's the
This is racist.
of like you turned off the light and now like you're shaved and it's like super creepy.
Potatoes in this bitch talking shit.
you're not wrong.
All right.
Chase, help this motherfucker, okay? Like, go to his house,
literally,
help this
I'm
motherfucker,
I'm
white
flying
balance
there.
his shit, okay?
I'm flying there in 2 weeks, and I will be sitting in his freaking room, building a computer and solving this shit.
I still think this is racist, but whatever. So
It's not even building it in a computer.
Yeah, just do something about your brightness and that'll be okay.
I'm doing all of it. That's the thing. Is I'm just gonna fix all that. I'm gonna deboomer his shit.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, can I talk about my Space Marine suit? Because that's like the most important thing. So
I'm 50. You should see my setup. It's
okay. So there's a non-powered. So obviously, I want to create like IRL Space Marines, right? Or Iron Men.
Yes, let's do it. I'm in.
Yeah, because of the movie Starship Troopers, right? But we only have so much money, and this was actually part of my indictment of Hassan, is that he's a multimillionaire and all he does is like React Andy bullshit. Whereas what he could do, it took me about 20 minutes of internet research. There's an Origin 12 shotgun. It's a semi-automatic. It's magazine fed. You should Google it. So you can just fire slugs. That way it looks like a bolter.
Wait. You're talking about the one that has that big bulky box magazine?
Yes, because it looks like a bolter from Warhammer 40,000.
All right.
I've heard. No. I've heard that it's like a giant pain in the dick. It doesn't feed very well.
So would a bolter would be similarly painful. So all right. Anyways, that's only like step 1 of 4. So the other one is there's non-electric exoskeleton. There's also the jetpacks that have like the handholds. There's also body armor, and then now they have Boba Fett style ballistic helmets. So between the Boba Fett ballistic helmet, the body armor, the scaffolding, the jetpack, and the bolter, you could become like a weird amalgamation between Warhammer 40,000 Space Marines and Starship Troopers, the book, and then also there's a I just found out about this yesterday. Somebody is 3D printing a mold for the Halo Magnum that fits onto Glocks. So you can take a Glock, put on the frame, and it looks like a Halo Magnum.
Hold on. So please tell me this is like realistic. You're talking about this ain't. What are we talking? Is this real?
Yes, it's real. Go to Patreon.
Hold on. So I can
I can see that.
A Boba Fett outfit with a helmet, a jetpack, and like full armored and ready to go with like countermeasures and all kinds of.
Well, maybe not that
Turbo
advanced.
Man flight shit and like blow shit up.
Can I like share? I'm gonna pull some shit up and I'm gonna share my screen with y'all. That's
Okay. No, that's cool as shit. I like that.
Okay.
I kind of want one of
nasty
these.
porn on us again.
Yeah, we're
For real, because I'm about to put a hole in my roof just to do this shit.
All right, so
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to buy a Glock, and I hate Glocks. Fuck Glocks. They're the dumbest fucking guns in the world.
Excuse me?
I really need to know what my first gun should be.
You want to hear about like every?
You know why I hate Glocks? Okay, you know why I hate fucking
12
Glocks?
gauge, 9mm, and a 17. That's like all I really want to have. Oh,
here's
and then
why I
an AR.
hate Glocks.
I want
okay?
a 7.65.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not a character from Minecraft. Okay, my hand is not fucking square shaped. I hate Glocks. Fuck Glocks.
Why are there so many watch streams on my screen?
The grip is
Yeah,
not
can
a
somebody?
square. What do you?
Can whoever else is sharing their screen, can they stop? Unless y'all can see it all.
I was playing a game.
No, they're fucking terrible.
I'll turn mine off. There you go.
You're just wrong. It's okay.
Right.
You can be wrong.
All right.
What are we looking?
All right. So this
One
is,
moment.
This
I'll be
is
right
number
back.
1. Can y'all see?
All
this?
right. Okay. Cool. I'm looking now.
Okay. So this is the Origin 12 shotgun. I'm going to show my stream real quick. Hold on. I want them to see it. There it is. That's
The
number 1.
Emperor.
All right, so that's number 1. That's a bolter. Then let's look up the Halo Glock Magnum. Here we go.
Oh shit, that does look like the Halo gun.
That looks dope as hell.
Yeah, so
That's
I mean,
gangster as shit. Yeah.
The problem is you could definitely fucking take your leg off with like not having a trigger
That's like
guard.
a Ruger. It's like that handle's placed up like a Ruger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
like no trigger guard.
I bet that aims real well and settles real nice.
but
I
here's
bet the recoil is real low. That's crazy.
Yeah, but here's a version with the trigger guard. So
Yeah.
so obviously it's not the safest thing in the world, but hey, here's the ODST one, so that's fucking awesome.
Is that a 45?
This one is 9mm. The Halo. This one is 9mm.
That looks like a 43 or something like that.
It looks like it needs to be better than that.
This one is this one is based off of the Glock 19. Then let's do the.
That looks shorter than a 19.
Yeah, but it's a 19. So here's the jetpack that actually works. So it does have jets on the back, but it also has.
What do you get like a minute, 2 minutes out of flight?
That's cool. Fuck, you're flying a
That's the
fucking
water one.
jetpack.
That one back there was the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
but hold on.
Unloaded for the record.
Yeah. So,
totally empty.
Hold on.
Go to that one. That's another
HK?
water one.
All right, hold on. But why?
Made for people that don't have wooden hands. Okay.
All right, but watch.
So basically, hold on. I see what you're getting at, though. Because you can put all this stuff together, and you can have your own, like.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
you can do it for like a minute and a half. You can rock it.
Yeah, but I mean, why aren't rich streamers doing this? What the fuck? You know? Like, what's the point of being a multimillionaire if you're not flying in a fucking jetpack? Look at this shit.
No,
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Because you can do the same shit in a fucking inflatable pool, okay? Well, you pretend to give a blowjob to a camera, all right?
They ain't got the nuts.
Who's
They ain't got that nuts. Hold on, I bet because I turned my screen on that I'm gonna like glitch out in like 5 minutes because this is like a Samsung Galaxy S6. So I'm just gonna like grace you all with my presence for a moment before my shit crashes out.
All right. Then I'm pulling up a real life exosuit because there are ones that work. So they have.
My dude broke his back, had a whole fucking brace. I told him to give it to me because I wanted to have my own exoskeleton.
Yeah, so I'll show chat real quick. But
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so they have non-battery operated exos. And then you could just do like regular body armor, right? And then let me do Boba Fett ballistic.
Yeah, and they're based off like a regular car coilover like suspension and rebounding spring, so like it doesn't really wear out. You get time. Of course, it's gonna wear out, but it's gonna last
that
a while.
until you got to. Have you ever replaced a fucking coil on a fucking strut before?
Okay, but the final point, guys.
You say that
this is the final.
and then you got to replace it.
10 to 15,000 pounds of spring pressure, and I handed it to my neighbor, and he just held the spring, and I was like,
"Yeah, and it's the
it was
sketchiest
like,
goddamn thing in the world, and it's held by this a tool that just goes." Beer.
IPA, I'm very old, and my bedtime is coming up. So basically, this is the final pièce de résistance that you can have a fast ballistic helmet that is actually a real ballistic helmet, and then there's this like ballistic resistant plastic. It's not gun proof. I'm gonna show my stream, but it is like regular, like wearing a pair of glasses, but it looks like Boba Fett. So, and that's it. And that's what I want to do. And if I was a multimillionaire streamer, I would put all of this on, and then I would fly into the side of a mountain, and I would die. And that's
yeah. But you know what? You know what's preventing you from being a multimillionaire streamer?
I'm with you.
You know what prevents you from being a multimillionaire streamer?
You not being on my Patreon.
True.
This is true.
Free advertisement right there. Well placed. Perfectly done.
I was gonna say you're not a leftist, but sure.
True.
If you would like my $6 a month, like sure, if that's gonna make the difference.
All right, cool. So
that was a masterful shill on Twitter today. Posting all of this.
If any one of y'all want to throw in on a Subaru build, let me know.
See,
I got it ready.
Wait. A Subaru build? Are you telling me you want to throw $10,000 in an engine to make 370 horsepower wheel? Come on.
350 wheel.
Listen, you can either help him with the Subaru, or you can watch me die live on stream, dressed like Boba Fett, flying into the side of a mountain. So, I mean, where do you want to put your money?
Like, right. Who doesn't want to see this?
Okay.
No, who doesn't want to see this?
Who's going to die first?
No, the leftists will love it.
Literally arguing about who's going to die first. What the fuck are we talking about?
And I get to die the way the gypsy woman said, in a jetpack into the side of a mountain.
No. So what happens if the infrastructure falls apart and then we're all expected to unite and take care of each other?
Well, then I have 3 minutes of flight time to escape the collapsing society.
And then that's what I'm saying. That's exactly
you know what I'm going to do with if the infrastructure collapses? People like me and Zin that have fuckloads of money set aside, we're just going to go fuck off, okay? That's what we're going to do.
What are you going to do when society collapses?
Yeah. Why are you calling me out, bro?
Because you're the bourgeoisie, okay? Like, just
bourgeoisie.
You could be paying.
No, we just have a greenhouse and food and bunches of stuff stored
and hundreds of thousands of dollars invested.
So but that doesn't mean they'll cash out if everything crashes.
For real. Like that stuff goes like that. And we don't know if like gold's gonna be what's gonna set us through, or if it's gonna be like valuable resources, or what money or value could shift to.
Haven't you been following Fallout? It's bottle caps. That's what we're moving to. Just that's why I
Nuka-Cola.
Dude, I've got friggin' thousands.
I got
just sitting in my closet.
Hey, bro, I feel you. I put so many hours into Fallout.
If the market is any indication, okay, it's bullets and guns, all right? And I'm set on both of those.
Okay, I'm going to be having it for the Brotherhood of Steel then. Yeah.
Side note, Fallout 76 right now has, Twitch Prime is giving away stuff for Fallout 76 right now.
Why would you play that trash ass game?
Of course they're not.
Just saying,
bro, when I found out that Fallout 3 had a half-broken ship sitting over there with a 100-level locked door on the other side that I didn't plan my character for, I played the whole fucking game again.
Oh, jeez. All right.
All right. Well,
I want it in that door.
I'm
I
old
want
as
it in the door,
piss,
bro.
and my back hurts. Can I lie down? Like on stream? Is that a thing?
If you want.
All right.
But you're like
It's happening.
you're like 28 years old. Why does your back hurt?
28 years
Do you
old.
know me?
All right. Once again, I'm going to interrupt here for a second, okay? There's 10 motherfuckers hanging out in here. There's 11 people watching this goddamn stream, okay? If you were hanging out in here and you were not watching this goddamn stream, fuck you.
Yeah, but hold on. We've also got 9 people in Connor's stream.
Hey,
So we got 20.
You shouldn't do that to the people that are so loyally watching and following.
I have a
How
window
dare
open of
you.
it here. I have the Discord
know-
over here.
Well,
This is no, you know what this is? This is IPA with his fucking Asian privilege because he thinks.
Look at
that
this guy. Who is this guy? Hi, my name's Jerry.
He thinks that everybody has internet to just be watching streams and be on
We have
Discord.
6 monitors, Osiris, okay? Fuck you.
I'm just saying. Maybe some.
I feel like this stream. I need to leave.
Look, I didn't realize that HDMI to USB-C was a thing until a couple of weeks ago, okay? So, like, now I have 6 monitors. Fuck off.
Nice, yeah, that's actually a thing.
Oh, welcome to the future, my man.
Okay, gangster. I got a VGA cord and an HDMI cord plugged into my full like D1600 Dell laptop.
What the fuck?
Yo,
And
you need-
yeah,
you need
bro,
to
I
upgrade,
don't
dude.
even get started. Never mind. I'm just gonna stop
Can
there
I-
because I don't really know crap about nothing.
Can I?
I got four. I got 4 machines in this room. Yeah.
All right. Are we gonna sing as a group?
No, you can.
Wait. Wait. All I can see is the top of your head because you're on your fucking knees under your desk wishing Tiberius a happy birthday, okay?
Shut the fuck up! Happy birthday, dear Tybee. All right, do you want to
This
start
is
from
like
the
some
beginning?
no. This is like some POV jack off instruction porn, okay? Like,
Look,
What the fuck is that?
hey, Ty.
So
who's gonna call
All these
Clubhouse
people gathered around here.
All right, Tiberius, I want it on the record that IPA ruined that shit. I was ready to sing the whole fucking thing, and he just kept talking.
Hey, Connor.
Yeah.
Hey, Connor,
He
this
did
is what
say
you
earlier
did.
he didn't have any
It's only
friends.
appropriate.
Hold on. Connor, so everybody shared their favorite story about Tiberius. Go. Let's hear it.
I mean, when we shot guns and shit, like, but I mean,
Hell yeah.
let me try to think if there was a funny one, like a fucked up one or some shit.
Yeah. So we got into that, and unfortunately, you guys missed a lot. But Madman posed the question: "Hey, what's your favorite like Tiberius moment?" Some people talked about when I get ragey, like Octavius wasn't here, but it like
Which is a new thing for me. I've seen this dude rage it. Well, like once.
Can I shit talk his titling ability real quick? So, all right. So Tiberius is like, "Hey guys, I'm thinking about putting everything under the same brand. I'm really excited. It's gonna be great metrically, all that kind of stuff." And we're like, "Fuck yeah, Tiberius, you do that shit. You get it together." And then he's like, "I'm gonna start doing pop culture reviews, even though y'all were talking shit about it." And then we're like, "Fuck yes, Tiberius, do it." And then he's like, "All right, I'm gonna do a review of Band of Brothers." And then his review of Band of Brothers was like 20-year anniversary. And it was like, what the fuck? Like, you're not telling me that it's Band of Brothers. You're not telling me that it's a review. You're not telling me that it's World War II. You're not telling me that it involves blood. You're not telling me it involves guts or military or anything like that. What the fuck am I supposed to learn from a title 20-year anniversary?
And that was just the first of many. So yeah, that was my.
Tiberius is literally a 60-year-old man and a 30-year-old man.
I mean, it kind of is.
Lead. Okay, seriously,
including the farming occasionally.
Listen,
Can I call him Daddy?
Ty, I know you don't like leading with the blood and guts or whatever, but if it's blood and guts, that's what you need to lead with. It's sexy. People like watching people die. People like tits. People like blood.
Right.
Like you gotta give the people what they want.
Okay, thank you
Tits are good.
for,
Tits are good.
thank you for raining on my parade on my birthday. While you're here,
Wait, can we turn this into a roast while we're at it?
No! Oh my
That's what it feels like, doesn't it?
All right, I guess we're going there. But yeah, anyway, no, Connor, if you have suggestions as far as naming, feel free to have at it. I will. But on that saying, there's a level. There's a level where I'm not going to touch some shit. You've got some crazy ass titles, just like, oh, fucking, let me just bring this shit up because between you and Tades, it's fucking ridiculous.
Well, it's Tades'
my God.
fault.
They're right,
I'm just
though.
doing
Like, the
my
point is
job.
that they're right.
Okay.
They're actually right.
Can I? All right, I'm.
Taze makes good thumbnails. Taze
Okay.
makes good thumbnails.
But can I want to shit on. I want to shit on Taze real quick because literally I tell him like so Phil Gursky. The title is the realities of terrorism. And this fucking ass clown over here. He titles it The Realities of Terrorism, and then he has me and Phil Gursky smiling at each other. It's like, what the fuck, Taze?
In my defense, I found some photos.
Wait.
I slapped them on there, and then I was like, okay, what the fuck do I title this? And this was at like 7 a.m. I was half awake. I was just like, fuck, whatever.
Listen,
okay, that's my defense.
But this is why you don't trust marketing people without like having like people product check your own shit, because they'll be like the dangers of child pornography, and they'll have you on the front like.
Okay,
wait, Connor, hold on, Connor. So you didn't have the shaved head and with the beard too, when it had the terrorism, right? Hopefully you didn't have the bald head with the beard. I was gonna say that looks really bad.
Okay, but you have to admit, Connor, I did a damn good job with that one where you got into it with Fnatic. Okay, I love that fucking thumbnail.
Jesus.
Well, now, that's like the third time you've done it, and it's always been with Fnatic. Every time.
I blame him. We had a great
There's
one-on-one.
a common denominator.
We've been really nice, and then basically what happens is he thinks that because there's a bunch of fucking, white kids who are all fucking scared to talk over a black man, unlike all of the woke progressive people here, he can just yell at people. And I'm not gonna stand that shit. Although y'all need to stop talking over Osiris, because it's like Osiris is talking.
Fnatic is actually.
Hold on, Osiris. I got something to say here.
Yeah, me too, man. Hold on, let me get up in there.
Hey, fuck you. The minority is speaking. Okay.
Wait, or me.
Tyranny of the minority is real.
All right, so yeah, title: Riviera, Mexican guns, and the death penalty. The tagline: "What a douche." God damn it.
Yep.
Okay, Bastion, open borders. What's the tagline? Suicide bombing is cringe. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Okay, there's a
lot
level.
of people don't know that.
I fucking hate
From what I gather, Ty, it sounds like you're single-handedly trying to destroy a reputation with a couple of pictures in the title.
Well,
No,
I mean,
this is what I put out to the world.
Yeah.
This is Connor's channel.
So look, my thing is, I'm trying to be a little bit more professional, and yeah, look, I get it. I give granddad vibes.
Dude.
I don't even get dad vibes. I give granddad vibes.
You're definitely granddad.
Yeah, you give like 50-year-old uncle vibes. It's true.
Hey, you know how we can prove it? Just show your shoes.
Yep. But
He probably has New Balances.
50-year-old uncles let you drive the truck, and they will let you take a sip of the beer. So, I mean, there's an advantage.
Look, watch these granddad shoes. Told you. Told you.
Yeah.
Those are not New Balance.
Doesn't matter. What the fuck are those? What are those?
What are those?
Skechers.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
No. If you don't have New Balance shoes and an 800 credit score, you cannot claim granddad status. Okay.
Oh, I got Spiras. They got springs in the toes and heels.
So the Skechers in a 780 count.
Okay, so
No, you poor.
So I'm not gonna lie. The red shirt, black button-up overshirt, that was my exact outfit when I was 16. And like I see Ty rock that, and I'm like, God damn, I miss it. Miss that shit. You know what? The
Are you
only
saying
way
you're that much older?
No, the only way that Tiberius could make that outfit better is if it was like the short sleeve button-up shirt with like dragons on it. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones that the kids like who brought like fucking
shirts, like,
they brought like
the one all
Digimon
the
cards.
weebs wear.
Yes. And then the not the bell bottoms, because bell bottoms is where it's skinny and then it bridges out. Jinkos.
We're talking about Jinkos, yeah.
Jinkos. Yes, Jinko's red undershirt, black button-up shirt with a dragon on it, dude. Ty,
Yeah, all the weebs.
If you rock that shit, I'll rock that shit with you.
Don't forget tearaways, man. The tearaways back in the day, the whole button-up leg, just like the whole.
I see.
Hey, fuck you! I had a pair of those.
I see we're in full roast Tiberius mode. I'm liking.
I did too. My shit has.
I'm gonna do it too.
Clips holding it together.
Tiberius. I'm about. Oh wait, who's that? Oh, it's Weekend Gel. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's up? Before the roast, just wanted to say happy birthday in voice.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, Weekend.
We can get on to roasting.
That wasn't even a roast. I was gonna
What's
wear
your
that
story?
shit.
What give us your story of Ty.
My story? Oh God.
Ty, this guy don't like you.
He's got to sit. He's got to go through all of his fucking memories. Which one's the worst?
Where's Octavius at? I want to hear him bitch about me fucking screaming at people.
I thought we were roasting Tiberius here.
Were we?
That's exactly what we're doing. We already talked about.
I
his
wasn't
old
trying to do that.
shoes.
I kind of like the guy.
And this dude, this dude's 30 years old, and he's always wearing a fucking button up with a fucking undershirt.
My first time going to stage and rapping, I was wearing MC Hammer pants that went Swiss, and I had a black button-up shirt with a long haircut. I hadn't had a haircut in a long time. My shit fro out. Like, it's just like a giant fucking top that just come out.
You know, something so speaking about the button-down shirts, because I was using tie for a while.
Y'all gotta get better at this roasting shit.
Well,
I'm not laughing.
I'm gonna give
You're not supposed to laugh. You're supposed to take it critically and reevaluate your entire life and the friends that you keep in it.
Tiberius. I know you're super proud of all the design.
When I saw ties, whoever was going, go.
Okay, look, Tiberius, I know you're very proud of all the designs. I made that shit in fucking high school, okay? All the shit that you make for your thumbnails, for your design. I've been doing that shit for years. No, you asked for a roast. No, I'm joking. It wasn't until college.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You're actually correct me if I'm wrong.
Wait, is that dog whistling?
You're actually shitting on Samantha.
Hey, you know what? You know what the real joke is going to be? We're all going to wake up in the morning and we're all banned from the Discord.
Gotcha, ass bitch.
That's got to be the real joke.
Hey, listen.
Oh, jeez, I'm kidding, Tiberius. Happy birthday.
Look, I don't know somebody who's got more talent and less money than Tiberius. Which is literally the opposite. Which is literally the opposite of Zin, who has more money and less talent than anybody I know.
I don't even know who Zin is, but that's funny.
Man, that was a double roast.
I was about to say, you're gonna cut that shit off, and you didn't.
Damn.
Nice.
And he wasn't even here to
me,
get
bro.
it.
Oh my god.
No, that was a good
Hold
one.
on.
That was solid.
Who's Zen? Zen.
All right, so Connor, haven't talked to you in a while. How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm fucking old as shit. My neck hurts, and fucking all that bullshit. But what else?
So supposedly now that I'm 30, I'm supposed to get a debuff upgrade anytime now, where like my knees are gonna not work. Yeah, my knees aren't gonna work. My back's
This is
going
new.
out.
Come on.
Listen,
Bro.
it's not. I think there's 60.
None of that happened to me. None of that happened to me.
I was
You'll be
about
fine.
I was about to say, I think there's like 60-year-olds who walk around, they feel better than me. It's not
No,
the
Zin,
years.
I just don't think you remember when it happened to you. Okay, that was first of all, that was like 24 years ago. Second of all, you were like fucking high as shit. Okay.
Hey, look, I think I'm the
Medical.
oldest person in this call, and I will say this: everything hurts, but my dick still works.
Okay.
That's the only thing that matters.
What counts?
Yeah,
He's got a point.
Yeah, he does have a point.
He's got a point. All right.
That's all that really matters.
That's what we call old man power, man. Old man power.
Osiris
We
Zen
know
is
it
older
hurts,
than you.
but bro.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Zen is my senior. Sorry, Zen.
Who is Zen?
Zen is the high guy right there raising his hand. He's definitely high.
He knows
he's
He's
drinking a
high guy
course.
raising his hand.
When is he
I
not
see no
high?
man raising his hand.
Zin, when are you not high?
When I'm sleeping, maybe. I don't know.
He's still fucking out.
Fair enough. That's fair.
No, I do. I get up. Usually, when I get up, I get around. It takes me like 3 or 4 hours. to
Oh
get on
man,
the
I can't believe this
bed.
channel. I gotta leave. This is incredible. I can't believe this guy. Oh my god. I'm just. Oh, I gotta. Bye.
Yeah, but then, then after I get done with that, then I cook. I cook for. I'm basically the chef at the house, you know. So I do the cooking, and then after that, hopefully by then I've had some
That's
edibles.
a euphemism
and
for wake and bake, right?
then, no. I actually I do all that
It's just a
sober. I do all that
byproduct.
sober. Then I eat some gummies, and then
What
I
the
take
fuck?
some dabs off the concentrate wax, and then I'm good to go.
And you operate every day of your life just like totally fucking baked up like that.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Real question. Do you spend most of your time like task oriented, like going through like a process on a list, or do you just like clean the shit out of your house?
I mean, I do shit. I don't know. I work on. I do take care of the yard, and garden, and the
That's
house.
the quote of the day. Well, I do shit. Hey, look, that's what I tell my wife every day. Well, I do shit.
Hey, I do stuff, okay?
Listen, I took out the trash. There's no need to ask me once.
Look, I do things to deserve all of your money, wife. That's what Zin tells his wife.
Did Connor just change mics?
I did. Sorry, I'm old as shit and my body hurts.
No, it's fine.
Hey, I'm just saying.
I'm old as shit in my body. Kind of
I
freaking answer is bad.
But the thing is, it's legal here, and it keeps me from drinking as much. And I'm trying to save my fucking liver and my anemia right now. So it works out that I'm stoned as fuck all the time. So it works.
Yeah, it's good.
It's quite
Hey,
it's
but
quite
what-
amazing. It is quite amazing in the difference that a boom mic has versus like a headset mic.
It does, doesn't it?
You know what? You can actually EQ a headset mic to sound like I don't know what a boom mic is, but a condenser mic.
Well, that's what he's talking about. Just one of these.
Well, yeah,
How bad-
a boom mic is a
okay,
condenser.
so like, hold on.
A boom mic is a condenser. It just picks up everything.
Is this thing that bad?
You're pretty good.
It's
Your
not
video
horrible,
sucks.
but it's not bad. But you can tell it's just a Bluetooth headset.
Yeah.
How do I sound?
You sound
You sound fine.
fantastic.
Okay, because I'm on a
Fantastic.
I'm on a 11 laptop with a piece of tape over it.
It's tinny. It sounds
Okay.
tinny.
All right, well then fine. For some reason, Weekend Gel sounds exactly like everybody else here.
You sound echoey as shit. You need some sound foam, bro.
Terrible.
Probably.
Yeah, man. You need to throw
No,
some
you
like
do.
curtains
Tell
or
me your-
something, or some blankets
Okay,
on
You're
your
all
walls.
fired. All fired.
Yeah, like let's just.
If there's one thing I can tell you about your audio, Tiberius, it's fucking sound foam. Oh my fucking god, it makes a huge difference.
All right,
Well, he also
so
doesn't talk into his mic either. So
all right, send me a
There's
box
a
of
guy I
sound
noticed building a booth right now with like 3 layers of
just
soundproof
go buy some eggs.
insulation with a
Deep
foam
throat that
bag.
mic,
Like,
Tiberius. Get it in your mouth.
Just
Then
eat
you
some
can-
eggs
Wait.
and put the egg cartons on the wall, dude.
So the sound
It's fine.
reverberates good off it. Like it's all.
Does that work?
I got screamed at so much for actually
does
like
that work?
talking into the mic.
Yep.
But
No, because you got to level it. So you need to be about right here to the
Yeah,
mic.
okay. There's a
IPA.
no, Tiberius. There's a balance between gain and how far away the mic is from your face, right? There's a balance between those things.
right, and that's fine. On the other side of that, IPA, it's my birthday. Send me a box of sound foam.
His arm for that mic right there. Your arm for that mic.
Hold on, buddy. I will send you a box of sound film for your birthday. Okay, but you understand that like you need probably like I don't know 1, 2, 3. Okay, so like let me look at how much and my office. No, my office.
You're gonna have to triple layer it so we can.
My birthday was like 3 days ago. I need like an 06 SPI 6-speed transmission.
My office is 6x8. Okay, it's a fucking walk-in closet in a spare bedroom. Okay, I have like 4 boxes worth of sound foam in here. It like your room is probably bigger than this. Okay, you're gonna need more fucking foam than that.
You don't need any foam.
I'm sitting on my back deck.
If I'm going to be nitpicky about his sound, it sounds a little echoey. That's all.
Because he doesn't talk into his mic. He's like this far from the fucking mic. Yeah, and that's why he just needs to talk into it.
That's why I wear a Bluetooth, because I can't sit still enough.
Yeah, you're in your garage, so you have a good reason.
No, I'm not. I'm on right now, okay?
Wait, where you now?
Deck.
Oh, you're on the deck. Okay.
Chase, you do this shit for a living. Tell me I'm wrong. It sounds a little echoey. If I'm going to be like nitpicky.
Audio's not my huge thing. I was gonna say I actually was gonna look to Osiris to get a little bit of help with my EQ and shit at some point, but it sounds a little echoey. Yeah,
it is definitely echoey. But I can also tell you this: look, you can make a headset mic sound almost as good as a condenser mic, at least for broadcasting purposes.
Well, I know
over the internet.
I know my mic sounds a little flat. Like it just doesn't.
A little, yeah.
It doesn't. It's not EQ'd properly. I know it is. I've done a little bit of work, but it's not enough. I need to fix mine, and I need to make sure that when I go to do Connor stuff, I've got a few people on tap that'll help to make sure it all sounds right. Because that's like my one weak point.
Yeah, Taze, just scoop the mids.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the mic. But
and you know what you do. So Taze, when you go over there and you fuck with his OBS and shit, set him up an audio chain. That's relatively simple. There's like 1 billion fucking YouTube videos on that, and if you're not familiar with that, I can help you in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
Yeah.
All right, Slips.
That's the biggest thing.
I'm fucking falling out. So, is there anything that we need to talk about besides like roast Tiberius one more time? Do we need to try to sing to him one more time?
Yeah. What again? I gotta ask. What is with this like fucking POV sucking people's dick like under the desk stuff going on right now?
I'm old as shit and I lay down because my neck hurts because I'm dying because it's not the years, it's the mileage. So you get to fucking clip and ship this. And pretend that I'm
okay. For the record, that is the same thing. Ironically, that is the same thing about cop cars.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the years, not the mileage, right?
Wait, no,
exactly. It's 100% correct. You look at like an ex cop car, and you're like, oh, it's only got like 65,000 miles on it. No bullshit. It's been idled for like 4,000 fucking hours.
Yeah, and not
no,
just that.
It's not even that it's been beat on. It's just the fact that like, okay. Well, right, and Connor, like fucking like you're told like don't shut the vehicle off.
I don't. We never shut the vehicle off for 12 hours. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You were told not to shut the vehicle off, so it's been idled for like 4,000 fucking hours beyond what it was actually driven.
Oh yeah, 100%. And then not just that, but also like, like the medians that are like a foot off of the ground.
Yeah,
I've jumped those.
You just drive over them. Yeah, totally.
Definitely heard the bottom of my car go clack, and I was like, oh. All right, well, we'll see if it explodes or not, and then also, basically like super hard braking. Like, dude, a Crown Vic has a fucking V8 in it, but it's a fucking boat, and it weighs like 10,000 pounds. So trying to take a fucking
that's the best part of the V8.
Yeah,
I mean, more like 56, 58.
Yeah, so trying to take a fucking quarter in a fucking Crown Vic is like, you're slamming on the brakes, fucking spinning.
It's like at the bench seat, so everybody slides to the left, then slides to the right.
Yeah, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there was a few times that I said prayers as I went into turns and stuff. So it's okay.
That's all I'm saying about like ex-cop cars, right? You're like, oh, they're fucking cheap. You can buy them for like $8,000 less, and you're like, I don't care about the vinyl fucking floors and the fact that people have vomited all over them.
Oh,
the fact
the
there's
fact
like
that you got a
fucking little
nice
holes
block
all
to
over the
put twin
place.
turbos on and go rock fucking 8
Well,
seconds.
yeah, or the fact that there's like little fucking holes all over the place where like things used to be mounted and stuff like that. Like,
Oh,
no,
man.
it's
All right,
I don't
so-
care about any of that shit. It's the fact that they've been idled for so many fucking hours beyond what has been driven.
You might after I tell you this
Literally
story.
years
So-
idle.
Okay, so what are the fucking nuttiest things that ever happened to me? She just threw headphones at me, probably because I'm
Sweet.
yelling. But one of the nuttiest things that ever happened to me or whatever was we went to go arrest this female during like a domestic violence thing. They'd beaten the shit out of each other or whatever. She didn't want to go to jail, so she pulled out her poop bag and threw it at me. And,
like a colostomy bag?
Yeah, from the back of the cop car. She wasn't handcuffed yet because we were trying to be nice because she was disabled. She pulled out her poop bag and she threw it at me. Luckily, it was super hard, so it was just like nuggets. So like the nuggets, like, so I got hit with the clean side of the bag, but then a bunch of nuggets like fell onto the ground, and then like they were like, hey, you need to clean the back of your car once you get her to the jail or whatever. I was like, all right. So like I go to clean it, and actually like I was fairly thankful because it, it could have been diarrhea, right? Like it could have been like liquid, sloppy poop.
Bro,
and
what?
instead it was just solid rabbit nuggets. So it was good.
So wait, so she didn't want to get arrested, and so her strategy was, let me throw shit at the cops that are arresting me.
So hold on. My driver's ed teacher that I had, he's like a part-time cop now, but when he was full, he was really good friends with this one like college professor, and this college professor wanted to like come visit the jail for some reason. Well, the reason why he was telling us this story is because some people just fucking lose it. Like, particularly old people just lose it one day, and it's completely out of the blue. And this is what happened to this college professor. Completely fucking lost it. Thought he was a monkey. The guy thought he was a monkey in a jungle gym or some shit like that. And he started, like, throwing shit around the police station.
What?
Like, yeah.
Well, there was
And so, like, when it was all done, because they were just like, I don't really want to this up. And so they had some of the people, not only the people that they could trust, like, to be out of their cells and fuck shit up in the jail. They had them clean it up and just gave him pizza after for cleaning up this college professor shit.
What the fuck?
Okay,
So, yeah, because, like, the guy just completely lost it. He was, like 70-something years old.
All right.
And just went nuts.
Last story before I go to bed, and Ty, you're gonna be excited. It is poop related. So one of my buddies was a corrections officer, and apparently there was somebody there was like a paranoid schizophrenic or whatever, and he would use his poop log like chalk, and he would paint Martin Luther King Jr. every day in his cell. And he would recite the I Have a Dream speech, word for word, verbatim, from memory, every single day. And then my buddy, who's a corrections officer or whatever, he was like, listen, I know it's fucking crazy. And like, I actually Googled the speech, and every single word was correct for like 15 minutes. This guy knew the speech by heart. And then
I really want to give that guy an MMPI.
Right. So, and then on top of that, he was like, listen, for being a drawing made out of shit, it wasn't bad. So, all right. So
This is why I couldn't do police work. I would tase you for yeah, I would definitely tase you first. Ask questions later.
Too much food, too much blood, but yeah.
I need to give some shade real quick. So last week we took mask off I took mask off because I'm going through some shit, and getting into where we are now, I just had to go like clear my head, and I haven't taken 1 week off. Connor's been gone, Osiris has been gone, Samantha's been gone. I'm the only one that hasn't taken one off. These motherfuckers acted like I was gonna end mask off because I took a week off and I was just going through some shit.
Well, to be fair, you didn't say anything to anybody. I just heard that you weren't showing up, and I was like, well, what the fuck? You know what? And, hey, look, it ain't the same much.
You also go to war with motherfuckers really easy, Ty. Like, be real. Like, come on. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so I would like to formally announce that you guys have outed yourselves and that you don't pay attention to my fucking server announcements because it was in there. Yo, this is the plan today, and I won't be there. So thank you for being at my back. Appreciate that.
I definitely don't pay
Guys,
attention
way
to
to
server
go.
announcements.
Yeah, I was about to say. Discord is the thing where like you get like red notifications. You're like click, 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 click. All right,
Yeah,
no more red.
yeah.
But I do have to go. I'm an old bitch.
Fun
My
fact.
body hurts.
Fun
I have to work
fact.
tomorrow.
If you hit Shift Escape on a Discord server, it just clears them all.
Oh shit!
Thank
I
you.
need that in my life.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Thank
That was a concept.
Nobody's gonna know anything now.
All right, you just kind of ruined
I just
announcements.
cleared everything.
All right.
Oh, it feels so good.
All right, but Tiberius, I do appreciate you. Happy birthday, bud. You know, big 30, dirty 30.
Yeah, or Alt F4. You're right, Samantha. You're right.
Mama.
Yeah, Connor, thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it.
Nope, my pleasure. Y'all have a great night. Catch it.
We'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah, man.
Yep. Bye bye.
Have a good one, Connor.
Yep.
Yeah.
See y'all. All right. I'm just gonna check in on chat real quick. See how many of y'all fucking hung out for all my poop stories. So you see, you know, you don't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. So let's just check in on YouTube real quick and Twitch and call it. Excuse me. Excuse me. Call it a night. Twitch.tv. If y'all hung out for that, you're fucking weird, but I appreciate weird people, so. If you try sometime, you just might find. 52 of you motherfuckers hung out for poop stories. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god, I'm gonna check on Twitch chat. I'm gonna see how many we. You got fucking 10 people hanging out for poop stories. Oh man. Okay, I am gonna go to bed. Yeah, Mabsy. So at Counterpoints, watched on YouTube and Twitch. Does that help with the Twitch stuff? Yes, please. Please, if you do have a Twitch profile, but you prefer watching on YouTube, go ahead and watch it on Twitch. That way we can get to affiliate faster. Dr. Concepts, good stream, man. Have a good meantime. Chat, thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and exit out of this shit because I do need to go to bed. Live stream. Let's just see if there was anything else that we missed. Rivi at Counterpoints, why do you read all the questions? People can just say nonsense to waste your time like this. Well, that was said a while ago, so hopefully I wasted your time with some poop stories. You're fake at Counterpoints. Do you think Mexico should allow gun experts say it's a bad idea, but the baddies already have the guns? Yeah, absolutely. They should have private people have like concealed weapons permits and shit to reduce violence. I know that like there will be higher violence than in, let's say, European countries, but clearly very strong gun control isn't working right now. So anyways, all right, so love your destiny, Connor. Don't know what that means, but I appreciate it. So, all right, thank you kindly to the 50 people who hung out with us. Thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you for stopping by on the stream. It's sincerely appreciated. I wish you well. If you want to see me die in a jetpack-related incident, consider going to patreon.com/counterpoints and becoming a patron, or just becoming a YouTube member, or donating streams or super chats. It's all going to go right back into the channel. And then basically, yeah, I appreciate y'all. Have a good